Howdy, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome. We're back. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. It's the weekend and we got a weekend stream for you. The Saturday special. Thanks for joining. Hope you're ready for some baseball. Had big streams last couple days, man. 12 hours first day, 10 hours yesterday. I don't know what we got in store today. I guess we'll find out. What if each stream just gets shorter by 2 hours every day until it goes down to 0? Appreciate it, KKCG, for the beginning stream sub, who says, "Whoa. Thanks for 46 months. How you doing, KKCG? Thanks for subbing." And look at all of these arrivers on the scene. What's up, Crackerjack, Altager? Hello, Foxdot. What's up, Cycle Peanut, Zveninator, Finksy, Dunk Slide. Hi, Valkyrie, Farming Purrs. Hello, The Dark. Welcome back, Attack Frog, Wootonius. Gettysburg is here. What's up, Blue M? Hello, Arathon. Howdy, Habitual Oaf, Death by Madden, Jordan the Kitty. What's up, Osacat, Swineherd, and Falkers? Hey guys, everybody else besides. Glad to have each and every one of you. Gonna get started here shortly. Got some spring training games to get through, and then it's opening day. The first game that counts. But not the first game. The first game that goes on your permanent record. We gotta see how the team performs. And of course, we gotta put some channel points on the line. No doubt. I'm gonna blow my nose a couple times and then switch it over and show you what's going on. Get rolling. Hang tight one sec. Okay, there we go. Yo. What is up? There we are. Now I can see. Welcome back. Hello, Getsune no Me. Welcome back to you as well. Thanks for the Prime sub. Arriving on the scene right at the beginning of stream. It's 3:14 here in fabulous Las Vegas. Pi o'clock. The last Saturday of this 2025 April. And then we are on to May. Shortly afterward. But thank you for 34 months of sub. Midnight in Germany? Yeah, some of you Europeans and beyond might just catch the beginning of this stream, huh? And then Betty time, unless you're working the night shift, I suppose. Going to bed early but enjoying the VODs? Thanks, Finksy. You might be one of those people. The Desert Dynasty. I really like the logo. Logo looks great. with the little flying saucer hat. Here we are. The Las Vegas Invaders. Our fantasy baseball team. Surrounded by real baseball teams and real players. People still get confused on that. There were still a number of people that were like, I didn't know that these were real people. Yeah, they're all real people. Like 99% of them are real. Though fake players are generated for the new seasons, you know, each progressive season. So there's at least some generated players, probably like younger players, high school, college, and certainly the 16, 17-year-old international players that are not yet players, but are like being scouted. Those are made up, I think. Midnight here too, I'm already tucked in. Hello, I am here. Hello, Crazy Cherry. You are here. Glad you're here. And also glad you're back for 66 months. What up? And Valkyrie also gifting a sub to SMZ? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, but enjoy your gift sub and thank you for the gift, Valkyrie. I hope I can find tickets for the season opener. Well, you've got time, because in universe it's February 18th, and actual opening day is March 24th. So in game, you still got over a month to get your opening day tickets. So at the moment, we just played the first game of spring training, and we watched the whole game, though obviously accelerated, and went through the most, we actually only skipped the first inning, kind of, but pulled out a narrow victory. The first ever game that the Las Vegas Invaders played was a win. It was a dub. But since it's spring training, these are practice games, even though we did get to like bet on it. The Believers won some channel points last night. And got the, let's actually just look at the box score. Got a nice standing ovation for the first ever home run hit by a Las Vegas Invader from Matt Gorski. And what's funny is I could probably do the replay somehow, though I don't know how. How do you, I know how to save replays, but I don't know how, oh, here it is. Well, that's interesting. Here is the replay, actually. How do I, is there a way to go to like a specific play? Was it the 5th? No, it must have been, it was, I don't know, I should have looked at what inning it was. Because in the 6th inning, 1, 2, 3. Let me see. How do you like? No, I don't know how to. I don't know how to skip. This is the replay. This is the replay. It was the 5th. Oh, it was the 5th. Yeah, because we have 3 points. Oh, so you can't rewind. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know how to use the replay. That's so weird. Replay play-by-play. It's cool that you can do it, though. Okay, so yeah, it was the 5th inning. And the way the 5th inning went, Michael, wait, how do you do quick play? Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. So yeah, Matt Gorski was at the plate with runners on 1st and 3rd. Michael Ciani and also Drew Ellis reached. And with one out, what was especially crazy about this was they brought in legendary Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase, who is probably like the best pitcher on their team as a reliever, in order to face Matt Gorski, who's just he's kind of just a guy. So that made it even sweeter. He got ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes, and then took Clase deep to center field, 434 feet, I believe, for a 3-run shot to put us out in front 3-2. So he's gonna be drinking that one in. Oh, they don't have the little stats on the replay when you're in the replay mode. Normally they have the exit velo and the launch angle and all that stuff. They still do the little kid. He's running. Go, Matt Gorski. That little like run wobble. That's funny. But yeah, we got to watch our first game. Believers won some channel points. Invaders looking good this season? I don't know about that. We won 1 game. I think when we played as the Vultures last year, we also won our first actual game. I feel like we won our opening day game, and then it kind of just went downhill from there. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is sim the rest of spring training, but I'm going to first organize the pitching staff and the lineup depth charts. Spring training games are tough to watch, even for me, just on account of how many substitutions there are. This is a ridiculous scorecard. This is not what it's going to look like. They've got like 40 players, which is not the typical, and they're trying to give everybody an at-bat to try to find out who's going to make the opening day roster. Normally, we would have even more people. Like, our side is quite small compared to how many people went to bat for Cleveland. But the idea is that they don't want to play their starters too much because there's a risk of getting injured in spring training. So they'll just bring people out there for a little bit and then kind of bench them, let them rest, don't overwork them, and give the other guys who probably aren't going to make the opening day roster a chance to maybe break out, prove themselves, and find a spot. Unfortunately, though, for us, we don't have enough players. We actually have room for 60 players on the spring training roster, and we've only got 44. So we actually have room for 16, but we don't have 16 other players. So I'm having the coaches for AAA bring some other players in. I think I just set it up so that my minor league managers can make some free agent signings, because I don't feel like messing with it. I don't think that there's anybody in the free agency pipeline at the moment that I'm like, yeah, I need to get that guy, who's not gonna want to be paid. You know what I mean? Like, basically, we're signing them to minor league contracts. The game does not simulate you having to pay minor league contracts, but if you use them at a major league level, you have to pay them. League minimum is $770,000. So if they don't play an actual major league game, no money actually comes out of your budget, basically, for all intents and purposes. I think they just assume that that's included in the accounting side of various expenses, like player expenses or something like that. The Vultures tied for best performance of an expansion team of all time. That's true, they did, yeah. We did about as good as we could, which means the simulation's pretty accurate, yeah? I mass offer minor league deals based on a filter. Okay, I might be able to do that then. That's not a bad idea, but I don't think we're gonna get anybody who... The problem with that is, I think that filter is just gonna get a bunch of what they call quote-unquote quad A players in the system, and that's just sort of like a made-up term for players who aren't good enough to be everyday starters on the major league team, but are too good for AAA and are blocking other players. So it's probably fine for our first season, but we won't want to do that going forward once we actually start getting some other players in the system, because we don't have anybody else anyway. So to do that, I think I have to go to transactions, free agents, put in a custom filter, which is overall rating of at least 40, and was it demand, or what would be the money one? Like salary demand is 0? I don't know. I don't know if that's the right stat. And then work ethic is not low. And baseball IQ is not low. And personality, is not low. And then is not selfish. Personality is not disruptive. Personality is not prankster and outspoken. I don't think is bad. Personally, unmotivated maybe. I wish you could filter on the difference between potential and current rating. Yeah, that would be interesting too. Where did Tucker end up signing? I was so pissed yesterday, man. We went back and forth with Tucker for ages. The contract demand kept going up, and after the dust settled, he signed with Houston again. That's the team that he came from after he got traded to the Cubs, or before he got traded to the Cubs, and then he just went back to where he started, except this time he drained Houston for all their money, because he got like a $41 million average annual salary over 9 years. And that's all thanks to me, because he would go to the other teams. He would go to the Mets. He would go to the Dodgers. He would go to whoever would listen and be like, well, these guys are offering this much money and I'm these guys. So he was just using me to inflate his contract, which does happen in real life. It's very realistic in that sense. I don't think Tucker ever wanted to play with us. I don't think he even had, he was just leveraging us because I kept coming back with a better offer and a better offer. And I'm the one who drove up his price. Because he'd come back to me and I'd be like, well, how about 8 years instead of 7? He's like, that sounds great. I'll get back to you. Nah, your deal sucks now. Okay, I'll give you 9 years. I'll give you a bonus. I'll give you a player option in the 9th year. I will give you, I don't know what our final offer was. It was like 39 million average annual or something like that for 9 years. And he's like, I'll get back to you. And then finally he came back and he demanded like, I want to say his final demand was like 51 million. He wanted like 51 million average annual, which was a $450 million deal for 9 years. And I was like, I'm out, Tucker. I'm gone, man. And the next thing you know, he signs with Houston for like 41 or 42 million or something like that for 9 years. But I'm the one that drove it up to a 9-year deal. He went home. He just went home. Wait, is Joey Gallo not asking? He just wants no one took Joey Gallo? I don't like Joey Gallo, but I mean, I'm willing to put him on a minor league team, I guess. So is the play just this is gonna be kind of stupid though, isn't it? Do I just select every single person and then offer minor league contract to all of them? And then let the coaches sort it and cut whoever they want to cut? Oh, restrict by age. That's not a bad idea. Age is less than... Damn, I'm 36 this year, chat, so this is hurting me too. Age is less than 30? Age is less than 29? Let's just see, like... There's not that many players 29 or under who will take no money at this point. Right, that's not like enough players to even fill out the rest of the system. Oh, there's Jacob Amaya! No shot! That was our superstar on the Vultures last year. He was like our team MVP from the 2024 Vultures. He's still got a good, like, defensive glove. I'm allergic to rehiring Jacob Amaya. Ooh, sorry. The allergies still catching me. I didn't take my allergy medicine today either. I kind of forgot. I'll wait at this point a little bit longer. But yeah, I think we'll just grab all these guys and then send them a minor league contract to get started. The worry is that they're gonna randomly cut people. I guess we don't need all these people, but yeah, the managers might randomly cut people. Ian Anderson, that was another dude. He was on the Vultures. Man, all of my former Vultures are out here on the cutting room floor of free agency. That's sad. I'm sure I could find more. I saw Caratini already. I think Yasmani Grandal was on the team last time. We had a Spears. I don't know if it was a Carson Spears, but we did have a Spears on the team too. That's crazy how they're just like, Nick Madrigal. He was a guy too. He was the guy that got injured at the beginning of the season and was out for the whole season. Man, they're all here. This is crazy. Is this foreshadowing of what's going to happen with our team? This might be foreshadowing. I just noticed the Jordan jersey in the office. Nice, thank you. Yeah, Alice got it for me. Jordan needs to step it up this year, though. He's off to a slow start this season. I believe in him, though. He just needs some time to even it out. He's just skyrocketing every ball straight up. He's like swinging as hard as he can, and the ball's just going straight up. Like he can't figure out the launch angle, so he's got towering fly balls instead of homers this season for some reason. He's in a bit of a funk. But yet, chat, if you, I know, listen, you can hate the Astros, you can't hate Jordan, okay? He would be your favorite player if he were on your team, too. All right. But yeah, got the old City Connects before they got retired. So I haven't taken the tag off yet. Should probably do that. Got the 44. War of the Worlds, thank you for the gift sub to the name I will choose is. I hope they chose a name. I hope that guy chose a name. All right, so we sent them all an invite, correct? I wanted to read some league news because there was some stuff in here that I wanted to check out. I think these are just sort of like preseason storylines or something that just get randomly generated based on different players working on improving their game, I guess. This offseason, Shane McClanahan made a dramatic leap in pitching velocity, a change that has many excited about his potential for a breakout year. After focusing on strength, mechanics, and explosiveness, McClanahan added significant speed to his fastball and off-speed pitches, with results that have turned heads coming into spring training. Shane McClanahan worked closely with the Tampa Bay Rays strength and conditioning staff following a rigorous training program designed to maximize his power. By emphasizing lower body strength, rotational power, and explosive movement, Shane McClanahan was able to generate more velo without losing command or control. The work paid off, and he consistently sits several miles per hour faster than last season. That's kind of crazy. Are these guys that crit? Like, did they go to the development lab for their team and then hit the, like, crit? This bump in speed should also help his secondary pitches, preventing hitters from sitting on his off-speed pitches. It's been a huge focus for me this offseason, Shane McClanahan said. I've been working on generating more power from the ground up, and I've been able to push my velo to a level I didn't think possible. It's been exciting to see the progress. With his newfound velocity, Shane McClanahan is poised for a much larger role this coming season. I mean, he is a goated pitcher. Highly adaptable, likes to do crossword puzzles, had league-high strikeouts, or I guess, yeah, league-high strikeouts, league-high games started, league-high strikeouts per 9 last season in the simulation. He's only on a $10 million salary as well. Oh, he's a free agent at the end of this season. Chat, we're gonna have to pony up some money, man. After stretching out his arm in the offseason, Boyle aims to crack into the rotation. Joe Boyle. Who is Joe Boyle? Tampa Bay minor leaguer? Was focused on his stamina to make the jump from reliever to starters. He's got 35 stamina, but maybe because my scout doesn't have an update on his current stamina. He refined his mechanics to maintain his velocity and effectiveness for extended innings. He's trying to shift his role. Okay. Roki Sasaki. Is that how you pronounce his name? 24-year-old Dodger. Dodgers are trying to corner the Japanese market, man. Dodgers are the most popular team in Japan. It's not even close. Loyalty and baseball IQ is up. If you think about it, Japan and California are like shaped mirrors of each other. Coincidence? Working closely with the team's performance staff, Sasaki revamped his training regimen, focusing on building power from the ground up. Is it Sasaki? Sasaki? American inflection points. English inflection points versus Japanese inflection points. It's not Sasuke, right? It's not Sasuke. Is it Sasaki or Sasaki? Whatever. Sasaki? I'm glad the next big Japanese free agent won't probably be going to the Dodgers. They need to share. They don't want to share, bro. So he doesn't need any help. He's already a 70 potential and he got a velo boost up to, he can go up to 101? Good God. Good God. Clearly dejected, Joey Estes left the Oakland clubhouse nearly in tears this afternoon. He acknowledged that his season is over after sustaining a torn UCL. Oh, by the way, in this timeline, we've gone off the rails. In 2026 timeline, Justin Verlander is running for Congress. Anthony Volpe is opening a series of car dealerships, and the Oakland Athletics are now rebranded as the Oakland Aztecs. Just a heads up. They have changed their entire branding. They've gone a little crazy after all the drama that's been following them around, apparently. Okay, so for us to get started, here's what we need to do. Brandon Woodruff is a bit tired. I think I'm gonna let this rotation go through one time. The problem is I want my actual starting starters to start. No, yeah, that's what I want to do. All right. Gill, Bachman, Chandler, Blair. I need the actual starters to start getting loose. So one of the things that spring training is for is warming up your pitchers. Your pitchers can't just go from months with no baseball to throwing 100 pitches on opening day, right? Your arm can't do that. So spring training is here to kind of get everybody into a groove, to kind of get your muscles working, to get all your joints unstiffened. Why do I have salary listed here? Like that's not as important for these stats, I guess. I don't know, it's fine. So Dustin May, I'll give you the start today. Actually, this is an easy way to find out who should be getting the start. Luis Gill we picked up, but not necessarily for a starter. Because I believe the people that I wanted to start, I don't mind giving Sam Bachman a start. I guess we will give Luis Gill the opportunity. Do we have no left-handed starters except Mason Montgomery, and he got blown up. He's not even, I wouldn't even consider him a starter, really. And I did want to see Bubba Chandler actually throw, since he has a 50 potential. So does Sam Bachman. So we're going to give some of the 50 potential guys the opportunity. And I've got them on a really low pitch count just to make sure that the manager doesn't leave them out there for too long and injure their arm by the more pitches you throw, the more likely you get injured as they get more and more tired. I'm going to keep Dustin May down to 75. I don't think they'll pitch that much, but just in case. And then we got emergency starter, emergency starter. Didn't Mason do fine except for the solo homer? Yes, Mason did fine except for he gave up runs. He gave up. That's what I don't want my relievers to do. Yes, is give up homers. Correct. That's what I meant by getting blown up. What's up, Trizubs? Hello, Nine and Dava. He was good until he wasn't. He was good until he wasn't. And then they brought Suarez out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so anyway, I want to get my lineup and depth chart fully set up with a theoretical actual starting rotation, and then just fill in. If I fill this area in down here, it'll just tell the manager what position I want each player to play. For the most part, I think it's pretty in line with my own thoughts. I just need to make sure that every player has a spot somewhere on this. This is an expansion draft. Yeah. So we did the draft day 1, and then we did the Rule 5 draft and the international free agents and the first game of spring training yesterday. And then today we're going to sim most of, if not all, of spring training and then get opening day. And then we'll really get rolling with the season. So, I need to like clear this from my own brain. Because I did like Cal Stevenson at leadoff. He did get a hit, and he has an incredible eye. So I wanted to take a lot of walks, and I wanted to get on base at the leadoff spot. He does put the, like, he does connect with the ball a good amount as well. He had almost a 400 on base percentage in AAA last season. And if he could get close to that, I'll be very happy. While also bringing pretty elite left field defense at 29 years old. So I like him in the leadoff. In theory, I like our shortstop here batting behind him. He's got good speed, which will hopefully keep him out of some double plays. Bat perspective, he's fairly balanced. He doesn't have a ton going for him, but we work with what we got. Justin Foscue in the 3 spot brings a little bit more power, a little bit more bring the bat to the ball. Hit 28 home runs in AAA last year. Hoping that we can get some production similar to that. In the cleanup spot, Lucan Baker, who's got the most power on the team. So we're kind of just putting him in the they call it the cleanup spot, chat. It's the 4th batter in your lineup. Do I need to say what a lineup is? How deep does the rabbit hole go? I'll just explain everything. There's definitely people here who don't know how to play baseball, and that's okay. You can ask questions. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna make fun of you for asking baseball questions. What's a baseball? What does a baseball do? But yeah, a lineup is basically the order in which our batters are gonna bat. So it's 9 players. It's whatever 9 players we put here, and they will go up to bat in the order that we list them. So the idea is that we're trying to strategically order them so as to synergize with one another. If we threw them up in a random order, that wouldn't be as good because we wouldn't be emphasizing any kind of strategy. So my personal strategy is, with the team that we have, normally I like to put someone with some power, or you could say some pop in their bat, in the leadoff spot, because I like the leadoff homer attacking the pitcher early when they're still getting into a groove. I think that's good, but we don't have that. So because we don't have that, my strategy is my first batter, I want to hopefully get on base by maybe taking a walk or getting a single. And then my second batter to maybe move him over with a single, or use his speed to put the ball in play and then get to first base, move the runner to second. And then I want my 3 and 4 hitters. They call the 4 hitter the cleanup hitter because you're supposed to get the other people on base before him, and then they're supposed to clean up the bases, aka hit the ball and drive everybody home to score, right? So usually people will put the biggest power bat somewhere around here. That can vary though. It's not a hard and fast rule, but I think it makes sense with what we've got going. And then behind him, it gets a little bit more flexible from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Usually you want your worst hitter to be your last hitter. And the reason for that, again, it's not always true, but the general reason is whoever's at the front of your lineup is going to get more chances to bat, because it goes 1 through 9 and then back to the top, 1 through 9, then back to the top, 1 through 9. So the higher up you are on the list, the more likely you're going to have more chances to Matt. So you want your worst batter at least in the 8, if not the 9, because they'll have the fewest opportunities to Matt, so they'll screw up the least. I'm here for more baseball. What's up, Communal? What's the difference between a reliever and a closer? A closer, all closers are relievers, but not all relievers are closers. A reliever is an umbrella term for anyone who comes in to pitch after the starter is done. A closer is a specific type of reliever who's meant to close out the game, typically when your team is winning. You don't bring out a closer when you're losing. You might bring out a closer when you're tied in order to attempt to keep the game tied. Power Bat reporting in. What's up, Seema Shanzim? How's it going? Would it make sense to have your best batter last because the pitcher would be tired? Nope, it would not. But tiring out the opposing pitcher is a legitimate strategy. You want your best hitter to have the most opportunities to hit, pretty much exclusively, because the starter is the starter because he's not gonna be tired by, like, if he gets everyone out in order, there's 3 outs per inning, so he get 1 out, 2 out, 3 out, that's inning 1. 1 out, 2 out, 3 out, that's inning 2. 1 out, 2 out, 3 out. So at best, that would be the last batter of the 3rd inning, right? And the starter's not tired by that point. Plus, think about it like this. If your best batter is first in that same situation, he would have gotten a chance to hit at the beginning. And then after that 9th out is made, he would get another chance to hit. So he'd have 2 chances to hit in 10 at-bats instead of 1 chance to hit in 10 at-bats. So you want your best hitter to have the most chances to hit the ball. That face when benched for life. But yeah, tiring out the opposing pitcher is a legit strategy, and typically that just requires patience, trying to not, you know, swing at the very first pitch that you see, trying to go deeper into counts, trying to get like see more balls and strikes, and then try to put the ball in play, which is, you know, riskier because it might be easier to try and connect to the first or second pitch. How long do Major League starting pitchers typically go? It really varies person to person, but the general rule of thumb is expectations for a starter is 6 innings. So if a starting pitcher does a good job, not an average job, a good job for a starting pitcher is 6 innings, and they gave up 3 or fewer runs. So like, you don't have to be perfect. Baseball doesn't expect you to be perfect. Even giving up 3 runs in 6 innings is like, wow, great job. You did so good not letting it go above 3, and that's considered a quality start. So if you had a pitcher who came out and did that every single time they came out, that would be probably like a future Hall of Famer. If he did that every single time he ever came out. Without exception. I'm used to minor league where they're usually out in the 4th. Yeah, they definitely go out a lot faster in the minor leagues, but in the majors, 6 innings. Almost always fewer than 100 pitches with very few exceptions. So like if you see a pitcher at 100 pitches, it's like, holy crap, that guy is crazy. Like I would say most pitchers are getting pulled 85 to 95 pitches, somewhere in there, no matter which inning it is. Because keeping their pitch count down to prevent injuries is more important than them getting that through that 6th inning. Now, some guys have more stamina and can pitch 100, 105 pitches, maybe even 110 under, a red moon every extreme in frequency, but that's not like a everyday thing. 110 pitches is like Monkus. It's like, okay, I guess you got to be a crazy workhorse for that. Yeah. The only reason you'll ever see 110 pitches is because the manager is letting that pitcher attempt a life-defining game, like a perfect game, or maybe even a complete game shutout if it was like a career first complete game shutout where that one pitcher pitched all 9 innings. And it was going to be something for their like personal achievements. That would be a reason to let them go over their cap. If they were pitching like you know, a no-hitter. If they were doing, well, a no-hitter is not the best of all. A perfect game would be the best, right? But a no-hitter would also be a reason. But anyway, hopefully that helps explain some stuff. I think this lineup is worth continuing to experiment with. Pedro Leon looks worse, but I like the gap power. I think I just need to see what they're capable of. The people who aren't in the list, who maybe should be in the list, is I like Dylan Moore's eye, but also he doesn't really have a main base. So I think I like Dylan Moore as a maybe a left field, especially a first base substitute. Though Drew Ellis has better aptitude at first. I don't love his like stats here. Let's put Dylan Moore as a backup second baseman for now. Banfield as the backup catcher because he's the only guy. Catcher, I think, is our weakest position. Drew Ellis. Who's our best backup third? Oh yeah, Blaze Alexander. So Blaze at third. These are my substitutions. I'm creating my list of substitutions right now. Caden Wallace is also a guy. Because Blaze could actually do second or shortstop. So let's do shortstop for Blaze. Caden can go third. Aaron Shunk can do first or second. Drew Ellis can also do first. Someone's got to go on the second string of utility. Riley Unroe is utility. Second base, third, or shortstop, wherever we have room. Dylan Moore is also kind of like first base or second base. So maybe we swap Unroe and Moore. Because Unroe is a little better at third. Okay, Winseal, Perez in the outfield. Left or right is fine. Matt Gorski in right. Gorski hit a homer, so I'll actually start him today. I like to, like, if I was actually a manager, if a guy's hitting well, I despise when I'm watching baseball and a dude who comes off the bench picks up the team, has like a 3-hit game or something, or better even, and is just having a great game, and then next game he's benched again. I like rewarding players who play well. Like if I was a manager, I don't like when managers just ice somebody's bat. Like bro comes out and hits like a homer and a double and next day he's on the bench. No, man, let that dude play. Like, what do you want from him? He did what he was supposed to do. Why are you benching him? The game stole your backup second baseman. Bro, where did he go? They did steal up my backup second baseman. Was it... Who was it? Oh, I might have moved him. It might have been Unroe. And I, like, moved him back here. That might have been me. Okay, well, now I'm confused on who I picked and who I haven't, because there's no icon next to these guys. Check. 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 Drew Ellis, Unrow, check. Dylan Moore, check. Winfield Perez, check. Banfield, check. David Hamilton. Hamilton is also second. Okay, that's where it gets confusing. I'll just have Moore in left. Hamilton at second. Okay, then we have another catcher, Ronald Hernandez. He sucks, though. Sorry. Sorry, Ronald. It is what it is. Pedro Leon is backup. Brandon Lockridge is left field. Oh, we already have the left field. He can play right. He's just not very good at it. It doesn't really matter right now. Kevin Made at shortstop. He is the shortstop backup. And Jake Mangum also in the outfield. All right, that should be everybody should have a spot on the team, in my opinion. We'll have Blaze Alexander back up at third. And then at center field, either Mangum or Pedro Leon. Let's do Mangum. Oh, the DH. True, the DH. Somebody with power. Probably Drew Ellis. And then we could put Banfield as a backup DH and just see what he does. All right, now I want to copy lineup, copy depth chart, and then I'm just gonna paste it because you could basically what you can do here is play matchups. So in baseball, typically, but not always, right-handed batters are better against left-handed pitchers. Something about the way that they can see the ball coming out of that lefty's hand is just ever so slightly better, and vice versa. Left-handed batters typically hit right-handed pitching better. So there is such a thing as playing those statistical probabilities, and if you know that the opposing starter is going to be a left-handed starter who's intending to go 6 innings, you might play a heavier right-handed lineup, which is only going to be good until they substitute that pitcher out for another pitcher, right? But then you can substitute your own players in. That's what playing matchups is. And then vice versa. If I was like, oh, a right-handed starter is coming tomorrow, we might put more lefties in the lineup if we wanted to play matchups. And then the same is true from choosing who you want to come in as a pitcher, but we don't have any lefty pitchers, which is really strange. So what I'm doing is I don't really care about that right now. And I'm just duplicating these lineups because it's just not something that I care about right now. And we can also have pinch hitters and pinch runners over here. People that you want the manager to think about if you needed a pinch hitter or pinch runner. Like Blaze Alexander would be a pinch runner because he has the most elite speed on the team. And then maybe like David Hamilton, since he's also goated at stealing. And then maybe like Jake Mangum for like a same reason. And then pinch hitters. I would want like high batting average, low strikeout, good eye. Like our shortstop actually does fit that bill, but he's already a starter, so I would say maybe Brandon Lockridge as a pinch hitter. I would say Aaron Schunk has high contact. He doesn't have a good eye, but He puts the ball in play, and when he does, he gets a hit. So I'd say just that for now. Pretty much everybody played in our first exhibition game. Pretty much. What's up, Minotaur Monk? If baseball's so great, why is there not a baseball 2? Thank you for the 46 months, and I appreciate that sub. What's up? All right, I think we're ready to go ahead and simulate some games. And just kind of let the spring training fly. I want to watch games when we get to the regular season. So let's go ahead and simulate this next spring training game against Detroit. Unless there's something else. The only other thing that I need to do is I want to go in and actually set my team strategy for each possible situation, but I think I'm going to do that once we get to the regular season. Not right now. I've kind of already done it as a generic rule of thumb here, but I want to steal as frequently as possible, actually. All right, let it rip. We lost to Detroit 2-5, and I have 306 emails. Not the best game for the Invaders. Glad we didn't watch this one. It would have been sad. We did score in the 8th inning, but we gave up 5 runs. The box scores here are just chaotic. I can't even follow it. It won't look like this once we get out of spring training. So Las Vegas pitching, our starter Dustin May gave up 3 earned runs in 3 innings. Not a good outing. Abner Uribe, our sort of closer in training, came out for a single out and gave up a run. Whoops. Ian Hamilton, 1 scoreless inning. Santos, a scoreless inning. Sal Frank gave up a run in an inning. And then Eric Miller, scoreless. ERA 27. Yeah, those early season sort of pitch 1 inning, give up 2 runs. Your earned run average goes up to 18 so quickly. So yeah, their starter just closed it down. We only got 5 hits. Who got them? Pedro Leon got a run batted in, so he got a score for us. And so did Will Bamfield off the bench, our substitute catcher. So good for them, but our shortstop got a hit. Our second base sort of potential player got a hit. And then both of our catchers got a hit. That's funny. Okay. That's all I needed to see. We kind of just need to like sim more and then look at the rest of their stats as an aggregate. Oh boy. The offer is fair. I'll sign with you if nobody else. I just need to make sure that these are all the minor league contracts. I hope nothing else snuck in. Is there a way to filter out contract news? Steve Buckles finally agreed to that contract. It took him forever. That was back in November. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna set all those to red. New email subject: why does your team suck? Excuse me. Toronto loses Jeff Hoffman for 5 to 6 months. The injuries have begun, chat. I have it set to realistic injury settings, and they have begun. The 33-year-old closer suffered a torn rotator cuff on February 17th and will not play for about 6 months. I would be so mad if my 65 rated overall closer got injured right at the beginning of the season on a $12.6 million contract. I would be so mad. Look at that fragile. Look at that injury proneness fragile. That could happen to Woodruff. But yeah, I have the injuries set to realistic. And it's gonna get crazy because there's a lot of injuries in baseball. Brusder Graterol, I don't know how to pronounce his name actually, was hurt yesterday in the game with the Reds with a sore elbow. He will be day to day. All right, again, the ad's about to start though. I'll wait for the ad. I already snoozed it once. Ad's gonna start in like 20 seconds, and then we're just gonna keep simming the spring training. I just checked your YouTube for the VODs of this series, and the last video was uploaded 7 years ago. That's right. I don't upload anything to that YouTube channel anymore. That's not a VOD channel. That was what I did before Twitch. But turn your volume down if you get ads. 3 quick minutes of ads to keep the pre-rolls down. I actually might get... But if you want to see the VODs, you can just go to the videos section of Twitch by clicking on my avatar and then go to videos, and the VODs are there for 60 days, and they might be uploaded to the fan run automatic archive that was just linked in chat. Not all videos are there, so just FYI. I'm gonna go get some allergy medicine while the ads are running. They haven't started quite yet. Twitch is struggling. Get some allergy meds, come back. All right, they just started. I'll be right back. I'm back 30 seconds before the ads are done. What's up, Durf? Okay. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Allergies the last couple days have been bad. I need a... Hi, that's not what I want. That's... Why is that even still a button? Why is there a button that goes to Pokemon? Doesn't make any sense. I need another button that's like... moves my camera. Why is this so big? I don't know what that... I need like another button. Alright, welcome back. What's up? Let's sim the next one. Lost to Seattle 3-6. Get used to this. Oh man, we were winning too. We were winning 3-2. No, we were winning 2-0. And they scored 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th, and beat us 6-3. Look at that, like, chance to win or lose. These are just spring training games. So, we did get a start from Tyler Mail. And I'm going to sneeze. Thinking about it again. Whew. I'm allergic to Tyler Mail getting the start. But he came out for 3 clean innings. That's what I want to see out of one of my starting rotation pitchers, but he's exhausted with 52 pitches. So the pitch count that I have for them is honestly too high. But I trust the manager to pull them out when they're getting tired. Then Bachman came out for 2 innings, no runs. Wait, no earned runs, but he gave up, but there were 2 runs. That means there were some errors. There was an error from Caden Wallace and Kevin Made. Remember our elite defense that we're supposed to have on this team because we have nothing else? Dude, Kevin Made with an error with these stats in the first game, he's just nervous. He's just nervous, dude. Okay, Kevin Made is in his 3rd spring training game. Hits us with an error. Elite defense, by the way. So basically, chat, an error is, as the name suggests, when a player is expected to make a play that any other player would make, and they don't. At the judgment of the official scorer, gives them an error. So there were 2. That means our pitching was actually pretty damn good, is what that means. That means it wasn't the pitcher's fault. The only pitcher who even gave up an earned run was Jervis Alfaro, 22-year-old, with a 30 overall. So he's not even going to be on the starting roster. He's just here to throw some pitches. So I'm actually very happy with how this went, besides the errors. Because Sam Bachman came out. He did well too. 2 innings of 2 strikeouts. Doesn't look like he gave up. He gave up 3 hits, but he kept it down. And then Nathan Lavender, kind of same thing. Gave up a couple hits. 3 runs scored on an error. How does 3 runs score? I guess an error happens, people get on base, and then maybe he gives up another hit. And then Blair came out to get like 1 out, which he did. It was a strikeout. And then Eric Miller, Medina. All right, a bunch of people kind of getting to do some stuff. We got 7 hits in the game. Kyle Stevenson went 2 for 2. I like it. Our shortstop picked up a hit. Pedro Leon picked up a hit. Foscue picked up a hit. The people that I expect to get hits are... Blaze Alexander got a hit. He wants to play. Anybody get like a homer or anything cool? Foscue hit a run-scoring single. And Cal Stevenson actually did hit a dinger with only 35 power. Strange things afoot. All right, on to the next one. Tampa Bay loses Taylor Scott for the season. Not what I wanted to hear, said Tampa Bay's Taylor Scott, former Houston Astro, to reporters this afternoon, as he revealed that the injury he sustained would force him to miss the rest of the season. The doctor made it clear, Scott said, there's no chance for me, none at all, to come back this year. That's the last thing I want to hear. He suffered a torn flexor tendon in his elbow. Blue Jays deal Garcia to Phillies. Okay. And then I have no mail. So I think we should be okay to just keep simming. Let me check my bullpen. My pitchers are pretty tired. Do we not have enough relievers in here? But yeah, these little bars are how tired your pitchers are. Luis Gil has 50 stamina, Bubba Chandler has 50 stamina, and then besides those two, we have Medina, Kraus, Snyder, Burr, Hamilton. No, we have enough. We have enough. All right, next game. Lost to Toronto 4-6, and Seth Blair has suffered an injury. First injury on the team with a sore ankle. Recovery is expected to take 4 days. That's not bad. One of our pitchers. Here's a question. When there's a... I don't know if anybody in here even knows how to play out of the park, but when there's a day-to-day injury, typically your manager will still play that dude, even if he's... Like, I don't remember what button you click so that they don't play him while they're kind of injured. But let me look at the box. If you go into player strategy, you can bench them. Bench player for 4 days. I'm assuming that overrides the adjust to team strategy setting. Because we have bench player if day to day. All right, I hope that'll work. But he's a pitcher anyway. He's tired. He should be resting. Let me see how we did. So it seems like we got 8 hits. They got 9 hits. So at least we're not getting like completely shut out of these. Pitching wise, we gave up 4 earned runs and they scored 6. What's with these errors, man? Were there had to be more errors. Oh, I'm looking at Toronto like an idiot. 3, 6. No, yeah, there's 6. Okay. So basically, Luis Gil got blown up in 2 innings. Burr had to come out, and he's got back spasms. Minimal 3 days. Pitchers, man. All right, I'm benching him for 3 days just to make sure the manager doesn't put him back out there. Local man turns 30. So Luis Gil, I'm hoping for better out of him because we do need a 5th starter. And I'm kind of trying to figure out who that's going to be. That being said, I could have predicted Luis Gil was going to be bad as a starter. We intended to bring him out of the bullpen. Because in AAA last year, he did 10 starts and he had a big 7.5 ERA, so that's not good. So he kind of did what I expected. Kraus, however, yeah, he's not one of my top dudes either. So I don't really care about that. All right, who's getting hits? We got 8 hits. Winseel Perez grabbed a hit. Pedro Leon a hit. Foscue a hit. Baker a hit. Moore a hit. Blaze Alexander is getting some hits. I have to confess. David Hamilton a hit. Kevin Made a hit. Who scored for us? Foscue had a double. Leon had a double. Hamilton had a triple. No homers, but we still managed to score 4. And I'm seeing some walks getting taken, which is nice. Hopefully the team can start to gel together a little bit. Okay, next. I do like to keep checking on the pitching staff. So Bubba Chandler's coming out. Well, we got 1, 2, 3. There's really only like 4 relievers who are available. And then some people who are a bit tired, who might have to come out for more work. I'm worried that that's not enough relievers. I'm going to have to trust the manager to figure it out. Because I don't really have more. We don't have anybody in our minor league system. We're just now starting to get people in the minor league system. Our coaches are. All right, next game. Let's see what happens. Personal message. We did not play a game. Okay. Oh, these are our development labs. Good morning. Your shortstop, Sung Chae Chang, has completed his training and development complex, and as you're aware, we've been working hard with staff to improve his base stealing. Collaborating with coaches at the complex, he dedicated the training to refining his jump technique. The outcome is seen in improved explosiveness when stealing bases. View my full scouting report. Stealing improves by less than 5. Stealing aggressiveness improves by less than 5, but at least it improved. At least it improved. Because I have my scouting rating set to increments of 5, so we're not going to see every single number that goes up or down. Because they recently dropped his potential I rating and contact when they scouted him a little bit better, which was not what I wanted to hear, but that's okay. Pedro Leon bunting drills. Training went well. I saw nice improvements from him as he progressed with the training. Talking with coaching, they feel the same. He will be better at bunting for hits and sacrifice bunting going forward. His bunt for hit did improve by a full 5. Which was at 35 before. And his sack bunting went up a little bit. It's better than nothing. Blaze Alexander has concluded his base stealing training, making minor tweaks with his staff. Stealing improves by 5, according to his estimates. So that's good. Make him a threat anytime he gets to first. I need to improve his aggressiveness a little bit more. And then Winseal Perez improves outfield defense program. That was a hard one. Coaches told me he found it easy to communicate suggestions with him and had no issues putting it to work. By the end, he seemed more confident, charging hard hit balls, and has certainly improved his positional fundamentals. I noticed an improvement in all aspects of his defense and expect you also see this when he takes the field. Here's my estimates. His outfield arm improves by less than 5. His outfield range improves by a full 5. And outfield error improves by a full 5. That's pretty solid. That is pretty solid. He's still not like a great player necessarily, but his potential contact rating went up to 55, so they like him a little bit more. Oh, we got a bunch of contracts. Is that what this is? I have 300 emails, brother. When Brandon Woodruff isn't on the diamond, he enjoys working with the less fortunate. Explaining his reasoning, he said, "Growing up poor in Tupelo, Mississippi, my family and I often had to rely on the community to help me get through tough times. Now that I'm doing well financially, I want to give back, and I'm working hard to try to get my team and teammates to do the same. Honestly, I do this for selfish reasons," he continued with a smile. "Nothing makes me feel better than working with these kids and helping them succeed." He's winning our hearts and minds. That's right, Woodruff. High adaptability, low financial ambition. He's on the PR grind. Thank you for letting me play in your minor league system. John Nagowski finally agreed to a contract. Wow, it really took... Oh, wait, no. Okay, that's a different guy. JD Davis. JD Davis, you're a pro baller. What are you doing here? They just didn't give you any playtime? We're going to have some interesting people in our organization because I just sent a bunch of invites. To random minor league teams to try to fill out our minor leagues. We still need more people for high A. We've got AAA, AAA has a ton of people in it, brother. Are there 200 players in AAA? I think if we just let the coaches do their thing, that should even itself out, right? Because I have free agent signings and releases to the minor league managers, promotions and demotions to the assistant GM. So I'm hoping I don't have to mess with this, but I might have to mess with this. I'm trying to trust them. All right, play at New York. So we got a day of rest, which I think we actually needed. This is going to be another spring training game, but the pitchers got like they have an extra day, which is nice. We lost 5-10. We've lost multiple, 3 in a row now, I think. With that first opening game, though. We're scoring runs. We had 13 hits. We just gave up 10 runs on 6 hits. That's never, ever what you want to see. How many walks were there, dude? Yo, I'm proud of holding Jazz Chisholm Jr. to no hits. I'm proud of holding Jock Peterson to no hits, and Austin Wells, and Anthony Volpe, Rhys Hoskins. Honestly, great job, everyone. You did good. Top of the second, Lee hit a grand slam against Chandler. Oh, well, that's not so good. Dylan Moore hit a run-scoring double. Where are the highlights? Do they not do highlights for... How do I even do that? What page is that on? I don't remember what I set highlights. They might not do any for spring training. I forget what page it's under. It's gotta be global settings. Generate highlights for human leagues. That's me. I am a human. Let's just say all major leagues to keep it. It's gonna balloon my file size, whatever. I am a human. I'm a human. Okay, how did it go? So Bubba Chandler just got tagged with a grand slam. Gave up 3 walks on 1 hit. Just couldn't find his command. And that 1 hit was a grand slam, brother. So what are you gonna do? You gotta bounce back, man. That sucks. You'll do better next time. Woodruff came back out for 2 scoreless. He's getting warmed up. Mason Montgomery came out for 2 scoreless. Both of them no hit. That's what I like to see. Kraus came out and gave up a run. Suarez got 2 outs. Sal Frank got 2 outs. Alfaro gave up 3 earned runs on 2 hits and a walk. Eric Miller gave up a run, and Colin Snyder gave up a run. So not great. But from a hitting perspective, our shortstop Cheng got a double. Aaron Namo got a double. He's fighting for a spot. Dylan Moore, probably a bench player, got a double, and then like all of the people I think are bench players got doubles. Drew Ellis with a homer. No on, 1 out. I love 2-out RBIs where there's 2 outs, but they managed to score a run anyway. Lucan Baker and Dylan Moore. Good for you guys. 15 left on base. Getting 10 hits to 6 and losing 5-10 is nasty work. It is. Correct. It is. So Cheng with a hit. Ellis with a hit. Baker with a hit. Moore with a hit. Gorski with 2 hits. 2 for 2. Mangum with a hit. Alcantara. Alexander. Arenamo. Perez. Banfield with 2 hits. What a gamer. Like to see some walks in here too from Lockridge, Foscue, Alice, Alexander. All right, looking good. Strikeouts are down, right? Like 1 strikeout. I guess they only have 2 at bats, but good production anyway. 13 hits. Yeah, it's 13 hits to 6. That's even worse. Mostly lost than you thought. Even though we're losing, like, I'm happy with what I'm seeing out of them, you know? How goes the pitching? Got 5 relievers. Bobby Miller up for a potential start. Does the page show steals? Yeah, I mean, it does if there were any. They should be under batting, I think. It doesn't really look like, or unless it's further down. Oh, SB. Yeah, so Pedro Leon and Blaze Alexander. Did Pedro Leon steal 2 in this game? Very nice. All right, so we had 3 stolen bases in the game, I think. That's what I want to see. No one caught stealing yet, I think. We have a fast team. That was a good game, though. We just got unlucky, I guess. Play game at Oakland. Boom. Win! 9-2. That's what I like to see. Good blowout. Build some morale. Get the team pumped. On 13 hits against 5 from the Oakland Aztecs. 6 runs in the 7th inning. Yeah, another 13-hit game. So at least the bats are doing something and firing off. So I'd like to see that. Let's, like, I don't know where I guess there are no highlights for these spring training games. Pitching-wise, Bobby Miller, 2 earned on 3.1 innings. And then everyone else shut it down. Alfaro, Woodruff came out again. I don't like pitching Woodruff on back-to-back days. But he does have to get warmed up somehow, I guess. I don't know. Santos, 1 inning. Eric Miller, 1 inning. And Luis Medina, 1 inning. Okay. No base running this time. We usually don't steal when you're up 9-2. So Dylan Moore picked up a couple hits. Caden Wallace got a hit and a run. Moore got 2 RBI. Anyone hit homers? Shunk? And then Moore and Shunk got a double each. Or Moore got 2 doubles. What a gamer. And then Leon coming out hitting 2 for 3. Alcantara got a hit. Alexander got a hit. Okay. So yeah. Looks good. Negotiations building. What is this? Giants? San Francisco Giants star Patrick Bailey is known for his hard driving play on the field. But after what happened this week, he should drive more carefully on the roads. The star catcher was driving late at night on a winding road and smashed into a highway barrier. He escaped with only scrapes and bruises and is listed as day-to-day, but the bigger injuries are to his wallet and his pride. The car, which was completely totaled, was a custom-built luxury Aston Martin valued at $500,000. He angrily declined to take questions as he limped out of a San Francisco area hospital last night. But his publicist released the following statement: Patrick is happy to be home with his family and knows how lucky he is to have escaped nearly unhurt. He'll be more careful in the future, and he knows that cars, unlike people, can always be replaced. Maybe so, but if he wants to be able to replace this one, he may need to drive a hard bargain when he comes to the negotiating table. Atlanta, New York trade confirmed. Reed Foley for Landon Harper. San Diego trading Kale Fountain for Elvis Reyes. Some prospect trading. All right, I think the only thing I'm concerned about, really, is the fact that we don't have people in our high A organization, and I don't know if they're going to hire them or not. When do they start playing? How do I, like, switch to my minor league team view? I guess I need to know what league they're in. El Paso Tumbleweeds, NWL? Okay, they don't even play for a while, so maybe it'll be fine. So as long as our pitchers... We always have like 5 relievers. Dustin May's coming out for this one. All right, finished today. Opening day is the 24th, so we have like a month to go. We're gonna start going a little faster. I'm just kind of being careful. Tie 1-1. You cannot tie in regular baseball, but you can in spring training because the games don't count. So 6 hits to their 4 hits, only scored 1. May came out, gave up 1 run in 2.2 innings, and then Hamilton, Uribe, Burr, Sal Frank, Bachman, and Santos each combined for 2-hit baseball for the rest of the game. Cal Stevenson with a stolen base. My shortstop made an error. I have you for the exact opposite reason, brother. I guess your main base is not shortstop, though. Maybe we need to look into investing in a shortstop. Arenamo with a double, Mangum with a double, Banfield with a triple. Banfield has quietly, or not so quietly, been popping off. He hasn't had that many at-bats yet. But he's been doing well. 10 left on base is not what you want to see. We took 4 walks, struck out 7 times. Pedro Leon has been doing great so far. Moore has been doing pretty good. Mangum's been doing pretty good. I want to see this transition into the actual season, brothers, okay? New York Yankees have traded Jackson Castillo and a 20-year-old Ricky Valdez to the Oakland Aztecs for Tyler Ferguson, the freaking Aztecs. That's so funny to me. All right, next game at Baltimore. Win 3-2. Nathan Lavender was diagnosed with a partially torn labrum. He's out for 6 weeks. There's our first injury. There is our first injury. The good news is he wasn't one of our most important players. He was on a minor league deal. So I believe I need to actually put him on the injured list now. I don't remember how to do that. Place on injured list. So start him on the 15-day IL, and then you can extend that. Well, -1 pitcher. We need more pitchers, bro. I guess we could just take some from the minor league rosters, right? Like, why not put Joey Gallo on the spring training roster? Why not put Victor Caratini? He's back. He's back. I didn't look for him. He just is back, okay? Why not put Andrew Heaney, Derek Holland, a couple extra relievers. Michael Conforto. Isaiah Kiner Falefa. Oh, there's Nick Madrigal and Miles Mastrobuoni. No shot. They're both on our team now. How does it? History repeats itself. History does repeat itself. From the 2024. That's kind of scary. In what way? That our entire 2024 Vulture team is like in free agency here. The band is back together. Robbie Grossman. I don't know. I'm just picking people at random. I want some more relievers. Or just pitchers in general. Otherwise, I don't really care as much. Wilmer Flores. Just throw some names on here and just see what happens, you know what I mean? All right. How is Flores in the minors after like one season? Yeah, these are a bunch of names that I recognize, which is the funniest part. So your guess is as good as mine. Oh wait, F for Flores. Let me see. Where'd he go? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place. In 2025, he went from San Francisco MLB. He had a 262 average with a 339 OBP and a 729 OPS. So I don't know. I think it's maybe just that people don't need a contact-focused first baseman because he hit 4 homers. Maybe it's just they don't have a need for that contact-focused first. But I don't know why he went to like, maybe he went to free agency hoping to get signed somewhere and just nobody paid. Because like, what is his history? Injured with a fractured arm for 5 weeks. Signed as a free agent with New York Mets and the Diamondbacks. So, I mean, there could be some decent players here because there are a bunch of 45s and we're fielding a bunch of 45s, right? But we'll see how it goes over the course of the season. Right now, it's just a huge pain in the ass to try to, like, sort through them at the moment. But I'll put some of them in. Maybe the manager will use them just to kind of make it a little easier for some of the rest of our guys. Anyway, we won at Baltimore. Pretty late in the game. Scored 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. That was enough to win. 7 hits. Obviously, the spring training games don't mean anything, but it's still fun to win against, you know, Jackson Holiday. And Abreg. And yeah, Alex Bregman got signed to the Orioles in this timeline. He's on a 5-year, $180 million contract for $36 million a year. AAV, somewhere in there. With a player option in his 2030 year. So Mail gave up a run. Seth Blair. Wait, wasn't... Oh, Lavender got injured. That's what it was. Snyder, nothing. That's good, 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 good. All right. 2 stolen bases. I'll take it. I want to steal more. 7 hits. And Arenamo with a double. Arenamo's been hitting doubles. His slugging is 615 right now. I'm paying attention to that for sure. We picked him up because of his potential. And I'm giving him a chance to prove himself, and he is. Mangum, also with a healthy OPS so far. I don't see any homers in this game. All right, moving on. No game today. I'm just checking my mail. Now we got a game at Chicago. Lost 2-4. Luis Gill, no runs. Derek Holland, I don't know. That must have just been one of the dudes I just threw in. I didn't draft him. Yeah, he's on the minor league contract. We're just seeing if anybody like randomly pops off, I guess, at this point. Chang with a double. David Hamilton with a double. Gorski with another homer. Okay, I see you. I see you, I'm watching. Chang with another error, man. I wonder if it's just like his shortstop rating, which is pretty good. Isn't that his second error? He's supposed to have a really great glove. Maybe he's just 24 years old. He just needs some time. First time like in MLB. Yeah, we only got 4 hits in this game. Gorski drove in both our runs with the homer. So nothing to write home about. All right, next spring training game at Texas, lost 2-3. On 4 hits. It's not great. Stevenson with a double. Joey Gallo with a home run. That's not even who I want on the team, bro. I like what I see out of Chandler. He still gave up his 2 walks again, but 3 1/3 scoreless. Hamilton finished up the 4th inning. Montgomery, not liking what I'm seeing. Woodruff came out again, took the loss. And then Eric Miller for another one. Okay, check the league news. Drew Rasmussen will have to wait a while longer. Tampa Bay Rays starting pitcher was informed this afternoon he'll miss another 4 months with a partially torn labrum. The injuries kept him off the field since 4 days ago. Though Rasmussen had hoped to return soon, he has no choice but to be patient. He is fragile, and he's getting paid $5.7 million. I'm worried about that for our guy, who's fragile. Loss versus the Angels, 6-7. All right, well, you know, you guys gave it a run. 5 runs in the 7th. I'm proud of you, at least, for trying to rally. Hey, chat, what's it like to just not randomly sneeze all the time and have to blow your nose all the time? Is it cool? Is it, like, fun? What's it like to just have, like, a normal sinuses? I couldn't tell you. Too much plant pollen out in that desert. Yeah, it's just dust, to be honest. It's not the plant pollen, it's the freaking dust. David Apodaca signs with the Giants. Wow, he held out for a long time. That was the dude from the international free agents that we wanted and we offered, and he didn't respond fast enough, and we withdrew, and then we tried to get to him again, and he said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And then a little time went by, and he was like, hey, remember when you were wanting to pay me a bunch of money? I'd like to talk again. And then by that point, I didn't have any money. So, we do have a couple dudes in our international complex, though. Though at this stage, I guess we can invite other guys. These are the only two who didn't get signed. But we don't have any money for them. So anybody who plays this game normally, do you just keep inviting people to your international complex even though you can't pay them? I'm not really sure how that works. I can ask the scout to complete the invitees. No, they're gonna be gone? Okay, no, that's fine. I'm not gonna mess with it. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. The league suspends Will Simpson for 2 games for an on-field tirade with an umpire that left Simpson standing in his socks. He was ejected from the Rays Texas game for disputing a strike call. Simpson let fly with a flurry of expletives, threw down his bat and his hat, and went nose to nose with the umpire, bobbing his head and screaming. He turned to kick the dirt around home plate, ripped off his shoe, and showed it to the umpire. That's Altuve. that's just Altuve. That's real life. Then pulled back his sleeve and shoved his armpit toward the umpire's face. Okay, Altuve didn't do that. Simpson continued to argue, kicking off his other shoe. Another umpire stepped between them. After slamming the second shoe down, the irate player went over to the Rays dugout, fished out a batting donut from a bag, then paired it with another to make a mock pair of eyeglasses before slamming both weights down. In spring training, the tour de farce ended after several minutes of confrontation. Simpson finally retrieved his bat, shouted a few more choice words, and walked into the dugout. A bat boy retrieved his shoes, his hat, and his eyeglasses, too. Simpson did not return a message seeking comment today. That's funny. All right, we lost 6-7. Very sad. How did it go? Bobby Miller, I'm expecting better from you, bro. You're not lighting the world on fire at the moment. Bachman, ditto. Luis Medina, ditto. We had to bring out Andrew Heaney to try to close it out for you. We gotta hire that guy. He's already on a team. All that was for a spring training at bat? Yes, all that was for a spring training at bat. When's the team merch on sale? What's up, Arch? I don't know when the team merch is on sale. How you doing, dude? Winseal Perez, Victor Caratini with a double. He's not someone I drafted. He's just in the minor league system. Team left on base 4. We had 8 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. Pedro Leon keeps hitting well. Hamilton keeps hitting well. Joey Gallo is apparently here. Victor Caratini is apparently here. Aaron Namo still hitting well. Winseal Perez hitting okay. Okay. Next. These are all just spring training games. They don't count. I'm just trying to pay attention to like who's... The point of spring training is to see who's making a mark on the team for choosing the final roster, which we're going to do shortly because now it's March. It's March 1st. Player development updates. Oh no, it's all bad. I have compiled a scouting report published since Sunday, Feb 1st. It includes a list of notable development changes. Here are a list of notable changes. So our scouting director thinks that Sam Bachman has gone down from a overall 45 to 40 and a potential drop from 50 to 45. Jodar Aranamo has dropped from a 60 contact to a 55, but I has improved from 30 to 35. That's not as bad. He's still a 50 potential. Caden Wallace, current gap rating drops, and his potential dropped from a 50 to a 45. Oof. Oof. Not what I want to hear, man. We won at Tampa, though, 4-2 in the spring training game on 10 hits. Here's our side over here. 10 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, 10 left on base. So Leon, Winseal, Perez, Kevin Made, Foscue picking up a hit, Gallo picking up a hit, Robbie Grossman. Oh yeah, he's randomly in there. Lockridge with a hit, Alexander with a hit, Mangum with 2 hits. Okay, some stuff I like. My starters are giving up a bunch of early runs though. Maybe they're just tired and need to work out their arms. I like what I saw from the rest of our bullpen though. Good for you guys. I also like seeing 2 stolen bases, a double play getting turned, and Foscue with a double, Kevin Made with a double, Pedro Leon with a double, Winseal Perez with a double. No homers. That's going to be pretty common. For us, getting a homer is going to be kind of a rarity. You have a personal message. Sir, says Brandon Woodruff, I have been working really hard to try and rally the guys on the team around the idea of helping the community. I feel like we can do more than nearly any other entity in Las Vegas to raise awareness for the plight of the less fortunate. What can you do to show support and provide awareness for the community? Remember, the amount of money you can give will be nothing compared to the goodwill you receive from the local community. Thanks for anything you can do. Well, they're already pissed because we built a stadium here, so I'm not sure that there's much we can do because ostensibly our stadium is on the old Rio site and the entire local community is pissed. So I don't know how much giving back we can really do. But yeah, I'm doing good, Arch. Doing good. Thanks for asking, man. Having fun just playing my baseball spreadsheet game. Hey, Tal, enjoy the baseball streams. I'm learning a lot about the sport. Can you explain what stuff is? I can't tell if being serious or not, again, since that's the most commonly asked question. Okay, it's a real question, I think. I can't tell if it's being memed or not at this point. Defdu says, stuff is the how good are you at throwing pitches stat. Instead of having like 30 pitching stats, it's just a generic, how good are you at throwing balls in general? Stuff is a intangible measurement that if you had 2 pitchers who on paper were throwing the same pitch, let's say it's a 95 mile an hour fastball, and it's a 4-seam fastball. That's the type of pitch, and they're both throwing it at the same speed. Stuff would be which of those 2 is harder to hit, even though everything else, all things being equal, looks the same. So it's a way to measure the intangible unhittableness of pitches. E-Town, what's a balk? A balk is when you... I think it's when you, well, a balk is, everybody knows what a balk is, because a balk is when you go out there and you're standing on the mound and you can't just be balking out there, because if you do, then the runner's going to advance. So just make sure you don't balk at any point when you're pitching. Got it. It's a good way to explain it. How do I help the team? Oh, I can respond. Sorry, we can't help. Start a charity or give a donation. Chat, we have 16 million extra dollars. Let's start a freaking charity and give back to the Las Vegas community, because maybe if we do, they will spend more money on tickets to come to our games. It looks like we've only sold 12,793 season tickets. But we were projected at 15,000. There's still time. It could go up. I'm going to invest in a charity. I don't know how. Okay, let's see how much money that is. We need to look at, it doesn't even tell you. That's crazy. Okay, so financials, we're sitting on I'm blocking numbers wherever I go. We're sitting on 16.6 million free money with 32 million cash from owner withheld right now. Okay, 32 and 16. Start a charity. You have replied with start a charity. I don't know if it takes the money immediately or not. $32 and 16, maybe afterward. We'll work on it. It might take a minute. That's fine. I love these little like decisions. I love the news and all that stuff that kind of happens in the background. I should save also. Buy the Las Vegas Sphere. But anyway, if you didn't understand, chat, the balk, I was making a joke because that is a running meme in baseball community. All right, finish today. Play the game versus Minnesota. We lost 0-1 against Minnesota. Jotter Aeronamo base stealing technique program successful. He worked close with our development personnel and it seems to have paid off. His stealing improved by 5. His aggressiveness improved by 5. That's nice. He's got the speed for it. Okay. No improvement for Caden Wallace on base stealing. That's the easy program as well. There's no substantial improvement that I've noticed. Justin Foscue, base stealing. Stealing improved by 5. Aggressiveness improves by less than 5. Yeah, he's not very aggressive. He's good at it. He just chooses not to. Which is interesting. And then Jake Mangum, also successful. Both of his stats improved by less than 5 because he's already really high. We got held to just 3 hits. Low hit game. Ronald Hernandez, our backup catcher. Ciani and Pedro Leon continues to hit well. I'm impressed with Pedro Leon. Pitchers did really well. Mail came out, 3 scoreless innings. Suarez scoreless. Hauser scoreless. Heaney scoreless. I don't even want Heaney. Uribe gave up a run. He needs work still. Yeah, I don't know who some of these people are because I just threw some dudes in there to take some load off of our bullpen. All right, next. Game at Boston. Win 6-1. 12 hits. Dominating the Red Sox. I don't know what music this is, so don't listen to it, okay? Very important, you didn't listen to that. Tunic, why not? There we go. It's pronounced Mally, by the way. Well then, tell that to the chatter who said it's pronounced male yesterday, okay? You guys just come in here, you make stuff up. I don't know which of you to believe. What if we just spelled everyone's names phonetically? How about that? Because when I say, how do you pronounce that into Google, here's what it says.
Mayhill.
Mayhill. Mayhill. That's what it says. That's a German company. So I don't know, man. But I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. All right, who got hits? Cal Stevenson with 3 RBI. That is a big home run for Cal Stevenson and Luken Baker. That's what I like to see. Mangum got a hit. Foskey with 2 hits. He needs to pick it up. Baker with 2 hits. Lockridge with a hit. Alcantara with a hit. Okay, lots of hits going around. 3 walks. 10 strikeouts is not what I want to see. And then what's going on in the news? Nothing. All right, ads are going to start in a few seconds. Turn your volume down. I'm going to grab a drink, and then we just have a little bit more simming to go before opening day on the 24th. It's about 20 days of simming left to go. We should get there shortly, and then we're going to let chat bet on the opening day game. I'm going to set the opening day lineup. Hopefully we have some time to rest. I need to look at our schedule. Oh, and now the schedule's populated. So yeah, we should have 3 days of rest before we play Toronto. And that'll be our first series against Toronto. In the AL East. I am excited. How do I just go to the team home screen? Don't look at our rosters averages, though. Wait, there's no way they're that bad, right? I guess they are. That's not good, man. How are we winning right now? Anything. How are we winning anything? Also, these team ERAs. They're just getting warmed up. That's all. They're just getting warmed up. Look, we're beating the Astros in spring training. The Mariners are on a freaking tear, though. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Hang tight. Spinning. Spinning. All right. How much did Kyle Tucker end up signing for? A lot. Nine years, $384 million. His final seasons will be 52, 55, 56, and $61 million a year with the Astros. He went back to the Astros and took them for all they're worth. So like around $41 million a year, basically. We had offered him close to that. He just didn't want to play with us. Did he get his no trade clause? I don't know. I don't see that. Doesn't look like they got a no trade clause. He just, yeah, he used us to pump up his contract. Big time. So we just won at Boston 6-0. Oh yeah. Everybody did pretty good here. 12 hits in the game. You love to see it. I don't know if I should just leave the starting lineup as it is. It doesn't even show me the batting stats for spring training. I don't know how to select spring training. I feel like it should show me that. Does anyone know how to make this screen show spring training stats? Go to splits, then game type? Okay. Game type. Oh, there we go. Sick. Sick. Obviously, they don't have that many at-bats to look at right now, so this is very small sample size. But Blaze Alexander's tearing it up right now, bro. He gets the start, I think. To be honest. Probably at third or second. The thing is, Arenamo has been tearing it up also. So that leaves Alcantara, who's not doing nearly as well. So let's move Alcantara down. He can do second base or third base backup. Well, I always forget Blaze's last name, Alexander. I just think of him as Blaze. All right, so Alcantara, you guys swap places. Yeah, Blaze is, sorry, I keep switching screens. He's had 24 plate appearances, 8 hits on 19 at-bats, 5 walks. Struck out 6 times, which is, I guess, the downside, but 421 average, 542 on base, almost 1,000 OPS. Anytime he does hit the ball, it's going for a hit. 3 stolen bases. It's pretty sick, man. Yeah, right now he's killing it for low adaptability. These stats kind of, he might just be on a hot streak. I don't know. Who else has like more than 20 at bats? Pedro Leon is already, he's not starting actually. Where is Gorski? Gorski's got 28 at bats, hitting 143. Sorry, bro. Moving you back. These are not really my starting rosters per se. Let's actually sort by at bats. Foscue not doing so good at first. Who do we have backing him up at first? Shunk? How is Shunk doing? Shunk just hasn't had many at-bats at all, but he's hit when he has. So let's just flip those. The catcher is the catcher, right? But Banfield... I actually do like to do every third game for catchers anyways. Starting catcher is going to overwork themselves. Otherwise. So Banfield, actually, give him a shot, even though he's questionable. Lucan Baker is our DH. And then we have Drew Ellis kind of behind him for now. We're doing... His OPP is 391. He's just taking insane walks. They both have the power. Baker's got 1 homer. So does Drew Ellis. Let's let Drew Ellis start at DH a little bit. And then our poor shortstop, 26 at-bats, just can't quite figure it out. I guess we could let Kevin Made go, but I mean, not let him go, but like get some more at bats. He's only got 15 at bats, but he's doing pretty terrible. Got some good shortstop though. Maybe just give him a start, see what he does. Cal Stevenson hitting 200, but with a 310 on base percentage. That sounds about right for this eye. He's still got a 790 OPS, so I'm, you know, he's slugging and he's walking. So I'm kind of okay with actually leaving him where he is for now. Arenamo getting the start at second has been tearing it up. Let him get some more practice. I could put a filter in for... anything that's at least, let's say, 14 at bats. So like Winseal Perez should be getting maybe more starts in left, but that's over Cal Stevenson. How's Ciani doing? Terrible. 23 at bats, 0.087 average. Ooh. It's not good, man. You have 2 hits in the whole season so far. Okay. Can I get Perez? Perez doesn't really play center, so maybe one of the other guys can move over. Stevenson doesn't really, I guess. Pedro Leon to center. And then Winseal Perez to right. Why is Will Banfield backing me up in center field right now? I don't actually know. How did he get there? All right, and then we need a third baseman. The problem is I took all these other dudes in and haven't really given them the opportunity to play at utility. Like, okay, here's a question for chat. If you're in spring training, is there a way to just let your manager decide substitutions? Like, if I just leave the utility spots blank, will he just put whoever in? Yep, he will. Because I kind of don't mind getting some of these other random dudes in. Maybe I should just clear this. and see what happens actually. Yeah, I don't know how to let the managers set the lineup, because I don't think it matters too much right now. How do I just say, like, you do whatever you want? Oh, isn't it an action? Yeah, ask manager for all lineups. Okay. Every 10th game? I mean, that seems like a lot. We don't have that many spring training games, though, dude. I kind of regret doing that, because you just put Siani back in. You can largely ignore the every 10th game thing. They'll sub at least 1 to 2 players in per position every game. Yeah, for spring training, I just want to get everybody playing time, but there's like not enough things here. So maybe I just let it go. Just let him do what I just don't. He's got weird people in lead. Like, he's got Michael Siani in leadoff, brother. The guy that I just subbed out for hitting .081. You know what I mean? .087. And he's like, yeah, you're a leadoff now. All right, whatever. You do what you want. I think you have too many spring training players. Actually, I don't have enough. You can have 60. I don't know if you knew that. But you're actually able to have 60 as an expanded roster for spring training. So that is kind of the point of spring training, actually. Is we're currently a bunch of players that we can pull up from the minor league system are also rated 45, which is our starting lineup. So we have to decide which of the 45 overalls that we actually want to get everyday playing time. Our first season is not going to go to the World Series. I don't know if you knew that. So with that in mind, we have the entire season. Once the season starts, the most important thing to me is making sure that the pitchers are warmed up. Everything else doesn't matter for spring training, in my opinion. In fact, I don't think spring training is evidence of anything. Like, you could have players go on tears all the time in spring training. The actual game starts, and suddenly their talent disappears. You've got players who didn't get any chance to hit in spring training, and suddenly they're on a 16-game hitting streak. Like, I really don't think spring training matters for anything other than warming up pitchers and just getting people used to showing up every day. Like, the actual season is where it's at. Because the reason is, because in spring training, the other teams are also fielding their mid to bad players. So if your team looks good, it's only because they're not playing their best, right? Like, that's, so you don't really get an accurate picture of anything anyway. Once the actual season starts, yeah, if you need to train a new defensive position, that's another good reason. Yeah, exactly. If there's a player you're trying to move to the outfield, or move from shortstop to third, or move to first base, if you're trying to move a catcher to first, that's spring training is a good time for that. But we have none of those. Is the manager using the guys you want as starters? Well, yes and no. I have like 1 or 2 people that we were testing. I don't really want Luis Gil to be a starter. But we are missing a 5th starter is sort of the problem. And we don't have a lot of choices there. We have like Sam Bachman as a potential 45. If I could get a 5th starter, that's kind of what we're looking for right now. So I'm probably going to let like Seth Blair have a start just to see. How many innings has he pitched? Yeah, let's give Seth Blair a start. And then instead of Bubba Chandler's had 2 starts and didn't do so good. Let's actually let Blair start the next game and then Bachman and try that. All right. How high does potential go? The scale for baseball is 20 at the low end to 80. 20 to 80. If you want, you can change that in the game settings, but I like using the regular numbers. All right, we won against Houston 3-1 with the manager lineups. 6 hits to their 7, and that was enough. Scored 1 run in the 3rd, 4th, and 8th. Lucan Baker with a double. Caden Wallace with a double. Dylan Moore with a double. Drew Ellis with a double. Stevenson with a 2-out RBI. Baker hit into a double play. 2 fielding errors. Man, I feel like we're committing a lot of errors. Is it just the teams trying to get cohesion with each other? Marshawn, our catcher, who we picked for his elite defense, and Cal Stevenson, someone we picked for their elite defense, both with an error. 2 stolen bases, which I like to see. And then giving Seth Blair the start. He actually went 4 innings of 4-hit baseball, no runs, 3 strikeouts. Bubba Chandler in relief. Again, struggling with the walks. He's given up a lot of walks, but he got out of the inning. Burr, clean inning. Medina gave up a run. Eric Miller, nothing. Alfaro, nothing. The Las Vegas errors. Don't say that. Blair got player of the game. We took 3 walks. I don't like the 13 strikeouts as a team. That's not a good approach. That's going to be a winning formula for us. Okay. Next game, play at Cleveland. Loss 0-6, our first shutout. WBC opening is just a few short hours away. We had only 3 hits in the game. Not good. 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Huh, Michael Ciani didn't get any hits? Are you sure? Were you positive about that? Bobby Miller kind of just getting blown up in spring training. I was hopeful. Maybe he just needs some time to settle in, but he's supposed to be highly adaptable. Because he has like a 55 potential, but he's 26 years old. Needs some time to develop. No hits, very sad. A stolen base and a caught stealing. Drew Ellis caught stealing. Oh well. I think they were just trying to manufacture some runs. Another error from Arenamo. There's like, an error per game is very bad. Very bad. Everyone else out of the bullpen did pretty good. Except for Ian Hamilton. Gave up 3 runs, no outs recorded. I remember the first game of spring when we won. Ah, what a great day that was. Win versus Detroit, 7-1. On the next day, 8 hits. Caden Wallace with a double. Arenama with a double. Banfield with a double. 3 stolen bases and 1 caught stealing. Honestly, I think that that's acceptable. If you're going 3 for 4 on stolen bases, I think that that's always good. Yeah, we scored 6 in the first, which is pretty crazy. And then it was a mostly quiet game. Lucan Baker hit a run-scoring single versus Melton in the first. Eight hits, 7 RBI, 7 walks, 8 strikeouts for us, 14 left on base. Dustin May got a run, and then a bunch of people came in to kind of close up. Cal with 2 more homers. Wait, where the... Did I miss the homers? No, I think he's just got the 1 homer, doesn't he? Siani got a hit. Oh my god. Yeah, I think if we sim a couple more, then I'll change the lineups. Clearly dejected, Chasen Shreve left the Atlanta clubhouse nearly in tears. He acknowledged his season is over after sustaining a torn UCL. The Oakland Aztecs clubhouse say reliever Dylan Tate is out of action for 5 months with a torn back muscle. At least now I know, he said. Panama's Carlos Luna brought his best stuff to Lone Depot Park, shutting down and shutting out Puerto Rico 8-0 with 5 strikeouts. The World Baseball Classic is on. All right, game versus Seattle. Loss 1-8. Whew. Oof. Seattle's on a tear this season, though. They went to the World Series last year in the simulation. So... Uh-oh. Tyler Mahle. 5 earned runs in 1 inning of work is not what you want to see from your $8.7 million starter, who you're hoping can carry you through the dog days of summer. Gave up 5 hits and 5 earned runs with only 1 strikeout. Luis Gill gave up a run. Heaney gave up 2 runs. Banfield with a double. Arenama with a home. Arenama continuing to break out. Arenamo's definitely going to get a start if he keeps playing like this. All right, what's the mail? The Invaders announced new Las Vegas-based charity at the urging of their starting pitcher Brandon Woodruff to help the local community. The Las Vegas Invaders brass decided to step up to the plate and do everything to help. Said the team owner Ian Grigg, Brandon came to us and told us about the work he's doing, and we were inspired. That's the kind of civic-minded thinking I really admire. I personally asked him how much he needed to get the new program off the ground and wrote him the check. The team is proud to be a part of the Las Vegas community, and we want to help in any way we can. We are confident this organization will help. Local fans in Woodruff were overjoyed by the news, said a grinning Woodruff. For a team and owner to step up like that really shows me the type of people I work with. Let's put it this way, as long as they want me here, I'll play for them. I'm so proud to be a part of this organization. Well, there you go. Let's see how much money it took. Miscellaneous expenses, minus $15 million. I guess on the upside, the cash from the owner seems to have footed most of the bill. So he did spend $15 million on a charity. Wait, my team's the good guys? We lost $3 million on the final balance, but yeah, mostly came out of the cash from owner. Do you know when the A's transfer to Vegas is supposed to happen? Whenever they can build a stadium. However long it takes them to get all of that squared away. It's going to be years, for sure. I have no idea what year. Probably like 2029, 2030. I don't know. 2028 at the earliest, I think. I'd be surprised if it was before then. It's going to be a bit. Los Angeles to lose Blake Snell for 6 to 7 weeks. Dodgers officials made the announcement he has a rotator cuff strain. Newspapers in Cleveland and Detroit reported the Guardians and Detroit reached a deal for Brian Rocchio and Matt Vierling, as well as second base minor leaguer Woody Hadeen. In the World Baseball Classic, South Africa blanks Czechia. Allowed 2 hits, fanned 8, and walked 1, 11 to 0. I don't even want to see this 1 to 8 loss. How many hits do we have? 5? Okay, we're inching closer. I'll sim like a couple more, then I want to set like what I think the lineup should be. Loss 0 to 1. Man, the bats suddenly just disappeared, huh? We had 3 hits, they had 5 in this pitching duel. Bachman with just 1 earned run, bullpen clean work. We just couldn't score. Wilmer Flores with a double. Not much to speak about there. All right, who's pitching for us? Seth Blair again? I like what I've seen so far from him. Loss 0 to 1. Wow, we just suddenly can't get a hit anywhere. I bet I know why. Could be someone setting up the lineup, not named me. Perhaps. All right, I'm going to change the lineup now. Letting the manager set the lineup was a mistake. Blair giving up 1 run in 3 and a 2/3 inning is good, and then the bullpen shut it down the rest of the way. It's good. I mean, what else could you ask for? But we got to get hits. You can't win with 0. Cincinnati and Baltimore made a swap. TJ Friedel? I don't know how to pronounce his name. And the Orioles minor leaguer Colin Tuft. Tampa and Seattle trade Heath Hembree and Teddy McGraw. Teddy McGraw is a great name. Okay, let's set our own lineup. Action. Clear all depth charts and all lineups. We don't need a filter on right now. I'm willing to let Wilmer Flores play some more. It's just he doesn't really have a good glove. But he is a veteran player who we might benefit from having on the team because he is a historically pretty good player. The problem is his power has dried up in recent years, and he went from around 20 homers expected as a DH to 4, and then in the simulation 4. So he doesn't seem like the guy you want at the DH is the problem. But he does hit the ball, and he does get on base. But usually I want the DH to be like someone who's a little more power, a little more pop in the bat. But it might be worth putting on the team. The problem is if I do put him on the team, I have to pay him a major league contract, I guess. But I guess it would be the minimum amount of pay that I could get away with. It's unfortunate because he's hitting major dingers this year. Yeah. Simulation doesn't like him too much. So what I'm thinking is, right now, Blaze Alexander is my everyday starter at second or third. He could play either. I would say because of his arm strength, Third base. Throwing a... Oh, yeah, I'm kind of blocking a little bit of this. Because he's throwing very hard across the diamond from third to first frequently, that arm's pretty good. So Blaze is going to be like maybe batting second or third right now. Drew Ellis has been getting on base a lot. If we sort by just OPS, though, Shunk has only had 5 at-bats. Jader Arenamo, I don't know how to pronounce his name either, from Venezuela, has been tearing it up, coming straight out of Double-A. I don't know which Double-A affiliate that is. I haven't memorized them all. Who do we... I guess I could just look at history, huh? With the Milwaukee Brewers. Bro is 22 years old, and if he could hit like this in the majors, he would be a phenom. He would go insane. He's got 33 at bats so far. He's hitting .333 with a 965 OPS, 576 slugging. Taking a few walks, got a home run. He was on the Timber Rattlers, the local minor league team by me. That's cool. And then Banfield has actually been doing way better than I expected out of him compared to our other catcher. He was supposed to be the backup catcher, but he has an elite defense as well. Let's give Banfield the start at catcher. Arenamo at second looks good. I don't know what this organization is going to be yet. I'm just kind of like working through it. Drew Ellis playing first is okay. He just can't really turn the double play, but he's got a reasonable enough glove. He's definitely not third base. I'm gonna like set his position to first. I know I'm blocking this too. I'm blocking it no matter where I am. Let me just do this. Boop. Ronald Hernandez is our backup catcher. Maybe we try Wilmer Flores at DH and just see how it goes. Dylan Moore has been pretty impressive, hitting 280, 440 slugging. I don't really want Gallo, but he's supposed to be a 50 overall. It's just that power and eye, like that's a DH. But he's a strikeout machine. 126 strikeouts last season. Swings for the fences. He had a career high 43 homers, but for like a different league. The what's it called? American Association. How is I-80 translating to 126 strikeouts? So the game's kind of weird with that because, yeah, it doesn't make sense. I is his ability to take walks, but avoid Ks is his ability to not strike out. So I think he's striking out because he's swinging for the fences because of power, but he's not making contact with the ball. So a lot of swings and misses. This is like not swinging. Like if he chooses not to swing, him being able to discern whether it's a ball or a strike. Baseball is an RPG. Baseball is a Gamba-based RPG that also, well, how did I describe it in previous years? Baseball is like, how did I describe it in previous years? What did I compare baseball to other video games? I think anybody who likes Hearts of Iron would like Out of the Park. Is this like Hearts of Iron? It's not as much logistics though. But I think the brain, the way your brain is shaped is similar. And vice versa, I guess. Basically, it's just really fun to assemble a team and then see how they do and keep making tweaks to it and see if the decisions that you made pay off. I like Hearts of Iron 4 until the war starts and I have to micromanage dozens, hundreds of units. No, the micromanagement's very front-loaded in this, and then it gets easier the further you get. I would say. I feel like the more you play this game, the less micromanagement there is. No, I mean the wars. Well, I mean, for that, you would have to play in the Korean organization because they actually simulate military, like required military service as part of their baseball organizations. And that's simulated in this game. So you could play the KBO and your players would actually be potentially exempt from mandatory military service. Or not, I guess. I do value OBP, on base percentage, but I need more sample size. I think Dylan Moore needs to get a start. I just don't know where to start him. Because he's been producing well. He's got first base, second base, and left field. Like his left field is the weakest, though. Maybe we just make Dylan Moore kind of like the backup at first base. And then Lucan Baker. Lucan Baker has been doing what we want him to do, kind of. But I'm going to put him back up, DH. Because that's just what he is, basically. He doesn't have anything else going for him. Brandon Lockridge. I also wanted to get Aaron Shunk with some more playtime. I'll make him a backup third base. Hernandez, backup catcher. Kyle Stevenson. Kyle Stevenson's been kind of doing what we want, I'd say. I wish these guys like highlighted yellow or something when you put them in the depth chart so you know that they're represented somewhere in there, because it gets confusing with all the names. You're not really sure. Oh, I put him there already. Okay. David Hamilton has been doing okay. He's been hitting doubles. He's kind of just a backup second base. But I feel like we have a lot of backup second base. Jake Mangum. Again, just kind of just doing okay. Along with Lockridge as a backup left fielder. And then Foscue is another guy who I'm just not... He's had 30 at-bats and plate appearances, and he's just not really getting it done. At the leadoff spot. Maybe he's just not a leadoff hitter. That's possible, too. Put him... The line for backup first baseman is so huge. Maybe just like backup second base. I think the line for that is also huge. Our shortstop similarly has just... I want him to be our starter, but maybe he just needs more plate appearances. I don't know. I'm willing to start someone else, though. Like, we gave Winfield Perez some starts, and he's not there. Backup left fielder. March on. Caden Wallace. Man, you guys have been... He's only got 18 at-bats. That's not a big sample size. He's third base backup. Alcantara is third base backup. Gorski is right field backup. Riley Unroe is like a utility player. Second, third, or short. Kiner Falefa. We'll give Kiner Falefa a start at short and just see how he does. Because he actually would be... His eye sucks, his power sucks. His gap power sucks. But he's got good defense at short, so... I don't know. And he has MLB time. I think shortstop, catcher are two worst positions right now. We don't have anybody in center field. Kevin Maid was also like a potential shortstop, but he's just been doing awful. He doesn't really do anything else, though. And then Michael Ciani. All right, who can do shortstop, or sorry, out center field for us? We could just move Mangum over. But then who's gonna play right? Where's chat? Where the hell is our guy? We're missing some players. Where's Pedro Leon? Is he on the list and I just didn't see him? Oh, he's in the World Baseball Classic. Okay, so we're missing some people at the moment. Okay, that's funny. Wow, he's playing in the World Baseball Classic. That's awesome. How'd he do? He got a homer. Against Nicaragua. Good for you, bro. 2 hits, 2 for 5 with a homer. Took the loss to Puerto Rico, 0 for 5. At Panama, 1-5-0. Canada lost 7-6. Well, he's trying. Okay, so that's why we're missing people. That makes sense. So I guess Gorski and Wright for now. With Lockridge. Actually, I like Lockridge better. That's good enough. Pinch hitters, whoever, dude. You know what to do. I guess give Bobby Miller another start. I don't know what else to tell you. Wait, I have to copy that lineup over. I didn't even organize it. Yeah, I gotta organize it. Batting stats. Dude, Wilmer Flores is slow as dirt, man. 20 speed? All right, I'm giving Blaze Alexander leadoff. Prove yourself, bro. Prove yourself. And then I'm giving Both of these guys, actually not you, but you, Drew Ellis and Jodder looking pretty good. Let's move Drew Ellis to like 5. And then who's slugging the most? Technically Wilmer Flores, but he's only had 5 plate appearances. I'll move Wilmer Flores up to the 4 spot. And then let's move Will Banfield up to the 3. We're going to mess with all of this. Then Cal Stevenson. How's Mangum doing? He's doing okay. All right. So we got one lefty bat out of a bunch of righties and then a switch hitter. Wow, that's a... Our lineups are not ideal. All right, good luck. One, thanks to me, because of my lineup. These are still spring training games if you're joining late, but we're almost to opening day. Less than 2 in-game weeks away. Vegas Invaders with some nice even scoring on 10 hits. Caden Wallace with a double. Mangum with a triple. Cal Stevenson with a homer. Joey Gallo with a homer. 2 stolen bases. Good. Keep doing that. Every game I want to be a threat. Miller with 1 run given up. Who is Spencer Howard? That's just some guy. Everybody getting a little practice. After Howard, the bullpen did great. Joey Gallo, player of the game. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he did come in with a pinch hit homer. David Hamilton with a pinch hit. Moore, Stevenson. Ciani got a hit. Oh my God. Mangum with 2 hits. 8 strikeouts and only 1 walk. I want to see more walks. WBC headlines. The easy part is over. The regular round of the 2026 World Baseball Classic has concluded. Surviving teams will advance. Playoffs begin. Cuba versus the U.S., Italy versus Canada, Japan versus Dominican Republic, and Venezuela versus South Korea. The United States World Baseball Classic team is fielding Bobby Witt Jr. in the leadoff, Michael Harris second, Brent Rooker, Roman Anthony, Austin Riley, Aaron Judge, Mookie Betts, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Patrick Bailey, with a 3-pitcher rotation of Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens, and Chris Sale representing the USA. It's cool that you can actually see all those. You might recognize Yandy Diaz, Yordan Alvarez, Luis Robert Jr., Jorge Soler, Yasmani Grandal, Pedro Leon, Andy Pages, Jose Iglesias, lots of Cuban players in the MLB. Nestor Cortez, lots of good dudes. Italy, I might not recognize any. Miles Mastroboni hitting second, and Brandon Nimmo, Vinny Pasquantino, Sal Frelick. Haven't really watched him very much. David Fletcher was also on the Vultures. Man, he's gone down, dude. He was not a 35 overall last year. He's gone down. He was terrible for us, to be honest. He was terrible for us. Bo Naylor, Josh Naylor, Miles Naylor, 3 Naylors on the Canadian team. Oops. Japan with obviously a pretty stacked lineup. They've got Sasaki, Yamamoto, and Otani in the rotation. That's cheating, man. This is not Japan. This is just the Dodgers. I told you, man. It's California mirrored. That's literally just the Dodger rotation, bro. Dominican Republic, got Julio Rodriguez, Vladdy Jr., Ellie De La Cruz, Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis Jr., Ketel Marte, Yainer Diaz, Jason Dominguez, and Willy Adames. That's a stacked lineup, to be honest. Dominican Republic got Ronaldo Lopez, Framber Valdez, and Christopher Sanchez. Honestly, pretty stacked. Venezuela has Jackson Churiel, Ronald Acuna Jr., Wilyer Abreu, William Contreras, Ezequiel Tovar, Andres Jimenez, Oswald Peraza, Luis Matos, Pablo Eliendo, and then pitchers Ranger Suarez, Pablo Lopez, Luis Garcia. Pretty stacked. And then South Korea. I don't recognize any pitchers because they are all pitchers in the Korean League. That makes sense. But Jung-Hoo Lee, Ha-Sung Kim, lots of recognizable names in the lineup here. Yeah, there's a lot of scary lineups in there. But we took the dub. We took the dub against the Oakland Aztecs, who rebranded in this timeline. Oh, that's funny. Okay, next game. Boop. Win against Kansas City. All right, so I changed the lineup, and suddenly I start to see more than 3 hits a game. How about that? Now, I know they're still substituting 50 other players for spring training every single game, but Invaders brought it in the 5th, 6th, and 8th inning. Wilmer Flores with a double. Isaac Kiner-Falefa with a double. Those are not my starters. David Hamilton with a homer. Good for you, bro. 2 stolen bases and 1 caught stealing. I feel like if you can get 2 steals and 1 caught, is that worth it? Even though you create an extra out? I think it is, to be aggressive. We caught them stealing as well. If you're trading 1 for 1, then I don't think it's worth it. If you're getting at least 2 steals for every 1 caught, that's probably worth it to me. Las Vegas pitching. We need better out of Dustin May, and I don't know who Derek Holland is. But then, again, our bullpen's looking fairly promising, because I feel like the bullpen, the starters are always giving up runs, the bullpen comes in and shuts them down. Ads are going to start in a few minutes, just FYI. Like 3 or so minutes. 10 hits, 3 walks, only 6 strikeouts. I'm happy with that. Alcantara got a rare hit. Hamilton with that double. Banfield with a hit. Our shortstop, Wilmer Flores. March on. Yeah, I'm hoping that Chang actually bounces back after a weak start. Winseal, Perez, Mangum, Siani, Kiner-Falefa. All right, good job, gamers. What's going on in the league? Yandy Diaz got traded for Ryan Waldschmidt, a 23-year-old prospect. That seems like a big trade for someone that my scout only thinks is a 40 potential overall. I'm allergic to trades for underperforming prospects. All right, finish today. I think we had a day of rest. Day of rest. Let me check my pitching rotation. I want to get Woodruff in for Bobby Miller as a starter. I want to flip these around to kind of get them in the groove. Set the pitch count for them. So these guys have had a couple starts now and have actually been pretty impressed. The only other person here that I would want a potential start from are the guys that we picked up from random free agency. Potentially Heaney, Hauser could come in as backups, but I don't know if I want to start with them. Luis Gil had a couple. He seems like he's better out of the bullpen, which is what I expected. And we'll give Bubba Chandler some time in the bullpen as well. They can just throw whoever. Okay. Then, ready to sim again, I think? Because it should be Tyler Malley, who I'm hoping can work it out after last time. He gave up 5 earned runs. Do we play Baltimore again? Win 14-5. Oh my God. Slammed it on them. Just dunked on their heads. 8 runs in the third for the Invaders on 18 hits. 14 runs scored on 18 hits. What a game. Though I'm a believer in the 10-run curse. Anytime you score 10 or more runs, you're going to get like 3 hits in your next game and get maybe shut out or like 1 run. The 10-run curse, it's real. Doubles, Arenamo, Alcantara, triples, Perez, Chang, home runs, Shunk, and Baker. A stolen base and a caught stealing. And then Tyler Mayle still can't work it out. Gave up Malley. Sorry. 3 earned in 3 innings pitched. Medina came up and gave up 2, but the rest of the bullpen shut him down. All right, ad's going to start in a couple seconds. Turn your volume down if you're the kind of person who gets ads. And if you're that kind of person who gets ads, you have the opportunity to change that. I'm just kidding. I'm going to take a quick BRB step away and get a snack because I'm a little hungry. And then we only have 10 days left before opening day. So there's going to be 3 days off before opening day. So it's almost opening day time. So we're going to have some channel point bets and hop into the game, get some opening day action pretty shortly. Set our opening day lineup and let it go. But I appreciate all you guys watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you all having a nice Saturday. I'll be right back. Yo. What's up? Let's see what our record is. We are 10-12 in spring training. 22 games have gone by. Mariners sitting on top of our division, 14-7. None of this is going to matter in 10 in-game days, though. So, the slate will be cleaned, and then the real brackets will begin to manifest. Iñigo de los Santos expressed disappointment but relief after being told he would miss 4 to 5 months with a sore shoulder. I'd rather know than not know. I'll just take it one day at a time. The United States takes a 10-0 victory over the Dominican Republic in the championship game of the tournament, celebrating on the field with their championship round trophy. Dominican Republic had a great run, and we knew nothing would be handed to us, team manager Ken Macha said after the game, but these guys would not be denied. Oh, it actually is it generates like highlights. I didn't know it generates like replay highlights. That's what it means by highlights. Oh, whoops. Well, now I know. I don't know if I need highlights. I probably would just, well, I guess highlights from my teams would be good, and that's pretty much all I need. Yeah, I think it's game recaps. I think that's what it is. So yeah, you could actually go and watch the replays of the games that are being simmed if you want. So I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I guess the US takes home the trophy. I don't know how to see the WBC standings. There you go. So US beat Canada. Dominican Republic beat Venezuela. Venezuela beat South Korea. Dominican Republic beat Japan. And the US takes home the gold. Dominican Republic beating Japan is crazy. It kind of is, yeah. There's so much stuff in this game. There is a lot of stuff in this game. Quite a lot. Very deep game, which is why I think it's worth the money easy. All right, we won 14-5 against Baltimore in spring training. I wanted to see who the breakout stars were. Because like Alcantara went 2 for 2, still struggling a bit this season, but it's nice to see you get a hit. Leadoff spot, Blaze Alexander seems to be doing okay there. Arenamo also doing great in the 2 spot. That's good. Banfield, honestly rising to the occasion, was our backup catcher and might become our starting catcher with these performances. Wilmer Flores put in the DH, got mild hip strain day-to-day, minimal 1 week. I'm gonna say, how do you bench him for? Why is it, this screen looks different now? Oh, bench player for X days. Bench him for at least 5 days. Luke and Baker 1 for 2. Drew Ellis still underperforming, but his substitutions, Shunk and Moore, rising to the occasion. Stevenson and Pedro Leon is back. Nice. Put him back in the lineup. Kiner Falefa got some hits. All right, where is that lineup? There's Pedro Leon. All right, honestly, Cal Stevenson has been doing okay, but he's cooling off now. I would say Pedro Leon first, Cal Stevenson second, and then we just replaced Lockridge. Lockridge is doing kind of bad anyway, but the sample size is not huge. He's been starting in left. Or in right, rather. Let's just move Gorski back up. We need, yeah. Curious. I wish there was a way to quickly see if someone else was on this lineup who's not in the lineup. I'd probably move Pedro Leon up here. Over Banfield. Or you can set bench player if injury is at least minimal. Yeah, I probably will do that at some point. There's probably a way to do it from the overarching strategy. Or is there not? It doesn't look like it. But I don't even have Caratini getting... I'm gonna bench Marchand for now. Actually, get him in here, and then... Yeah, how do you... Like, I just need a highlight for who's not in this list, because it's hurting my brain. I wonder if there's a filter. Like, let's get Caratini as a pinch hitter. Caden Wallace as a pinch hitter. Wait, Caden Wallace is already... Yeah, he's already on the list. I think he'll just take from those guys anyway. Trying to get as many people to get at bats as possible. I usually sort by position. The problem is I haven't given them all primary positions yet. All right, let's just send it. Play at Chicago. Boom. Lost 2-5. The World Baseball Classic off-season begins. All right, we got 6 hits, only 2 runs. Vegas line score. Blaze got a hit. Arenamo got a hit. Pedro Leon 0 for 1, and then they subbed in Winseal Perez for 2 at bats. Okay. Manager, I don't know what you're doing, but that's fine. Arenamo with a double. Leon with a stolen base. Arenamo with an error. Outfield assist is nice. So Bachman got blown up for 5 runs. Okay, let's go back to pitching staff. Take Bachman out. See if we can give... Did Bobby Miller get updated to a potential 60? Or was he always a potential 60? In January, the scout updated his potential stuff. I think maybe we just give him some more starts. He's had some trouble, but he would be a guy that I would like to develop. All right, next game, Texas. Dylan Moore has suffered a day-to-day bruised thigh. Moderate effect. Recovery is expected to take 1 week. Bro, who are all these guys? Wait, Jose Urquidy is in our minor league system? He's only a 40? He's just been injured so much. Now he's got a torn UCL and he's Tommy John. I guess that's fitting. Luckily, I don't think any of these guys were people that we were like super interested in. Yeah, I didn't know that many people were out. All right, who did they say just got injured? With day-to-day? Isn't there a way to see that someone got pulled for an injury here? We lost 5-2. That was yesterday. This is a win 8-1. I'm looking at the wrong game. That would explain it. How do you see if, like, who got injured? Oh, there it is. Dylan Moore was injured being hit. They hit him with a pitch. You guys better come out of the dugout and support your guy. You know what I'm saying? You throw a pitch at my man, we need to have a benches clearing brawl taking place. How's the defense look? I feel like there's been a lot of errors. It feels like there's been a lot of errors. You're gonna hit my man that is coming out here hitting 321 in spring training with 871 OPS? Won a gold glove in 2024 at starting pitcher even though he's not a pitcher? Someone explain that one to me. All right, he's if day-to-day severity at least minimal, bench him. There's no reason to get more injured. Anyway, good win against the Rangers. 16 hits. Kept them to just 3. Player of the game was Drew Ellis. Banfield hit a double. Chang hit a double. Wallace hit a double. Baker with a homer. Ellis with a homer. We had 16 strikeouts. So it seems like a lot. 8 RBI, no walks? We need to work on our approach at the plate, apparently. But hey, you're getting hits. So I guess that counts. Banfield continuing to swing a hot stick. Backup catcher wants to be our starter catcher, apparently. Chang picking up a hit. Arenamo continues to hit well. I'm impressed with a couple dudes at the front of the lineup. I hope they can continue that into the season. Shunk is a good pinch hitter right now, too. Everyone else needs more hits, please. And then pitching-wise, good to see Blair, Seth Blair, coming out. He's been a pleasant surprise, though I don't know if that will continue. I don't know if we have anybody else with, like, high enough stamina. We could try, like, Adrian Hauser and Andrew Heaney, but if Blair's doing well, then I say keep him in a groove. Okay. Looking good, guys. Looking good. Do that more. When it came to hitting the baseball, Ellie De La Cruz had few peers in the World Baseball Classic this year. Third baseman for the Dominican Republic tagged opposing pitchers for .469 average. Voted MVP. He had 15 hits, 3 doubles, 7 homers, and 15 runs scored with 14 runs batted in. Behind him was Vladdy Guerrero Jr., also on Dominican Republic. And then Julio Rodriguez, also on the Dominican Republic. So basically the fact that the U.S. even won at all was probably just due to pitching, I would assume. Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees was injured in today's game against Minnesota and had to be helped off the field by trainers. The initial diagnosis is a strained calf muscle. He's expected to be out for 3 to 4 weeks and will miss opening day. Happened while he was running the bases. It hurt a lot, to be honest. I just hope it heals soon so I can get back on the field. Iñigo de los Santos is out for 4 to 5 months with a sore shoulder. And we have a day off. And who's pitching? Dustin May? We need Dustin May to figure it out. Tie. Wait, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. Yesterday, tie at Los Angeles. 3 to 3. We gave up 2 runs in the 9th. Who's responsible? Our hopeful closer, Uribe, who just is struggling quite a lot. He's not going to be our closer at this rate, that's for sure. May came out for clean innings. Okay, looking good. Player of the game, Joe Redfield. That's on the other team. We had 6 hits, 3 runs, and a walk. All right, next game. Play at Tampa. Loss 1 to 8. Feels bad, man. 3 hits. Sad game. Bachman gave up 3 runs, did not record an out. Okay, well, our entire bullpen gave up 1 run, 1 run, 1 run, 3 runs, 1 run. Ouch. We took 6 walks. Yeah, but when the other pitcher is holding you to 1 run the entire game, that's because they were just being very careful and very elite the entire time. Is that freaking Cameron Meisner, who former Las Vegas Vulture? Cameron Meisner? Who played for Tampa in 2025? Getting some playing time? Good for you, dude. Good for you. I like seeing some familiar faces. All right, this is a terrible game. Moving on. Chicago Cubs and Ian Happ have agreed on a contract extension valued at $100 million for 4 years, $25 million a season. That seems very high to me. He is good. Ian Happ is good, but 25 mil a season is a lot of money. He was hitting 249 last season, 342 on base percentage, 765 OPS, and 1 WAR. Philadelphia and Oakland confirmed an agreement. Alec Baum for JJ Bleday. And another minor leaguer. Baum going to the Aztecs. Chad, should we be doing a trade before opening day? Should we be trying to do a trade somewhere? And if so, what? Who do we even have that someone else would want? I wonder what it's like playing some of the minor leagues in this game from around the world. That would be crazy. You could get a good center fielder. Sounds like you need a closer. No, my actual closer is going to be Suarez. The other guy, we were just hoping to be a setup guy and maybe train him into a closer over the season. Kind of develop him a little bit. It's not really like, I know who we need. The issue is who do we have that other teams would want? You know what I mean? Because just looking at, like, the roster right now. Like if we just go, I like OBP. I know it's not the end all be all, but if we just look, we got some pretty bad. Like Fosq is gonna be one of my everyday starters. Maybe he just needs some time. But he's got 39 at bats right now, hitting 179, right? So like, I don't necessarily need another first baseman, is the thing. I think what I need is a everyday catcher, which we have Banfield as our backup catcher, and he might just be on a hot streak he's either on a hot streak for spring training or he's better than our scout thinks he is. Those are the two options, right? So far, he's got 45 at bats, hitting 289. He doesn't take walks, but he's hitting 422 slugging, good OPS. That's really good for a catcher with these kind of defensive stats. I don't think he'll continue that. Yeah, we might need another starting pitcher. Trade your starting catcher if your backup is excelling. The thing is, who would want a 45 overall starting catcher? The thing is, this guy had MLB playtime last season, and for a catcher, he did, you know, he did what he's being paid $2 million to just throw every runner out and have good framing. The problem is, it's really hard to, like, I think with the trading, it's a little granular to try and figure out what other teams want in a way that I wish was a little bit more friendly. Like you can click on a team and then look at their strengths, and then if they have a red in catcher, then they might actually want to trade for a catcher, right? But if there was a way for you to click catcher somewhere else and then see a list of teams who had a need for a catcher, that would be easier than going to every single team one by one and seeing whether they need your catcher. Now you can put them up on the trading block and see if any other team responds, but then the player knows they're on the trading block and it can impact their mentality because they know that you're shopping them around. So it can, you know, backfire on you, especially if you don't trade them. But if we just looked at like the Rockies, for example, like this dude's 24 years old. They're not going to trade one of their top prospects for our starting catcher, right? They're just not gonna. They have their own trading. Let's see who they're untouchable. They have no untouchable players. They got Jose Rodriguez on the trading block. They have a couple of expiring contracts. Here are their top prospects. But yeah, it would be funny to, we're not going to get Ezekiel Tovar. 60 overall at short. Our head scout thinks this dude is even higher potential than the OSA does, so there's no way they're going to give it to him. But we also have low scouting accuracy on him. So what you would do if you were actually shopping for this guy is queue him up to get a scouting report. And I don't know, maybe that improves his scouting accuracy. Something like that. But I don't really know, like, strategy with regard to initiating an actual trade here, right? Like if I was doing, out of curiosity, if we did Raphael Marchand, so retain is like I'm willing to pay money potentially. How do you ask your assistant whether he thinks it's a good deal? But yeah, we don't really have anybody who's you could trade like another guy with high potential, but that just seems like shuffling chairs around. I'm sure somebody would take like Arenamo for somebody, but everyone that I trade, I'm hurting myself somewhere else. You know what I mean? You're back online. I hope they could catch another Out of the Park stream today. Well, what's up? How's it going? We are the assistant. It's a good deal. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should give him away for free? I think that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I think for me, it would be like I don't have anyone on expiring contracts right now. But I definitely do have some people somewhere. But let's just say hypothetically, if they accept this, take it and run before they change their mind. Not a chance. That's so funny. Let's just see how that moves. We'd look like idiots if we accepted this offer. They might be insulted. I'm not going to trade him, obviously. But I'm looking at like second. They have a need for second base. They have nobody starting, nobody platoon. And then the people that I've got, they're not going to take Isaiah Kiner Falefa. He was just on the open market. They're bigger suckers than I realized. Yeah, it would have to be somebody with like higher potential. They're not going to take Joey Gallo. He was just for free. They don't even need a first base. They need a starting left fielder. We just don't have anybody with like high enough potential on the team to match what we're getting there, except for like our top players. We'd have to trade like Luke and Baker. I guess it's an okay deal. Do what you think is right. They'll never make it. Not in a million years. Yeah, probably not wrong, brother. But like Jodar Arenamo could be amazing. You know what I mean? Like he has a 50 potential. He's 22 right now. He's doing great in spring training. So like trading him, you just create another hole in the lineup. It would be a mistake to accept this offer. Would it though? Like Bubba Chandler is a potential 50 with good pitches. But he's been okay. But wouldn't you rather have Chase Dollander? I guess it depends on his scouting, right? We have to do scouting first. But if he is a 70 potential starting pitcher, wouldn't I rather trade the catcher starting pitcher for that? I think we bank on Brandon Woodruff having some value later in the season. Yeah, it's just hard to trade right now. We don't have any pieces to move. I do need another starting pitcher, though. This proposal is nothing to get excited about, but I'm not against it. I can't imagine a world in which they accept this offer. 30-year-old Ian Hamilton, reliever out of the bullpen, 50 overall. Had good stats last year. Yeah, he seems like if he plays worse than his stats, these all look like bad deals to me. Chat, I got bad news about Abner Uribe. His potential rating dropped from like 60 to 50. Also, I do like having more scouting reports. But I don't remember where to set that. Right here. Yeah, have keep all scout reports. Weren't there more reports? Or is this it, I guess? Are there a finite amount of deals, or can he just send so many ban offers they accept out of annoyance? There is a reputation system, though I'm not really sure how it works yet, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know if I can afford to trade anybody right now just because you just create a hole somewhere else. All right, we got crushed. Finished today's game. It's a loss at Minnesota 3-7. Oh, so we were winning and then 5 runs given up in the 8th by Spencer Howard and Eric Miller. Good job, guys. You ruined it. Mangum with a double, Perez with a double. Arenamo continues to go crazy. Has a homer? Is he our new superstar? 7 hits, 4 walks, 9 strikeouts. I've got mail. Tae-Yeon Kang just got back from scouting starting pitcher Chase Dollander. Uh-oh. He's even better? No, he's worse. We think his potential is a 60 now, not a 70. Still great, right? It's still really good. Now we have high scouting accuracy. I don't like hard mode. It doesn't feel realistic to me. If I call a GM, what would you do to make this deal work? Seems like an actual question you'd be able to ask. That's true. I do agree with that. I think that the issue is that make this work goes too far, and even if that GM doesn't want that player, they'll try and find something that the AI will agree to, right? So there needs to be like an in-between, and that comes down to trading AI, which apparently is very difficult to code because every single sports game struggles with it, no matter what. All of them. Sources in Cincinnati are talking about moving Tyler Stevenson. Okay, so finished today. Boop. Loss at Boston 1-4. Come on, guys. 2 hits in the whole game. You got to get this all out of your system. Bobby Miller is not that guy right now. I don't think. I think we need a different starter. Well, actually, no, he did okay. 2 earned in 4. Snyder and Hamilton each gave up a run. We got so much work to do, boys. Kendry Rojas out for 6 months. Game at Houston. Jack Lebowski. I don't even know who that is. We lost 0-8, got shut out. Lebowski was this bro. Okay. It's over. And guess what? No more. No, spring training is done, boys. Spring training is done. We are last place, 11 wins and 17 losses. So, when does the spring training when does the spring training roster shrink? It's almost time to take some channel points. Opening day is the 24th. All right, we've made it to opening day. Now we have to get everything ready because it's real baseball time. Etal, welcome to the new season. I hope the offseason treated you well. This is a reminder your goal is to stay respectable on the field. That's my goal. The season is about to start publishing the annual top 100 prospect list. This year, 21-year-old Max Clark of the Tigers is #1 overall. The rosters are set, the lineups are set, baseball's back. Well, they're not set yet. After a long hot stove season full of wheeling and dealing and rampant speculation, MLB clubs have broken camp and are about to take the field. We have a series at Toronto to start with. So I'll show you what Toronto looks like. We're going to be seeing Kevin Gossman, 55 overall, 4 pitches, good fastball, mostly a control pitcher with great stamina. Last season, he had a 3.03 ERA, over 196 innings pitched, and kept batters to a 256 batting average overall. Rangers at Astros to open the season. Yeah, there's probably... Where's the actual MLB, like... Oh, there we go. These are the opening day games for 2026. Marlins at Pirates, Red Sox at Orioles. Wow, so they have to, like, after Bregman opts out of the Red Sox contract, I bet the Red Sox fans would be pissed after he takes 3rd place in the MVP. That would make him the enemy of the entire Boston area. Easy. Having a MVP caliber season. Wait, no, yeah, he did join the O's. Yeah. So Bregman went to the O's in this timeline, and then they play each other. White Sox at Royals, Tampa Rays and Angels, Invaders and Blue Jays, Padres and Braves, Guardians and Yankees, Portland Pioneers against the Mets. Good freaking luck, dude. Rangers at Astros, Mariners at Twins, Phillies at Brewers, Rockies at Cards, Nationals at Cubs, Dodgers at Diamondbacks, Detroit Tigers at Aztecs. I like how they were the Oakland A's, and they were like, by the way, the A stands for Aztecs. Cincinnati Reds at San Francisco Giants. Time to review the roster. Because we got too many players on this team. I like how the game still abbreviates the team as ATH. The Aztecs. The Aztecs. You know what? It's probably possible to go into game settings and change their abbreviation yourself. Why aren't they just Oak? If they're still in Oakland in this timeline. Right? Okay. Well, we fixed it for them. Now, it's time to get rid of the stinkies. It's time to get rid of the stinkies. Suarez has conjunctivitis for 3 days. I don't know what conjunctivitis is, brother. Bench player if injury severity at least minimal. Oh, he's got pink eye. Oh, okay. That's not good. Yeah, you probably shouldn't even be on the bench. You should be at home. Okay, let's look at pitcher stats because we haven't really looked at how this is how all of these pitchers did. Who did the worst? Spencer Howard. I don't think I drafted you. I think you were from random free agency. So you're definitely getting sent to AAA Nashville. No question. Sam Bachman pitched 16 innings with a 6.48 ERA. Not what you want to see going down as well. Jervis Alfaro, you're not even supposed to be here. I hope you enjoyed your time, though. You're going to AA at best. As a baseball hater but sim lover, could I enjoy this? Well, okay, where is your baseball hatred rooted? Do you really hate it, or are you just like, I don't care? Like, are you... is ambivalent the right word? Let's put it like this. Do you like Football Manager? If you like Football Manager, you'll like this game. Easy. What's up, Noted Yard? Thanks for 28 months of sub, by the way. I appreciate that sub. Welcome to the stream. But you would have to learn the rules of baseball, yeah. But I think that the game has a ton going for it in the simulation, under the hood. Lots of hours. You could easily sink 1,000 hours into this game. No problem. Same, I would say, is probably true for Football Manager. But you have to be willing to, like, learn how a contract works, learn how the actual rules of baseball work, right? So there is an overhead sort of commitment you have to make. There is a tutorial, though I don't know how good the tutorial is. Maybe somebody else in chat has tried the tutorial and can answer that. I think Ian Hamilton is gonna have to get some time with us to see if he really sucks or if he just had some bad innings. He only had 5 innings. Derek Holland, however, was not one of our guys. He's just some dude. Go to AA. Bobby Miller's gonna hang around. Abner Uribe hang around. Yeah. These are the guys that I picked up, but I think Hans Kraus needs to go down. Is he a starting pitcher? No, his stamina is not starting pitcher. They should know that already. The player was out of option years and has to clear waivers. Are we okay with that? I mean, we do need people in the bullpen, so why don't we just come back to him? I love baseball and play MLB The Show a ton, but this seems really in-depth and complex to me. It is in-depth and complex, but I think if you already like baseball, my recommendation, Dizzle, is maybe pick it up on a sale. Because right now, you know, the new game's $50, but it will go on sale. I don't know what they usually go on sale for. I want to say like 50% off or something like that, right? So maybe just wish list it on Steam. if you're kind of on the fence. Or maybe one of the older games is cheaper. It always goes on sale around the All-Star break. Yeah, I don't even know if they sell the old one anymore after the new one comes out. I'm not sure. But anyway, it is complex, but especially if you already play MLB The Show, love baseball, I'd say get into it because it's just really fun. If you have a favorite team, trying to like rework that team and trying to get the player you've always wanted your owner to pay the big bucks for and put them on your team, and like seeing how your decisions go over the course of the season, you know, making those crazy trades, picking up that crazy free agent. Yeah, Colorado Rockies fan. Yeah, just put it into a rebuild and seeing you like, yeah, I could do better. The like, I could do better is the fun part. So it's really, as long as you know basic stats like what is the ERA, what is on base percentage, it's not, the most complicated thing is just figuring out where all the menus you want to find are. And there's a lot of bookmarks on the right hand side that most players use that I don't. I like going through the top menu here. But you can also customize the menu. There's a ton of customization. My one recommendation to anybody who picks this game up is save often, because it does crash. There's just too much going on under the hood. It's kind of unstable, so just make sure you save frequently. Yeah, you can create your own fictional leagues. That's true. If you wanted, you could create the ultimate fantasy start. You could release every player from every team, start a new draft, and go through like a fantasy draft, but in the game, and then make all those teams play against each other. So it can go crazy. You could also start a historical season. If there was like a point in Rockies history that you really loved, you could start the simulation from any point in baseball history and take over the team from there. So, does it take into account things like Coors Field having more homers? Yeah, like our field that we downloaded from the mods. Ballpark. So like each ballpark has ratings for like doubles, triples, average, home runs overall. So I assume the Coors Field home run numbers are tweaked up, for example. So every single stadium has their own like ratings for how often different types of hits fall, and like the distance to the back wall, how tall the wall is, average temperature. It actually does take into account the wind direction and the miles per hour of the wind to influence those homers and stuff. But this is our ballpark. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas. So we'll be playing here. Looks pretty sick. Downloaded this mod off the forums. And it's right there on the strip. And then also, of course, you got like league news to, oh, I don't like being on this screen. Hold on, take me back. But we've also set up like our own team. Like we got this goofy dude here with our neon green screen team. Make your own logos, and that's how we got this thing up here. Is this a real life park? Absolutely not. Nope, completely made up. Okay, I was trying to cut people from the spring training roster because we can only take in 26 active players into a game. So it's about to get a lot more chill because there's not going to be 50 substitutions every single game. It's going to kind of stabilize, and we'll get to see what everyday performance looks like for our team. So I've got to like get rid of the people that we didn't like. Then I need their spring training numbers, because that's all I have to go off of right now. Did you use Uniform Maker? Nope, I did not. All right, Adrian Hauser, I think you were one of the dudes I didn't draft. Go back to AAA. Eric Miller, I don't remember. We did draft him in the expansion draft. He has not done well, but he's doing baseline. Heaney's come out and done better than his numbers suggest. I'm really going very superficial right now with ERA just to try to cut some of these dudes. What's crazy is I didn't think this guy was going to do as well as he has. He's 23 years old. I think even though he's done well, he needs to probably like go down to AAA. However, I want to keep my eye on him. Because, yeah, he pitched 8.2 innings of shutout baseball. That's kind of crazy. He's a potential starter, but I have him as a reliever right now. Ryan Burt, like the dudes who are rated like 35 and 40 pitch the best, but that just could be variance, right? It's hard to say. So here's the thing. If I fix my starting rotation, I want to have 5 starters. We'll be lucky to have 5 starters. And then what, like 8 people in the bullpen? Something like that. And then we just eliminate from that. So as far as starters go, we got Dustin May, who pitched 18 innings, 3.93 ERA. It's not gonna win any awards, right? His whip is really low, but he's walking people and giving up homers, is what we can glean from this. In fact, his fielders are picking him up. So FIP is fielding independent pitching. Basically, it means how are you expected to be doing just on your own, just you. Nobody else in the infield and outfield to make great plays for you, right? And his expected is kind of like 4.89. So he's actually doing better just because his defense is good. That is kind of worrisome, right? But we're paying him $10 million a year for the next 4 years. And he's supposed to be a really good pitcher, so we just need to give him his time. He's still going to be the starter. Hopefully he does better. Hopefully he just does better here. With 50 stamina, I'm going to say like either 85 or 90 pitch count just to get started. Maybe 85 to start and then come back. Brandon Woodruff has a bit more stamina. Keep him to around 90 pitches. He's also fragile, which worries me. How did Brandon Woodruff do? Woodruff did great. 16.1 innings pitched. That's our charity guy. 1.1 ERA, which means he did not give up many runs at all. 109 average against. Whip 0.49, just dominant performance here. I might even give Woodruff the start. Let's give Woodruff our opening day start, I think. Okay, Tyler Mahle. Getting a little worse. 15.2 innings pitched. Kind of just underperforming here. Across the board. Bobby Miller, even worse, but he's a guy that's like got to work toward his potential. And then Seth Blair. Honestly, did really well. Pitched 19.2 innings. I think earned a start. But who else do we have that has like pitcher, like starting pitcher stamina? Bubba Chandler. Who we want to improve and kind of get better. Though he had his own problems. He was just walking a bunch of people. But he has an insane fastball. High adaptability, high work ethic. I don't know if... the thing is, we're giving Mahle $8.7 million. So he kind of has to start at least a little bit. Let's do like 90, 95, absolute maximum amount of pitches. Actually, let's keep you get back to 90. Seth Blair has 55. Stam. Bobby Miller. Okay. So who's definitely not getting demoted? Bubba Chandler, Louise Gill. Not sure about Mason Montgomery. Sal Frank did really well. Santos needs to get demoted, I think. Just because he's 23 years old and he needs time to work. Did we already lock him from getting... Yeah, we already locked him, so he can't get moved by the AI. Okay, cool. I gotta cut a few more people, and now it erased who I had checked. Okay, check, 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 check. Burr stays. Kraus, we're probably gonna put on waivers. Hamilton, we'll keep and hope he can work it out. Heaney did okay, but I'm sending him to AAA. Jack Lebowski. Going to AAA. Medina, I'm going to keep for now. All right, how many do I need to cut? I need to cut like 4. How do I cut 4? When these guys only pitch like 7 or 8 innings. I think Hans Kraus has got to go in general. Maybe someone picks him up off of waivers. It is what it is. All right, how do I do that? Who are these guys? Kraus. Kraus on waivers. And DFA. Okay. There's one. Who's giving up the most homers? Ian Hamilton has given up the most homers. He only pitched 5 innings, though. And we're paying him $2 million. He needs a chance to earn that money. Maybe we just put Abner Uribe. He just doesn't seem ready. Maybe we just put him in AAA. He's got 2 option years left. I need to demote him to AAA Nashville. I want him to get better, but maybe he can get better in AAA and we can call him up. I just need to make sure that the other coaches don't accidentally release him, because that would be very embarrassing. They're saying that he needs to be up. Which I do agree with. I don't know, man. If you move him back and forth, does it take his options? The active roster is full. All right, give me a sec. Let me just lock him. This is tough, man. The spring training cuts is tough. I need to cut at least 2 more people. Mason Montgomery did pretty excellent. Who am I getting rid of here? Snyder has a high whip. Yeah, Snyder is one of those guys that it's only a 7.1 inning sample size, right? That's what I'm worried about, because if we look at his individual stats, he just gave up 5 hits in the last 2 games, pretty much. Had a couple bad games. but I'm expecting him to improve. I think if I'm not going on stats and I'm going more off of like what my scout thinks, Burr's been doing pretty good compared to what we think he should be doing. I'm sitting Eric Miller down, but he throws left. He's one of the only lefties we have. That might be worth something. Maybe have Luis Medina go down and work on his stuff a little bit. Oh, he's out of option years too. All right, well, I don't want to send him on waivers. Well, I guess we could send Bubba Chandler down. Ad starting, turn your volume down if you are not a slub. All right, Bubba Chandler, we'll send you down for a bit. We've almost got the pitching done. You could have 9 people in the bullpen, but that's going to limit who else you have access to, right? So we want Suarez to be that closer. Like Eric Miller's problem is control. All right, Ad just started. Maybe Snyder as a setup. Okay. All right, after we do this and we get the lineup set and finish cutting these guys, it's time for opening day. So I'm gonna let you guys put your channel points on the line, and then we get the first game of the regular season underway. Gonna sell some Woodruff jerseys? Hell yeah. What's up, Bubonsky? How's it going, dude? Did someone say Gamba? 1.5 million channel points changed hands yesterday. Our first game series is against Toronto. Series is against Toronto. Glad to see you on a Saturday. Yeah, I had to get through opening day today, man. I've been thinking about my baseball team. I want to see how they perform when it hits the road. I want to see if we can, what I live for are these like breakout stars, you know? We got a couple people in the infield who are smoking the ball in spring training. We're going to see if that can continue into when it's not spring training. So that'll be interesting. Like, I want to see the hero stories. I don't know if we have anybody that could really disappoint us except our starting pitching. But the thing is, our best starting pitching is like 55 overall, and that's good for us, but it's not good when you're facing batters who are like 60, 70, 80 overall. You know what I mean? But hey, we're paying Dustin May 10 mil. I want to see what that gets us. He's our Wade Miley, but he's younger. He's 28. Woodruff, more of a veteran at 33 years old. Our pitching staff on average is just much older than the rest of the like infield outfield, which is funny. I want to see who we managed to get in the like amateur draft too, and how the dudes who we got from the international complex pan out. Who turned out to be the best so far? When I last looked, we'll look at the stats in a second, but I think it was Blaze Alexander actually turned out to be really good in spring training, and then our other random second baseman that was high potential, whose name is difficult to pronounce. And then in the outfield, Pedro Leon was doing pretty good. People arrive. Gamba? So there were a few people that did turn out to be pretty good. We'll see if they'll do it when it matters, right? Because nothing they did counted up till now. All right, ads over. Welcome back. I gotta make a couple more cuts here. which is tough. I think Luis Gill is in for long relief. Or emergency starter. Secondary role is emergency starting pitcher, because he's definitely got the stamina. Eric Miller is a lefty specialist. Andrew Southrank is kind of a lefty specialist too. Let's compare those guys. Eric Miller's got way better stuff, but a little less control. Stats don't exist yet. So I'm fine with this pretty much the way it is. I need to cut like one more dude. Ian Hamilton has no option years left. Maybe we just keep it like this. As a 9-man bullpen is kind of a lot, I think. But we'll have a lot of arms. It's not a lot, it's just the higher end. But that means we have fewer choices for who's on the other side of the roster. So now we have to cut from the infield and the outfield. So let's see generically at a glance who did the worst. Some of them only have like 12 at bats or 9 at bats, so it's tough to say. But my starting shortstop kind of did the worst. So I think I'm going to move him to backup shortstop. Oh wait, that wasn't even as low as it goes. Hold on. I was like, where are the rest of the players? Why does it say all batters and Robert Suarez is listed here? You're not a batter. What are you doing here? Michael Conforto. I'm definitely demoting you, brother. Chat, Matt Gorski did really bad. I know he hit our first franchise home run, but he's going to AAA. He did real bad. I will at least lock him in so we can keep an eye on him. Why do we have 140 players on AAA? Are the coaches actually going to move them or no? Isn't that their job? Oh, he's already locked. He's gone. You gotta make decisions without emotion here. If you go under actions, you can auto sort the minor leagues. Oh, like on this page. Ask AI to set up complete minor league system. They still have 138 players there. So I think they're just going to have to cut people. I'm going to keep Sam Bachman. Was Ian Anderson a dude? No, he was on our team before. Uh-oh, we've got Jose Abreu. Emergency. Emergency. Bro! What timeline? In what timeline did the Astros release Jose Abreu, infamous first baseman, for his 124 average and 166 on base percentage, and he goes 433 with league high OPS? He joined another league. He joined a complete different league, and in that league, he was hitting 433 with a 613 on base percentage. What the hell? But still, that's insane, right? Even for another league? He is a god in the other league, apparently. It's crazy. I'm afraid that, like, I demoted some people and didn't lock them so I could keep an eye on them. That's kind of my fear. I think I locked most of them, if not all. Hopefully. I assume they'll just cut everyone who doesn't fit, right? They're not going to let them play with 138 people on the roster. I think. So I'm just going to let the AI handle it. Meanwhile, back to lineups. Okay, Robbie Grossman, you're out. Riley Unroe only had 19 at bats. However, I think we gotta demote him. We gotta make some cuts. Maybe, okay, Victor Caratini is also going down. Dude, Lockridge did not do what I wanted him to do. I'm sending Kiner Falefa back out because we're already stacked at second base anyway. All right, I have to, like, I think if we just set the lineups, this is going to be the actual opening day lineup. Then we'll know who we have extra that we don't need, right? By just simply getting the roster set up. We'll know where we have, like, oh, we don't have anywhere to put you, so you go down to AAA. I'm going to let you guys go ahead and start betting on opening day. I'm going to give you a long time. I'm going to give you like 20 minutes because it's going to take us at least that long to get this going. So you have like 20 minutes to put channel points in. While I'm trying to sort this out. So the breakout stars, in my opinion, was Jodar Arenamo, who was our potential 50. We think he became an avoid strikeout god. We did lower his potential from 60 to 50, which feels bad. Actually, it got even worse. Yeah, because his contact dropped. Eye rating improved a little bit. But yeah, he's actually been popping off. He's got great speed, gets the steals, good glove, good second baseman, max avoid Ks, might even have more room for contact and gap power. So I think he's an easy starter. Maybe even stay leadoff at 22 years old. So he has been just explosive. 333 average in 54 at-bats, 368 on base percentage, 630 slugging for a 998 OPS. It's insane. All right, then the other guy that I really wanted... Blaze Alexander cooled off. Okay, so Blaze kind of cooled off a bit. Who are you playing opening day? That's what we're deciding right now. It's exactly what we're doing. Because it is opening day. Oh, who? I thought you meant like who are you playing? Like who are you fielding? You know, who are you gonna play today? I thought you meant like who are you putting out? I'm playing, yeah, Toronto. Okay, so Blaze kind of cooled off. My bad. Aaron Shunk. I think I'm very impressed with Dave. I'm trying to see. Okay, let's see who had the most at bats. Excuse me. Jake Mangum threw 55 at bats, hitting 309. I like what I'm seeing there. Left field, center field, right field. Probably going to be our starting right fielder. Okay. Then Cal Stevenson did okay. Lucan Baker did a little better. The more at bats they have, the worse they get. That's what I'm finding. Pedro Leon definitely getting the start in left. Center field is a problem for us. We have a good defensive center fielder. Maybe we just hope Michael Ciani catches up to at least what he was doing last year. Because who else is there? Right? Like, Cal Stevenson is another dude. Like, Aaron Schunk only had 12 at-bats. That's what makes me wonder. Same for Joey Gallo. The power is there, and that's pretty much it. If David Hamilton starts at second, we also have Dylan Moore. Man, this is tough, man. How do you pick? I think Hernandez, not Hernandez. Where's the other catcher? Will Banfield was going to start. Oh, I'm allergic to Will Banfield starting at catcher. I think we're probably going to demote Hernandez to AAA. The problem is, where does he go? Is he locked? Yeah, he's locked. Okay. Well, that's an easy cut then. How many more people do I have to cut? 11. Oh boy. I have to cut 11 people. I think Lucan Baker deserves the start at DH. He was producing. He's not really a first base. Set position 2, designated hitter. Winseal Perez did okay. All right, where does that leave us? All in on doubters? Wow. You guys are doubting the veracity of the Vegas Invaders versus the Toronto Blue Jays? Psh. All right, Dylan Moore, I'm going to get you in here, bro. I think you play first base for us right now because I like your eye. You got decent power, gap power, pretty good speed, holy stealing aggressiveness, and you're also just a versatile player around the field. Wilmer Flores might also get a look at first, but he's currently injured. Shunk wants to play. Who's going to play third? I guess we could just put Blaze in there at third and hope that he can, like, pick it up a little bit, but I don't know. We're kind of damned either way. I don't love it. Drew Ellis was also a first base contender. He had an insane on base percentage. Well, not insane. 340. He wasn't hitting very well. Probably put him in backup. I think I saw Dylan Moore play in Seattle 2 years ago, and he and Big Dumper hit dingers. Big Dumper. That makes sense, but he was hitting 172 with them and 201 with them. That's pretty much what we've come to expect, unfortunately. But maybe he'll overperform and we'll have a breakout year because he is 30. He's 33. Never mind. All right, what position are we missing? I don't know what to set Dylan Moore to. I guess I'll set him to first base for now. We got first, second, third. We don't have anyone at short is the problem. So your options are like Kevin Made, who didn't do well. Sergio Alcantara, who didn't do well. And Sung-Chae Chang, who didn't do well. Those are my options. No one really is good at shortstop except Kevin Made defensively, and that's it. But also, in terms of stats, I don't think Kevin Made had very much... Where did he go? Did I already demote him? Oh, he's all the way down here. He had 28 at-bats, hitting 167. Oof. Or, sorry, he was hitting 143. Oof. All right, we still keep him on as a utility shortstop. And then Sung-Chae Chang has to go in at short. All right, now we're missing center field. What am I missing, chat? Okay, I have first, second, third, shortstop, left field, right field, DH, center field, and catcher. Missing catcher. None of them. None of them. That's who. We're going to try Banfield starting catcher. Marshawn start every third game. Okay. And then we need that freaking center fielder. Is it just going to be Michael Ciani and hope he works it out? Sure. There we go. All right. I think this is going to be the starting lineup, but in a different order. And now I need the backup players. So backup first base is, I don't know if I want Joey Gallo on the team. He's just going to hit the occasional home run. I think I want... It's either Foscue or Ellis. I'd say Foscue. Better at defense, maybe more consistent. And then Ellis as a backup DH, because he's got some power, good eye. All right, what about second base? Or even third? Okay, Caden Wallace at backup third. Alcantara can do both. Did we have an Alcantara on the Vultures last year and he was not good? Oh yeah, we got David Hamilton as a backup second base as well. The thing is, Hamilton was hitting really well, but he's kind of blocked. Arenamo could play... Oh, what if we move Arenamo over to short? He's not as good at short. Hold on. That could get Chang as the backup. We might struggle at shortstop, but that would let David Hamilton hit at second. And then that would also let us pull in Caden Wallace as backup third. He's already there. I think you did have an Alcantara. It's probably the same dude. I think Alcantara is probably just going to get sent down. We'll just go ahead and make that cut. Because we got the infield pretty much already set. Because we still got Riley Unroe, who's not that good either. But he mashed with the Tigers in the simulation, which is why I'm giving him a chance. And he has decent defense. Pretty good defense. Okay, left fielder. Or just outfielders in general. You got like 5 minutes if you want to tab back in and put channel points on the line. Believers and doubters. Believers and doubters. Who's better right field? Perez is a better right field. Cal Stevenson can take over left. And whichever one of them is the best at center can take over center. They're both about the same, actually. They have the exact same defensive range and stats, which is crazy. So from a pure batting perspective, I prefer the Omega I of Cal Stevenson. All right, who have we not used? Brandon Lockridge. We have too many outfielders, is what I'm thinking. I think Lockridge has been demoted to a 35. I think we have to send Lockridge down. I wanted him to be good. I just want to make sure that he is locked so I can at least watch him. Okay. Almost got it. How many more do I need to cut, though? So, Perez has a spot. Stevenson has a spot. Backup short. Kevin Made probably just needs to go down and work on his stuff. He could be awesome. But he's 23 years old, and he has plenty of time left. All right, he's already locked. Sick. How many more do I need to cut? I need to cut 8 more, somehow. I think I'm just going to cut Gallo. And then... where does that leave us? Marshawn, backup catcher. We just have too many players. I think I need to cut one of the pitchers because we have like a 9-pitcher bullpen, which seems big. It seems real big. Mason Montgomery, I'm just going to send you down, bro. And then I need to lock him. He's locked. Okay. I cut one of the relievers. You guys want to look at the last minute channel points? You want to look at the Blue Jays starters? To see who we're up against? So you can put some channel points in. Where are the Blue Jays? Blue Jays got Andres Jimenez at leadoff with a 50 overall, according to our scout. Will Wagner, 50 overall. Vladdy Jr. with a 65 overall. Dalton Varsho with a 55 overall. Davis Schneider with a 45. Addison Barger with 50. Alejandro Kirk, 55. Joey Loperfido, former Astro, at a 45. And George Springer is in the 9 spot at a 45. Wow, George, what happened, brother? Blue Jays will be happy, I think, when they're not paying Springer for another $24 million next year. He hit 220 in 2024. 258. He actually had a pretty good year in 2023. Simulation does not like him. How's he doing in real life? Oh. Just a casual 329 with a 412 on base percentage and a 932 OPS. So they're probably, I take, if he can keep that up, I think they'll be pretty happy with him. So never mind. Seems like he's having a good start to the season. All right, your last chance to put in channel points is at hand. You can put Flores on the IL to start. Oh yeah, it's true. He's just day to day. Put him on like the 10-day IL. That'll free up a spot. Okay. Who's left? We got the lineup in a not the correct order, but we still have to cut 5. Dude, how am I going to cut 5 players? I meant to bet 30K, but I bet 30 lol. Well, you're about to be freaking rich. We just have a backup player for every single position is the problem. Right? That's the issue. Like, I don't think we can keep Ellis as exclusively a backup DH. So, I think that he just has to go. I gotta make some cuts. But let me make sure we keep him around. All right, he's already locked. All right, that's 1. 4 more. Someone else can be DH. I'm thinking about cutting Perez, but I didn't hate... Like, 686 OPS is not good, but for our team, it will be. So I think it's maybe between Cal Stevenson. They're pretty similar. But I don't mind having 2 other outfielders. It's just like... we just have too many replacement players. Did Riley Unroe just get lucky in the MLB last season? Like, Chang is a backup second base and shortstop. Unroe is probably the lowest rated player on the team from just a pure, like, what does our scout think of him? Ditto for Aaron Shunk. Which I don't even have Shunk on the lineup. So I think if you don't even have him on the lineup, then put him in AAA. He's got 3 option years left. I didn't notice that I didn't have him on the lineup. Demote. All right, we just need to cut 3 more. Almost there. I want to lock Shunk promotion. Why is Suarez coming up on my batters? List. Out of curiosity. Cal's a good pinch hitter too? Yeah. Basically. Are there randomized prospects in this game, or is everyone pre-ginned? Is it possible to scoop up some insane stat prospect? Absent, the answer is... yeah, everybody in the game who's a prospect is real. Is a real individual. But then as every year that goes by, new potential like high school players are generated. And new international players are generated. And so from the first season or two, you're going to start to, like after the first season, you're going to start to see a few generated people. And then eventually everyone will be fictional. Like it'll just keep circulating more people in. So you'll be like, if I played this for a 15-year save, it would be unrecognizable. And some of the old, but like we'd have like Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, like I would have like Altuve, all the people who are going to be future Hall of Famers as coaches. They can become coaches or whatever. So it would be funny. Kyle Tucker would still be playing for the Astros. Well, for 9 years, not for 10. Do same people develop differently across different saves? They can, yeah, because you actually hire your entire personnel staff. And so there's obviously, aside from the staff, there's some randomness for sure. And they will develop differently or play differently season to season. Because baseball is RNG. It is. But it's statistics-driven RNG. So you're playing... baseball is a game of playing the odds. You want your guys to hit the ball 1 out of every 3 times, at least. Like that's not at least. That's best. If every guy was doing that on your team, you would have the best team in baseball. So you're just like gambling. Yeah, it's gambling. Baseball's gambling, basically. But you can tweak the odds in your favor because you are in charge of hiring your coaching staff also, right? So like my scouting director, depending on who I hire and what he's good at and what his preferences are, will impact what I perceive various players to be because I'm reading all of his reports. But whether or not my team is working with hitting coach Sean Buchanan, who's got outstanding teaches hitting and he helps them develop in an outstanding level, you know, how they work with those coaches they'll develop differently, yeah. And then besides the coaches, they'll still have variance. So the short answer is yes. All right, I need to cut 3 people. Just 3 people. I'm thinking about cutting Riley Unroe. What I like about Riley Unroe is he's a utility player for second, third, short. I'm thinking about cutting... I want to have 2 outfielders. But I don't need 2 people who can cover... like, I think Caden Wallace... I think Caden is getting cut. All right, I just got to make the cut. Oh, he's one of the dudes we got from the... is he a Rule 5? Was he a Rule 5-er? Oh, man, that's rough. In that case, maybe just cut Unroe. Someone's got to go. Sorry. I'll watch you, though. To make sure you don't get cut by the AI, disable AI demotion promotion. No, I don't want to give him back because he actually has room to possibly get better. And I want to see if we can make him better. And I also like... I like his potential. And I also like his stats. But we'll see if he turns into anything. He's going to just be kind of learning on the go. And if it doesn't work out, then we'll send him back. All right, where is Chang? Chang, you go back up second base. The problem is we got Foscue and Lucan Baker kind of occupying the same spot. I think Justin Foscue did not do that well in spring training with a bunch of at-bats. I think he's getting the cut too. All right, where is... I keep clicking on the wrong button. Foscue. All right, chat, I'm almost ready. This is the hard part. Once we get through this, it gets a lot easier. Wait, where'd he go? You sent down Lucan by accident. Oh. Whoops. Misclick. I hope they don't... I hope that doesn't count against me. What was his last name? I just know his name is Lucan. Where is Foscue then? This list is so stupidly long. Baker. Baker. The problem is I can't move him back up until I cut one more player. I gotta cut one more dude. I feel like we don't, like, do I have too many pitchers? How many pitchers is normal to have in your bullpen? Eight relief pitchers. Yeah, that's what I got. I feel like only having one substitute outfielder and one substitute infielder and one sub catcher, like, am I missing something? I think the people on the injured list are counting against us, are they, or aren't they? Is the problem the injured list? They shouldn't count against us. I usually have one spare catcher, two infield, one outfield. Send down Alexander or Wallace, and I think you're good. Well, Alexander's starting, so... And I can't send down Wallace. I have to give him back to the other team. I can give him back to the other team, I guess. That was the issue. We gave him 27 at bats. He hit 185. Maybe he gets better. How do I give him back? Do I release him? I'm gonna put him on that short list. The shoulda, woulda, coulda short list. All right, he's gone. He's gone. There is no waivers. He was a Rule 5 pick. Going back to the Nationals. Who we took him from originally. He's probably not very happy about it. All right, now we get Baker back on the lineup. My bad. Hopefully that didn't ruin any of the other stats. And we have finished making cuts. Now I just have to put the people where they go. Luke and Baker, right there. Now that we got the team together, Dylan Moore is my starting first base. Baker is the backup first base. He's not good, but he's what we got. That's why he's a backup. And at third base, Alexander starts. Man, we don't have anybody else who can play third. We don't have like a good utility third base. Like technically, Arenamo could learn third, so that's useful. So he'd have to move over and just learn the position. Moore is bad at third, but could do it. So, but Moore is our starting first baseman. So it gets a little confusing when we go this way. This is like a weird stacked substitute. All of my substitutes for third are also starters, which gets a little confusing. And then backup DH. Might also be Dylan Moore. I don't know. They can just like swap. We don't. This is weird. Yeah, I guess. More backup DH? I don't know. All right. We don't have a backup catcher, which we hopefully won't need. We already got Sung at backup short and at backup second base, which is good. Now for the outfield. Stevenson backing up left and center. Perez backing up right and also left. I think we're good. I think we're good. Chang could probably become a third baseman, but we would have had to make that decision in spring training. Not now. We don't even know what his potential at third base is. But I think we got what we're after. Now let me just move these guys around. So I think I want Arenamo at leadoff. I liked him at leadoff. The speed, the avoid Ks, he's putting the ball in play. He's got high potential. He had high stats. Mangum, likewise, has some gap power in there and puts the ball in play a ton. Doesn't take many walks. But I like what I was seeing from him. Pedro Leon, kind of just like balanced. Decent slugging, high OPS. Hitting third. Lucan Baker in cleanup, trying to bring him home with big power. Dylan Moore with a good eye to kind of set the table for the next group after Lucan Baker goes. Blaze Alexander, not great stats here, but had not great OPS either. So I might shift David Hamilton up, because David Hamilton actually was tearing it up with a 936 OPS. He was slugging like crazy, dude. I might even move him above Dylan Moore here. I don't mind having a lefty a little further up. We got a switch hitter, lefty, and then a lefty. So at least they're a little more balanced, I think. Banfield, maybe in front of Blaze, and then Ciani last. All right, that is our lineup to start. Boom, boom. And then I'm going to paste it on the lefty side. Boom, boom. Because I don't really want to play matchups right now. And then our team is Pog. Are they? Review the active roster. I think I got it set up. I don't know what these guys are going to do with the 151 players we have in AAA. But I think we are ready to party. J. Micah Cooper, thank you for 92 months. I appreciate you. Play game at Toronto. Let me make sure my pitcher is right. Brandon Woodruff. That's the guy. That's our guy. Scheduled game cannot be completed. Las Vegas Invaders invalid secondary roster. Las Vegas still has a spring training invitee, Seth Blair, on the active roster. Okay. Do I just have to offer him? What do I have? What of it? What do I have to do with that? Just, oh, I need to add him to the 40-man. Gotcha. Thank you. Dylan Moore. Wait, is someone on the 40-man who's not supposed to be? We're going to have to put someone through waivers. How do you find out? Like, I know they got the little asterisk and stuff. I don't know which symbol's which because there's no key anywhere. Because there's freaking asterisk, there's the plus, there's the up arrow, there's the number sign. There's too many little symbols. I don't know which one's which. Okay, the asterisk is the secondary roster. But is there one for on the active roster? Or up arrow is right to refuse. Okay, how do I tell which one of these secondary players is not who I want? Let's just look at it for asterisk first. So it's Dylan Moore, and hopefully that's it. Why? Okay, Robert Suarez is just day-to-day. I assume we already set him strategy-wise to not play when injured. Yep. Severity at least minimal, so he shouldn't play. So who am I removing from the secondary roster? Yeah, I gotta waive somebody, but I don't know who. Be easier to sort by team here. In my opinion, it's Ronald Hernandez, the catcher. He's just a guy. He's kind of just a guy. Well, I don't want to DFA him. I just want to waive him. Wait, do I have to DFA him also? It didn't free up a spot on the secondary roster. Okay, designate him for assignment. Where did he go? Yes. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, who are these guys? I don't know who these guys are. You could just release them if you want. It was Dylan Moore? Boom. All right, are we good now? Is my paperwork situated, hopefully? Play game at Toronto. Oh my god. He did it, and it's not even 9 p.m. Pacific. Oh my god. We're at the Rogers Center. Who else here doesn't really grasp the rules of baseball? I mean, it's opening day. I could give you a full play-by-play of every we could go through every single rule like you were seeing a baseball for the first time. You know, we could do that. I'd be like, okay, and here's a strike. Do you know what a strike is? Okay, here's a ball. Here's what a ball is. Now, the strike zone is the imaginary box from the knees up to the letters on the jersey that each player has, depending on their height, can be different sizes. We could do it. All right, here's what I'm going to do so the ads don't interrupt us. I'm going to go ahead and run the ads now 5 minutes early. And then come back. That way we can have a full uninterrupted game. I think that's a good plan. Let's listen to some Risky Rain Survivors. Why not? Prediction as well. You missed it. Don't you see all the other people who've already predicted things? You just weren't here. They've already put their channel points on the line. Let's see how many. 4 million channel points are on the line right now. How does gameplay work in this game? I don't know what that's a big question, so I'm not exactly sure what facet you're discussing. So I'll give you a broad answer. The gameplay is you assemble and manage your team in the spreadsheets, which is the bulk of the gameplay. And then, if you would like, you can watch the individual games played out. It's just a representation of those spreadsheets. It's not like MLB The Show, which is another baseball game. And if you would like to, you could actually play as the manager instead of the general manager and actually govern the moment-to-moment decision-making of the team, such as which player would you like to substitute for which player, which what would you want it to do in the actual innings themselves? How do you want your pitcher to pitch? You can kind of guide them on if you want them to be careful or aggressive, or how you want your batters to bat, when you want them to steal a base. You could do every minute decision. How do you want to play defense, and where do you want to play defense? Or you can choose to be more big picture, which is what I'm doing, and kind of just get the team together. And I've hired a manager who's going to make those decisions for me based on some, oh, I forgot to tweak the strategy. If you cancel the game, will it just simulate it? I forgot. The strategy's fine for the first game. It's fine. So you can handle every decision if you would like, or you can be more big picture if you would like. You can choose how much or little you want the AI to handle. So I don't know if that answers your question, but hopefully it does. Canceling doesn't simulate it? Okay. Because the one thing that I did forget here was I wanted to look at maybe tweaking the strategy sliders so that the manager handles it a little better. Like early in the game. Early in the game, I want to be almost max aggressive base running. I want to use hit and run fairly often. Because we have decent contact and we have great speed. So I want to use that speed and steal a bunch of bases. I almost never want to sack bunt. I don't hate squeeze bunting, to be honest, with this kind of speed. These are all going to be difficult terms to describe without having a visual, so just if you don't know what they mean, that's okay. Never bunt for a hit with this team. Especially in the, well, these are just in the early innings. I kind of want that to be the case for all times. But yeah, there's a lot of... I'm just going to set this up later, because I think it's going to take a long time for us to set up. I'll probably have to do it off stream. In general... In general, though... I like to be a little slower on hooking starters, which basically means substituting them. And then hooking other relievers a little faster. Left-right pitching matchups. Don't care that much right now because we have no lefty pitchers. Prefer a little bit of pitching matchup. Pinch hit for pitchers is not a thing. Pinch hit for position players. Oh, I forgot to set up who I would even want at pinch hitter. Like Kyle Stevenson. I feel like we don't have that many substitutions. Pinch runner if absolutely necessary. But yeah. I don't really want that many pinch hitters. Dylan Moore. Dylan Moore's a starter at first base, so if he pinch hits, he'd have to take himself out of the game and then substitute himself back in. I guess you could put him on. I guess for when he does have a day off, you could have him as a pinch hitter. Maybe that is the point. Honestly, Rafael Marchand should be better than he is right now. I guess I'll put Sung as a pinch hitter as well. Okay, I'll do the like super strategy later. This should be good. I am not going to handle any of the offense, base running, pitching strategy, defense, or substitutions. I'm going to leave that up to the AI. I'm trying to play a more hands-off approach. But you can do as much as you want there. Oh, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. I don't know why all the sound effects get reset. They shouldn't be that loud, I don't think. All right, that's fine. All right, ads are gonna roll. I'm gonna be back in just 3 quick minutes, and then opening day commences. We play ball, and we are not gonna do quick play. I don't know which thing is supposed to be turned on for this. Because it's pause between at bats, pitch by pitch. I do want pitch by pitch. I just hit number 1 and not spacebar. All right, turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chilling. I'm going to turn the game volume down. Turn the music up. And I'll be back in just 3 minutes. Thanks for hanging. Let's play ball. All right. It is time. We are up to bat first. Against right-hander Kevin Gausman. Getting paid $23 million a year for 5 years at the tail end of his contract now at 35 years old. Gausman is a workhorse. Pitched about 196 innings last season. And he's got a nasty fastball that can hit up to 96 miles an hour. He supports that with a slider and a splitter and occasionally mixes in the sinker to keep you on your toes. Last season, he recorded a 3.03 ERA, which is quite good, nice and low, with a low 1.11 whip. A little over 1 home run per 9 innings pitched and 2.7 walks per 9. Kept batters to a pretty low 256 average to any ball that was put in play. And is responsible for 2.8 wins above replacement for his team. Looks pretty solid. But up for your Las Vegas Invaders, the unexpected leadoff hitter, Jodher Arenamo. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. We're about to find out.
Jodher.
Who pronounced that? Who pronounced that? Jodher. It could be Jodher. Let's say Jodher. Jodher Arenamo, the 22-year-old hopeful phenom, has no major league experience. This is his first ever major league game, coming straight up from Double-A to play for the Invaders. So this is his first ever major league at bat, which I think is very fitting for the first ever Las Vegas Invaders major league at bat. So hopefully he's not nervous. But he tore it up during spring training. Let's see what he can do here at the Toronto Blue Jays home park of the Rogers Center. Welcome to baseball on opening day in Toronto. Tonight, the Blue Jays go up against the Invaders. The roof is closed tonight. Game on. Arenamo takes ball 1 from Gausman. A fastball hits 96 miles an hour. Arenamo lays off. The second pitch takes a hack, misses, and that's strike 1. Got him with the splitter. Game is muted. I knew that. The third pitch of the at-bat. Oh, smacked into pretty deep right. That is just foul past the line. A hard hit ball that could have been a leadoff double at least for the young hitter. But instead, why are all the sounds so freaking loud? It's like 80, 70, field volume, 110, music, ambient. It's like you have to reset those almost. 2 strikes on Arenamo. And he fouls it off at the plate and will survive to see another pitch. And the count stays 1 ball, 2 strikes. Managed to get a piece of that slider.
Strike 3.
But he swings and misses. His first career major league at bat ends in a strikeout from Gausman. Chases and can't connect. The Jays have dark home jerseys, I guess? I don't know. Sell the team. That brings up left-hander Jake Mangum facing the righty Gausman. Jake Mangum coming to you today with his second season as a Major League professional, getting a few at-bats with Tampa last season, hoping to be an everyday starter. He's got leadership and a high work ethic in the clubhouse and is a vocal clubhouse leader dedicated to his craft. He is held in high regard by everyone. Manages to put the bat on the ball, doesn't strike out too often. Let's see what he's got for us today. Low and inside, that is ball one. Spits on that fastball as it goes by, doesn't even offer. Takes a big swing and a miss at the slider over the heart of the plate. And the third pitch is low and outside, a fastball that misses. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike for Mangum. Takes a big swing, but a lazy fly ball hangs up for the left fielder, Joey Loperfido, who gloves the second out of the inning. Now the left fielder, Pedro Leon, had himself a great game during spring training and also got to play in the World Baseball Classic. Hoping to get the first ever franchise hit for the Las Vegas Invaders. Takes a ball. Big swing and a rip. That is between the left fielder and the center fielder. Down for extra bases. Pedro Leon with the first ever Las Vegas Invaders hit as the cameraman can't find him because he's so quick. And that is a 2-out double. Cotton candy. So that puts Pedro Leon at second base for the cleanup hitter, Lucan Baker. Somewhere out there, the owner, Mr. Grigg, is cheering. There's little like party poppers that are firing off for the first ever Invaders hit. And let's see if Baker can bring him home. He looks at strike one. The fastball catches the edge. Checks his swing, but still makes contact with the next pitch, and that'll be strike two. Quickly falls behind in the count, 0-2. Strike three. And a swing and a miss strands the runner at second. The Invaders got nothing and strand one. He'll be a trivia question someday. The sides switch, and that brings up Las Vegas Invaders starter Brandon Woodruff getting the ball for the brand new team. First ever pitcher for the Invaders. A seasoned veteran. Everybody loves Brandon Woodruff. He started his own charity. He's humble, high loyalty, high adaptability, high work ethic, low financial ambition. What a guy. What a guy. Hoping to have a nice, strong season with Las Vegas. Bounce back from his 2025 MLB stint with Milwaukee, where he put up 5.02 ERA. He'd like to improve on that this year with a 1.43 whip. He needs to get those walks down that had plagued him a little bit last year. This is our very first opening day. It's not our first game, but it's our first game that counts. Chaos Dragon. This is the first regular season game. But also, I saw a couple people be like, I don't even know how to play baseball at all. What could I explain to help you understand a little bit more? Feel free to ask questions in the chat if you want to know something. I'm trying to kind of explain stuff as it happens. I assume you kind of understand the strike zone, but maybe you don't. What is a whip? It is a pitcher's rating for an acronym that means walks plus hits per inning, basically. Walks and hits per inning. So basically it's a measurement of how often that pitcher allows people to reach base, whether by a walk or a hit. So the higher that number is, the more people he's letting on base, which means the worse he's doing as a pitcher. The lower that number, the more amazing he is because he's not letting anybody get to base. For pitchers, low numbers are good. I know some of those words. You don't know the difference? Do you not know the difference in a walk and a hit? Should I explain what a walk is, I guess? We got to go all the way down to the screws of baseball. What are the stitches made of on a baseball? What's a good whip? I would say 1. 1 is like, wow, you're doing amazing. What are we looking in the pitcher's window? Okay, maybe I do need to explain the strike zone. Okay, I take this. I'm not laughing at you guys. I'm laughing at like information that I sort of just take for granted. And it's interesting to see that sort of my assumptions picked apart. So this is the strike zone. So the strike zone is an amorphous imaginary rectangle that the umpire creates in his mind. And the reason why it's different for every player is because the strike zone is different depending on the height of the person who's batting. The strike zone goes from the player's knees. You look at their knees, and then you look up whenever they squat to swing the bat, wherever the letters of their jersey are. That's the top of the strike zone. Their knees are the bottom of the strike zone. The reason why it changes depending on the height of the player is to give every player an equal chance to hit the ball, which could be called a strike or a ball. If it's inside the zone, which means touching the zone, like even these are the pitches, right? This is the first pitch, the second pitch, the third pitch. If the pitch is even touching the zone, it's a strike. Now, whether the umpire calls it that way because he doesn't see the same box that you see is debatable, right? And each umpire, yeah, can kind of see it a little bit differently. It's based on your stance, too. That's what I said. I said when the player goes to swing and squats over to swing, that's the top of the letters are the top of their strike zone. That's what I said. Even today, we don't know what a strike zone is. So the idea is if the pitcher throws the ball inside the strike zone and it touches the strike zone anywhere around the edge or inside of it, that's a strike. So if the batter doesn't swing, that's strike 1. If the batter doesn't swing again and it's inside the zone, strike 2. And then 3 strikes, you're out. As long as the batter makes contact with the ball and fouls it off. A foul is a ball that the batter strikes but goes outside of these 2 white lines. Anything outside these white lines is foul. He can keep fouling off pitches as much as he wants, and he stays alive in the at-bat. So the only way that he can get out on strikes is if he watches strike 3 go past him and doesn't hit the ball, or if he swings and misses. Is there a difference in left and right-hand batters for a strike zone? Nope. The way that you know the width of the strike zone is the distance of home plate. That's what home plate is for. Don't worry about those people I just timed out in chat. They're irrelevant. So yeah, the width of the strike zone, obviously this is not to scale. This is not to scale. Normally the strike zone is to scale. The real home plate is the width of the strike zone, and the height is determined by the player batting stance. So the pitcher is trying to fool the batter into either swinging and missing at a deceptive pitch or inducing a soft contact hit that results in an out from his defense. So this is just a representation in the game The simulation is just showing us an amalgamation of the balls and strikes. These are not necessarily... In real life, it's real, but in this particular video game, this is sort of just like a fun little thing that's not actually necessarily being tracked one-to-one. Like the simulation doesn't actually track the location of each pitch on the strike zone. It's just something for us to look at. But in real life, they do track everything about every pitch and where it is in the zone. So anyway, hopefully that helps. And then the batter can lay off of a pitch if he thinks it's outside the zone. That'd be a ball. If that happens 4 times, that's ball 4, and you get a free pass. You just walk to first base. So you can reach base either by taking a walk, which means you just decide not to swing, and the pitch is too wide. That keeps the pitcher honest. So the pitcher has to come to you and attack. They call it attack the zone to try and throw strikes. Otherwise, he's just giving you a free pass to go to first. He wants you to have to work for it and get a hit to get on base. He doesn't want to give it to you for free. Hopefully that makes sense. So anyway, we're up to pitch. Brandon Woodruff about to throw out the first ever pitch for the brand new Las Vegas Invaders. And let's get it rolling. Here it comes. In there to hit is Jimenez. He takes the pitch. The slider is low, so the ump thought that it was low. If this were real baseball, that's a strike, which the umpire would have missed because he is stinky. But in the game, it is a ball. So Andres Jimenez, been in the MLB for a very long time. Historically, very good hitter as well. And also... able to, he doesn't strike out very often. Smart dude. Can you challenge it? Not yet, but you're going to. You're going to. Second pitch, the windup. And that's low for ball 2. Laid off the 94-mile-an-hour fastball below the zone. See? That's a ball. So the pitcher waits. Takes a big rip to straightaway center field. Center fielder moves over, and that is out number 1 for the Las Vegas Invaders. Good job. Playing center field for us today is Ciani. Not many balls are going to get in the gap on Ciani. He's got incredible range, doesn't make many errors, has a really strong arm, plays his position expertly. So shouldn't see too much fall around him. And he's pretty quick on the base paths, too. Next up, Will Wagner in the DH spot against Woodruff. And he watches a ball outside. Fastball misses the zone, off the corner. Big smack. That's going to hit the gap all the way back to the wall, off of the wall. Ciani gets it back in quickly, but that's still going to be a 1-out double for the Blue Jays, answering the double from the Vegas Invaders from their side of the first inning. So a runner at second base for Vladdy Guerrero Jr., best hitter on their team by far, just got signed to a real-life contract. In game, he signed through 2030, but in real life, he signed through 2035? He's on like a 10-year... Isn't he on a 10-year deal? What's his real-life contract? They signed him for 5 years in the game. He's on like a lifetime deal with the Blue Jays. Great hitter. Comes up, puts the ball in play on the first pitch, but right there is the left fielder. Get it back in to keep the runner at second. So you have to throw the ball in quickly after you make the out, because once you make the out, the runner can actually choose to try and take the next base. And you would have to tag him out if he decided to do that. So he's throwing the ball in quickly to hold the runner at second. Make sure he stays put. The runner cannot run while the ball is in the air, because if the fielder catches it, he would have to go back to the base that he started at. Effectively, it's a rule to keep people from hitting a ball that stays in the air for, 15 seconds. and then everybody just runs around the bases and scores automatically, but they're still out on a fly ball. That doesn't make any sense, right? So you would have to do what's called tagging up. Wait till the catch is made. Once the catch is made, you have to be touching the base, and then you can try and run to the next base before the ball gets there. We're going to explain every freaking baseball rule. And the next batter is up. We got 2 outs, runner at second. Finally gets a first pitch strike, gets ahead of the count with the curveball on Dalton Varsho playing center field for them today. And gets a swing and a miss, back-to-back curveballs. That curveball was high above the zone and fools Varsho. Ball put in play, diving stop for the shortstop to keep it on the infield, but can't quite pick it up. Can't grip it cleanly. So Wagner takes third on the play. Varsho reaches with an infield single, and shortstop Arenamo just saved a run, because if that ball gets past him, Wagner scores. That brings up Davis Schneider to face Woodruff, who's only at 9 pitches right now. Runners on first and third. That's a fastball on the inside corner for strike 1. Woodruff fires again, seeing a lot of contact. That's down for a single and will score the Blue Jays' first run. Coming in from third. Woodruff, giving up 3 hits in the inning so far, needs to find it and pull it together for the Believers. And here's Barger? I don't know. I never said his name out loud before. He's getting ahead with first pitch strikes, but it looks like they're able to catch up after that. Addison Barger with a solid contact, but to straightaway center field. Ciani barely has to move to retire the side. That is out number 3. But Toronto strikes first, and they score 1 in the inning after getting 3 hits off of Woodruff. All right, Kevin Gossman back on the mound for the 5, 6, and 7 hitters on the lineup, starting with David Hamilton coming over from the Red Sox. Got some MLB play time in 23 and 2024, mostly 2024, where he had a very respectable season as a 27-year-old, hitting .248 with a .303 on-base percentage. And almost 2 wins above replacement, so he is a better than replacement level player for them. I'm also going to move myself down here. There we go. Hey, I have the same birthday as that guy. Oh, nice. David Hamilton batting lefty against this righty. Let's see if we can get a leadoff hit. And the first pitch misses for ball 1 on the 95-mile-an-hour fastball just below the zone. Moving inside on him. Fastball high and tight for ball 2. Both of them miss. Third pitch. Takes a hack just over the outstretched jumping glove of the shortstop for a little looper into shallow left center field. That is a leadoff single and the second hit for the Invaders. That'll bring up Dylan Moore playing first base today for the Invaders. Moore played with Seattle for the last 4 years, at least. 33-year-old veteran, coming in hoping to turn his numbers around after getting drafted in the expansion draft from Seattle. He's got a good eye, takes a lot of walks. Hopefully he can move the runner over, or maybe with the speed at first, they're already worried about Hamilton and his stealing ability, so they're checking on him to try and tag him out. So while we're explaining the absolute basics of baseball, I hope we understand the concept of if your foot is on the base, you're safe, but if you're tagged with the baseball while you're not on the base, you're out. So our runner is taking a lead to try to potentially steal second, and the pitcher can try and throw the ball over to get the first baseman to tag him before he gets back to the base. So if you ever played tag as a child, this is where that comes from. If you ever played tag and there was a home base, there was a safe base, and you were sprinting around and you could touch the base and be like, I'm safe. This is where that came from. Second pitch. That's a strike, apparently. Caught the corner, said the ump. I thought that it was low and outside. Umpire says, no, that's strike one. Big swing, towering fly ball. That's hanging up in the air for quite a while, and the cameraman has become interested in the strange people who are occupying the crowd. Apparently that was foul and out of play, and not caught for an out. But I'm still fascinated by the fact that he's continuing to pan. Just trying to get a nice crowd shot here. And found it. Yes, back to the ball. 360 no scope. Good job. So he stays in the count because the catch was not made. That's strike two. Low and inside, lays off the sinker. That's the first ball. Still behind in the count. Moore hoping to hang in there. Brings the count even. The second ball, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hamilton hanging out on first, hoping. Ooh. Gets checked on a second time, but Hamilton gets back easily, sliding into the bag to be safe. Still conscious of the steal. High and outside, that's ball 3, full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Worked himself back into a good hitter's count. Fouls one off to stay alive. That one had a lot of the plate, but the slider fooled him a little bit. Another check on the runner. I'm pretty sure by MLB rules, Hamilton should get to advance to second, but I'm not sure if the game has that rule. Does it? Isn't it 3 throwovers? You get to advance? This is the baseball simulator. What's the name of that rule? So I can Google out of the park with that rule name and see if it's in there. Disengagements, I think. I don't think it's in. 3 months ago, they were talking about what would you like to see added in Out of the Park, and it was the disengagement rule's really recent, but I'm surprised it's not in. Kind of an important rule. Anyway, apparently it's not a rule in this. They can just throw over as many times as they want. Well, screw me, I guess. All right. Anyway, that's cheating, man, for my stealing. Full count. Hit, poked past the first baseman. That's gonna allow the runner to make it over to third safely. Standing up, Hamilton uses his speed to go first to third on this single to the opposite field. And this is a replay. Ooh, right through his glove. Throw came in, bounced into the third baseman a little bit too late. Well done, well done. Honestly, great at bat. Love what I'm seeing there from Dylan Moore. No error for that. Nope. 93 miles an hour exit velo, and the animations are not the gospel. The animations are just an amalgamation of what happened. What happened doesn't follow the animations. The animations follow what happened, if that makes sense. Okay, and that'll bring up Will Banfield, our starting catcher today. Banfield is only 26 years old and did not expect to be on the opening day roster for the Las Vegas Invaders, but did get a little bit of playing time with Cincinnati last year for 23 at-bats, where he hit .261 with a .292 on base percentage in 23 at-bats. So he actually did really well in his brief stint. So we're hoping that we can find some similar production from him. With runners at the corners, nobody out, this is a great opportunity for the Invaders to strike back. And a steal attempt. The throwdown. First stolen base of the season. More importantly, first stolen base of the entire franchise. Las Vegas legend Dylan Moore is in with the first steal of the season and the franchise. Well done. Well done. I think Hamilton could have stolen home if they did the throw over with 60 speed, but he seems to be content just hanging out at third. So, you know what? I'll take it. We remove the double play, and that gives Banfield the opportunity to do some damage. A single right now is going to plate 2 runs. So Banfield's up head in the count right now. 1 ball, no strikes. Let's see what he's got. Banfield puts it in play to the third baseman. Third baseman has the only play available to him and out at first, but the run will score. Running on contact was Moore. Actually, sorry, was Hamilton. And that will tie the game. Replay, 4-star play. Play difficulty. Cotton candy. So it must have been a 4-star play because he probably, I imagine, made like a bare hand catch. Or not a catch, a bare-handed pick off the ground and fired it over to Vladdy Guerrero Jr. So the steal potentially just saved the double play right there with the aggressiveness on the base paths. A double play, by the way, chat, since we're discussing terminology. How do you... Oh, man, now you have to go down the force-out rule. Explaining force-outs to people who don't know baseball is the hardest thing. People think it's balks, but it's actually force-outs that people don't understand. The difference between a force-out and getting tagged makes no sense to people who don't understand baseball. Okay, so in baseball, you have to pretend that anytime the ball is put in play, which in play is not outside the foul line, if the ball goes outside the foul line before... okay, that's a whole different thing. Let's just say if the ball goes outside the foul line, it's foul and you do it over again. If it's inside the foul line, it's fair and the play goes on. Okay? So knowing that, in the previous situation, let's just assume that the bases, there's no one on base. Let's assume Moore is not at base. Alexander is up and he's the only guy. He gets a hit. Boom. He goes to first base. All right. Next guy comes up. Ciani. We have a runner at first, and Ciani's up. If Ciani puts the ball in play, then Alexander has to go to second no matter what. It doesn't matter if he wants to or not. If he chooses not to move, they just throw the ball to second base because that's where he's supposed to be. If the ball gets there before he does, he's out. That's a force out because he has to move for the person behind him to follow him, right? So in the event that, let's forget about that hypothetical. Now this hypothetical, Moore, our player, is on third base. There's no one on second, no one on first. So no one is behind Moore pushing him forward. So if Alexander puts the ball in play, Moore can choose to run home or not because no one is forcing him to move forward. However, Alexander has to move to first. He is forced to move to first. So all that they need to do to get Alexander out is throw the ball to first before Alexander gets there, and if they do, he's out. Or if obviously he lofts it up in the air and they catch the ball before it touches the ground, they get him out that way. But if assuming it touches the ground, all they have to do is get it to the first base ahead of him. But Moore doesn't have to, right? He can just hang out because no one's behind him forcing him to move. You kind of go in a counterclockwise motion. So if the bases were loaded and there was a man on first, man on second, man on third, and Alexander puts the ball in play, then everybody has to move, no matter what. So in this case, a double play is you leveraging the force out. It would be if we had a runner on first and the ball is hit to the third baseman on the ground, third baseman could throw to second base to get the guy who is running from first to second, and then the second baseman could throw to first to get the force out there. So you could, if you did it backwards, there would be no force out, which is confusing. So if you had a runner on first, Alexander hits a ground ball. If you got the out at first base first, no one's behind the guy running to second to force him to move, so you can't get a force out on him anymore because no one's behind him pushing him. So order of operations actually matters in baseball. But the double play is basically just taking the force out, quote unquote, at second and then getting the force out at first. Or you could get a double play at third base. Rarely it happens, third base to second base, if you had a runner on first and second. Basically, it's getting 2 outs at the same time. Now explain the infield fly. Infield fly is not hard. If somebody hits a fly ball and there's a runner in a position that you have to Wikipedia what an infield fly is, and you can find out what it is. It's easy. Why does everyone always ask that question? I appreciate the explanation. I forgot how complicated this game is. It is pretty complicated. But yes, there's... Chat, we're not going to go over every permutation of how a double play can manifest. It's just when they manage to get 2 outs on the same play, okay? That's it. It's getting 2 outs on the same play. That's a double play. But the standard double play is throwing a force out to second and a force out to first. That's the most common one. All right, anyway, bringing up Alexander. Blaze Alexander. He was on fire for a bit during spring training and then kind of cooled off afterward. But maybe he can score another run for us. So we've got the wrong music playing right now. We've got Moore still on third base. Alexander can bring him home a few different ways. A hit obviously brings Moore home. A potentially productive ground out brings him home. In fact, I'm surprised that they're not playing the in. Are they playing the infield in? Well, that's a pop-up at home plate, and the cameraman is lost. I think that was a foul into the stands. Another way to bring him home is to hit a ball deep enough in the outfield, even if it's an out. Moore can try and leave third base after the out is made, the catch is made, to try to take home before they throw it back in. Or a bunt. You could there's a bunch of ways to score. So basically, all Alexander needs to do is put it in play somewhere else. That's not directly at the third baseman. That's pretty high in the air to the left fielder. Left fielder gets it pretty shallow, hurdles it back in, not deep enough to score the run from third, unfortunately. Loperfido makes a nice running catch. Here's the replay. That was a one-star play, easy peasy. So Loperfido throws it back in to hold the runner at third. And now we're at 2 outs. So the only thing that'll score the run is a hit. And first pitch slider over for a strike. That looked outside to me. That looks like strike 2. Behind the count, 0-2 is Ciani, bottom of the order. In the 9 spot, trying to get another run. He fouls it off, barely stays alive, and we'll see another pitch. That is high. Lays off for ball 1.
Strike 3.
And he gets a swing and miss. Strands one runner on third base. The side is retired. We're on the board. We're on the board. We tied it up. Both sides have 3 hits now. Woodruff back on the mound. 13 pitches in. Taking on Alejandro Kirk. Bottom of the order for Toronto. Fouls one off. That'll be strike 1. Ciani didn't get a hit. Ciani is probably not going to get hits. No. A swing and a miss at the fastball, strike 2. Got him down the count 0-2. Ooh, puts it in play pretty straightaway right field. Line drive to Mangum, who ranges over and makes a play. 1-star catch, not very hard catch, but it was 95 miles an hour off the bat. That's out number 1. Joey Loperfido in the 8th spot for Toronto. Watches strike 1, the fastball right by him. That looks low and outside Fastball 96 miles an hour misses for ball 1. Looks like a curveball just misses the corner. Sorry, changeup. Looked kind of like a curveball in the animation. That one's right down the middle, but Loperfido can't do anything with it. It rolls foul, 2-2. That barely misses. Loperfido lays off the curveball. First time he's seen it this at bat. And that runs the count full. Ooh, sharp foul ball. Just missed being fair and possibly getting down for a double, and we'll do it again. That's high and outside. That's a 1-out walk. Loperfido with a good at bat to take a free pass to first base. And he is a 1-out base runner. Do you always list batters in order of batting skill? No, there's strategy, but you always want your best hitters in the first like 4 or 5 spots, no matter what. Your best hitter will never be below the first like 4 spots. But yeah, strategy can range depending on the team. Some people like to have their worst hitter in the 9 spot. Some people like to have their worst hitter in the 8, with the idea being you have a slightly better hitter in the 9 spot, maybe someone who gets on base but doesn't really like have much power, and maybe they take a lot of walks, so that when you go back to the top of the order, your leadoff hitter has someone on base to try and like be productive with. Some people like that. Some people want a leadoff hitter who's got power and can hit some home runs, but usually the person with the highest power on the team typically is 3 or 4, with the strategy being that you want people to get on base before your power hitter comes up, so that if he does hit a home run, it's worth more points. So there are different strategies, and different people will kind of see it differently, depending on what your lineup might look like. George Springer, been with the Blue Jays for a while, was last on Houston in 2020, and has been fairly productive for Toronto in the time since. He is in a contract year, I think. It expires after 2026. Yeah, he's in a contract year. Looks at the curveball for strike 1. Pitch 2 is low and outside on the changeup. Oh, line drive down the right field line, but it goes foul. Toward the stands, strike 2. Puts it in play to the shortstop. Shortstop to second, but not able to make the double play. Hamilton has no relay throw. They will only take the out at second for out number 2. And now Springer swaps places. Back to the top of the order with Andres Jimenez up for Toronto. They're going to check on Springer, make sure he doesn't try and steal. Woodruff low and outside for ball 1. Low and outside for ball 2. Or low, I guess just low. Fastball inside, ball 3, way behind in the count. 3 balls and no strikes to Jimenez. Working around him here, he'll take a 4-pitch walk to move the runner over to second base. Unable to find that strike zone. And that'll bring up Will Wagner, who himself has a great eye, so you're going to have to give him something tempting. The ball gets away, but it's blocked at the plate by Banfield. The runners will not advance on what was nearly a wild pitch. But that is ball 1. And he gets a swing and a miss on a slider right down the middle. Wagner just missed it. Tries to put the second that he sees in play, a second slider in a row, but fouls it off. And he smashes it to pretty deep right field. That looked like it was fair, but the game says that it drifted lazily toward the seats and went foul. Let's find out if that's true. Okay, it in fact was true. Had it been this far over to even touch the line, then it would be fair. Did you play any baseball as a young lad? I just played minor, like, not minor league. I played, Little League. I played some Little League. I wish I would have played more, but I was too scared of getting hit by pitches. I played Little League, and the first year was coach pitch, and that went really well, and I went back again, and they were supposed to do 1 year of machine pitch, because we were really young, and then do kid pitch. But I think they just went to kid pitch and skipped the machines, and all these dumb little kids kept hitting me with the baseball, and I got scared. So I quit. Oh, 2 strikes, but directly to the third baseman. Alexander reaches out, snags the line drive, and the third out is made. That was just 70 miles per hour off the bat. Not too sharply hit, but that'll bring back up the invaders. Top of the order. Jader Arenamo, our leadoff hitter, hoping to get a leadoff base runner. Checks his swing, doesn't go... Does he go around? No, it was just a strike. It doesn't matter if he checked his swing. The ball was thrown in the strike zone. Strike 1. That one is low. Evens up the count. 1-1. Arenamo puts it in play. Chips it over the infield. And into shallow right field. He is going to be responsible for his first hit as a major league player. So they're going to want to save that ball. Usually when a player gets their first ever big league hit, they will keep the baseball and roll it back over to the dugout so that they can have their first ever big league hit. So that'll be a memento for him at this point. And also, he can take pride in being one of the first 4 hits of the Las Vegas organization. But he is a speedy base runner, aggressive on the base paths, might be looking to steal. So they're going to check on him because they know we like to steal here. It's a big deal, to be honest. It is a big deal. Splitter outside for ball 1 on Jake Mangum, also looking for his first hit as an invader. And that pitch is called on the inside corner. Splitter for strike 1. Gossman at the belt. The pitch. Slider for strike 2 on the inside. That one is high and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes to even up the count. Want to stay out of the double play here. Would love to see Arenamo try and take second.
Strike 3.
Instead, a half swing. Apparently, he went around, but doesn't matter because that would be a called strike anyways. Mangum punches out. That'll bring up Pedro Leon, who already has a hit today. And indeed has the... Did he have like the second hit of the organization? It was Hamilton with the first hit, right? Or am I misremembering? No, it was Pedro Leon had the first hit because it brought up Baker. Pedro Leon has the first hit. And that is down the middle for strike 1. Tries to put it in play, but fouls it off. That's strike 2. Down in the count. They do a pitch out here. They're trying to catch the runner at first, stealing. But he is not stealing, so they throw one away to try and, like, catch. The idea would be if Arenamo is running, then they pitch out, and then the catcher stands up and tries to fire to second base to try to catch him stealing. But he wasn't stealing, so they just take ball 1. Fouls another one off to stay alive. 5th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Can't quite catch up to it.
Strike 3.
And that's another strikeout. Gossman up to 5 punch-outs in just 3 innings. A little aggressive are the invaders here, swinging and missing a decent amount. And that brings up Lucan Baker. A 2-out threat with the bat. He brings the power to the lineup for the invaders. And he'll watch ball 1 high and inside. That's a strike. Never mind. It looked like listen, it looked like a ball to me, okay? I'm a little biased. Now that was a ball. I'm liking these high pitch counts, though. I am liking the high pitch counts also, but I don't like Luke and Baker looking at strike 1 and strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He watches the pitch. Steal attempt. He slides in. The ball shoots over the head of the second baseman, and advancing to third on the way off target throwdown is Arenamo, scooting over to third, removing the force out at second, and is in scoring position for a single from Baker to score and take the lead. So heads up base running by Arenamo. Forces them to try to throw him out. They make a mistake, and he punishes that mistake. There's the replay on it. Goes over his head and whiffs it. So bad defense allows Arenamo to advance an extra 90 feet. Baker's still in the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's high and outside. Runs the count full. They do have bases open here if they don't want to pitch to Baker, but you have Hamilton right behind him. He puts it into play down the left field line, and it might be foul because of the way that it is. Like, it's just so... It looks fair, and then it just... Actually, it's got so much spin on it that it goes foul. Ah, this close. And we'll do it again. Baker almost goes around, but holds up, does not swing, says the umpire, and takes ball 4. That is a 2-out walk to put runners at the corners for David Hamilton, who already has a hit in this game, and would like to have another one here to bring home Arenamo, to put the Invaders up for the first time in franchise history. That's low for ball 1. Getting Gossman. He's at 56 pitches now in the 3rd inning, so we are working the pitch count here, trying to get through Gossman into the bullpen. So I like what I'm seeing from the approach here. Fouls one back off to behind home plate. Takes a chip shot, hanging up in left field, and that is going to be out 3. So the Invaders threaten, but do not manage to capitalize on that threat. Pick up a hit and a walk in the inning, and out comes Woodruff for his 3rd inning of work. Pitching to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So we're pitching again. They're batting. Guerrero with a really late swing. Looked like he was very confused about that pitch. Fooled him. Try to pitch high and tight. After seeing the curveball, try and speed it up on him. And then slow him down. Fastball into the slider. Changing speeds on him to try to throw off his timing. But he puts one in play. The second baseman lazily dives and cannot make the play over to first. That's an infield single. The infield from his knees throw to first by David Hamilton can't quite get Guerrero Jr. out, who does run pretty well. He's pretty fast. And that is a leadoff single. I love how goofy Out of the Park makes defenders look. It does make defenders look very goofy, yes. Hamilton had to dive and throw from his knees, and he just couldn't make it. They're going to check on Guerrero Jr. to make sure he's not stealing. And that's strike 1 called at the knees. Put in play to first. First baseman to second. That should be at least 1 out, but they can't quite make the double play. Guerrero Jr. is out, and will change places with Varsho to be out number 1. That brings up David Schneider, who already has a hit in this game. He has a good eye and will not bite at the pitches that Woodruff has been trying to nibble around the zone so far all game. Hasn't really been pounding the strike zone. And now they're checking on Varsho, who runs very well. Trying to keep him from stealing second and foiling the double play. First pitch fouled off behind home plate. Taps it foul. And he'll look at one low and inside on the changeup. Another one low and inside, trying to get him to bite at a little one outside the zone, but he gets a swing and contact on the third one, but that's hooking very far foul into the seats. Thought it was hanging up high enough to be caught by the left fielder. Instead, we'll do it again.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Looking at the third strike called at the top of the zone. Froze him on the curveball. And now Barger. Cotton Candy looks at the first one outside. Ball 1. Second inside. Moving east to west a little bit on him. Third pitch is low. That's 3 balls. We've been falling behind in the count with Woodruff. He hasn't exactly been pounding the zone too much. And so he tries to connect to stay in the count. And cameraman, are you okay? Throws a meatball hanging curve right down the middle. Luckily, nothing comes of it. That's put in play straight away center field. Center fielder Siani comes on, and that retires the side. No runs. 1 hit. Game stays tied through the 3rd inning. Your ad is about to start. We're going to take a commercial break, and then we will be right back after this quick 3-minute commercial break to start the 4th inning with Dylan Moore up to bat for the Las Vegas Invaders. And then our catcher, Banfield, Will Banfield. I know their name. I'm the announcer for the Invaders. I have studied each of their names. So of course I know that Blaze's last name is Alexander. Psh. Why wouldn't I know that? What was the Jays' error? The catcher was trying to throw out a runner who was stealing second. They overthrew, and the runner advanced to third. So it was a stolen base. All right, the ads are going to run. Turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher. We'll be right back with the opening day baseball game for the Las Vegas Invaders. Game is tied. Thanks for keeping it here. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back. We need an emote? Do you need an emote? I don't know if there are any good ones. What's up, Core Vocation? Thank you for 52 months. Don't normally enjoy baseball, but you do a great job as a sportscaster. The key to enjoying baseball, honestly, it's much easier to enjoy now than it was even a couple years ago because they've sped up the game a lot with the pitch clock and some of the like substitution rules. So like a baseball game nowadays is like 45 minutes faster than it was a few years ago. So it's a lot easier to enjoy now. But the key to enjoying baseball is actually choosing to care about a team. If you don't care about a team, then baseball's dumb. What makes it fun is not the individual game. It's deciding to get emotionally invested in the success and failures of a team because of the storylines that are involved with the players inside of it. Because yeah, if you don't have like a team that you support, then it's really boring. But I think most sports are. You kind of just have to choose a team. Like you can watch the Super Bowl and be like, oh, that was kind of fun, or watch the World Cup and be like, oh, that was kind of fun. But if you don't care about a team, then it's kind of... But that's the secret to enjoying it. I would say that if you're also new to baseball, it's easier to enjoy the actual sport by simply watching it on TV, like with your team's broadcasters, because they'll help you understand a lot of the concepts through their announcing that you would never, like going to a game, you go to the game for the stadium and the atmosphere and being outside. The only time you really go to a stadium for baseball is when it's like playoff games, but you won't really be able to figure out much just by watching in real life. But anyway, welcome back. Glad to have all of you. Okay, let's do this. I can see now. Welcome back. Top of the fourth inning. Dylan Moore up to bat for Las Vegas. Gossman's still out there, 58 pitches deep. They're hoping to work that count a little higher. Tire him out. Get him out of the game. Get to the bullpen. I'm curious who our manager is going to put into the game first after Woodruff is out. So let's see. I'm very curious. That would be a foul for strike 2 for Moore. Back against the wall, 0-2. And he looks at ball 1 fastball pretty far outside, lays off. Takes another hack to protect the plate. Dribbles foul, but stays alive. And that ball's put in play to the third baseman, who botches it. Grounder toward the hole. Schneider flubs it. He couldn't pick it up. He'll be charged with the error on the play. Defense not so good. So Moore is not awarded with a hit on his stats because of the infielder's error. Completely botches it. And so is unable to throw out Moore at first, leading to a leadoff base runner. That'll bring up catcher Will Banfield. hoping to help the team out, maybe move the runner over, and get his first hit. Not only as a, well, I guess he does have hits as a major leaguer. I forgot. He played a little bit for Cincinnati last year, but this, if he performs well, will be his first full season. And the ball squirts away from the catcher through his legs. The passed ball allows the runner to advance to second in order to avoid the double play. So Moore, with his pretty good speed, able to leg out an extra 90 feet on the passed ball. Banfield ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Puts the ball in play back to the pitcher. Pitcher able to make a nice strong throw to first to get the out at first, but Banfield does move the runner over to thirds. So some team first baseball approach there. Moore is now 90 feet away from home, and Alexander, all he has to do is put the ball either in play. Infield is playing in now defensively in order to try and stay closer to home plate to try and catch Moore running home on contact, or put the ball deep enough into the outfield to allow Moore to run to home after they make the catch. Sacrifice was effective there. And that is strike 1 on a sinker low in the zone for Blaze Alexander. He puts the ball up into the seats on the second deck. And someone has a souvenir from the young team. Alexander looking at ball 1. And takes a big swing at strike 3. Chased a bad pitch. Splitter off the plate. Blaze Alexander still looking for his first hit. And he'll pass the baton to Michael Ciani now, also looking for his first hit in the bottom of the order. Ciani, with 2 outs, needs a hit, single or better, to score more from third. And he will look at a strike knee-high on the outside corner. That looks like a strike. That was a ball, says the ump. Okay. Did not catch enough of the plate. That's a ball and a strike. Takes a swing, puts it in play to third. Third baseman makes a much stronger play this time, and that retires the side. So the error does not come back around to bite Toronto. And Woodruff comes back out to pitch for Las Vegas. He's trying to find the zone still. Starts him off with a ball. I think the approach for the Blue Jays is simply don't swing until he proves that he can find the strike zone, because that is, I thought, ball 2. Umpire says nope, caught a little bit of the corner, and that is indeed strike 1. Put into play in the shallow left field. Falls right in front of the left fielder for another leadoff base runner. Toronto seems to be getting them on early, but so far has only been able to bring 1 in the first inning. Joey Loperfido wants to change that for Toronto, and he puts the ball high into play. That would be an infield fly rule. Though I don't know if this game has simulation for that. That would be an infield fly rule situation. Chat, what's an infield fly rule? It's only 2 or 3 base runners? See, I don't even know. What's an infield fly rule? Is it 3? The rule only applies when there are 0 or 1 outs. That's the main key. There must be runners on first and second, or runners on first, second, and third. The ball must be a fly ball, not a line drive or a bunt, and must be fair. The ball must be in an area where an infielder could reasonably be expected to catch it with ordinary effort. This is a rule to prevent strategies where infielders intentionally allow a fly ball to hit the ground, potentially creating a double or even triple play. This would unfairly disadvantage the batting team. So here's my question. If it's to unfairly prevent a double or triple play, why does it not apply when there's 1 runner on? Couldn't you let the ball fall in front of you and throw it to second and then throw it to first? I guess because the runner at first has already run through the bag, so you wouldn't get the extra out. I like how chat is just writing things that I am saying as I'm saying them. Okay, anyway. George Springer up from the 9 spot. Runner still on first for Toronto. Looks at a ball inside. Not a lot of first pitch strikes coming from Woodruff. Springer puts this one into play. Sharp liner, falls right in front of the left fielder. That'll be down for a hit. They get the ball back in quickly to hold the runner at second. And Springer comes through with a nice single to move Kirk over. Now there's runners on first and second with only one away. Woodruff could use a ground ball here to get the double play and get out of the inning. Or he needs to lock in. Get another strikeout. The ball is put in play to the shortstop, who cannot make the play to second because no one is covering on the animation. So I'm not really sure. Tough call for the ump. Jimenez is retired on a very close play. Kirk advances to third. Springer goes to second. How hard was that hit? That was 87.5 miles an hour. A 4-star play, apparently, on the ground out. So that, to me, that looked like a double play ball, but the animation said no. So instead, it's out number 2. The runners advance to second and third for Toronto. A single will score 2, and Will Wagner is the guy that you want at the plate, I think. Already with 1 hit in the game to do just that. But he'll watch as strike 1, fastball hits the top inside corner of the zone, but doesn't bite at the second closer pitch. Almost in the exact same location, but just called a ball by the umpire. That one's low. Toronto showing a lot of discipline at the plate. Woodruff, with only 1 strikeout through 3 innings of work so far, can't seem to induce the swing and miss. And that'll be a foul for strike 2. Woodruff could really use a nice strikeout here, but instead will throw ball 3 to run the count full. A walk here will load the bases, which is dangerous. Ball put in play, straightaway right, on a line. And that is a close one. Cotton candy. That was a 93-mile-an-hour line out. Caught by Mangum. Got out of the jam. And that'll bring back up top of the order. It could be Yoder. Do you think the J is silent? Jader Arenamo. We don't know. Jader Arenamo, our starting shortstop. Gosman back out for a 5th inning of work at 73 pitches so far. Looking to work the count a little deeper or swing on the first pitch. That's going foul. Almost bouncing into the stands. Springer can't catch up to it. Strike 1. And that's a pop fly on the infield. Who wants it? The shortstop calls off the rest of the infield. Barger, no one knows how to say anybody's name, makes out number 1. That brings back up Jake Mangum, still looking for his first hit of the season and first hit as an invader. He looks at strike 1 on the outside. Maybe generous call from the umpire there because that looked very far outside. And so Gosman tries to double up, but Mangum lays off for the ball. That'll put him behind in the count. 1 and 2. They're working him away exclusively in this at-bat so far, which opens up the inside, and he swings and misses at the splitter that runs in and can't catch up for the second out. Now it's up to Pedro Leon to get on base and keep the inning alive. He looks at a fastball for strike 1. Leon puts it in play, chips it over the second baseman's head, and it bounces into the hands of Springer for a 2-out base hit. The 5th hit for Las Vegas tonight. To bring up Lucan Baker, Pedro Leon, 2 for 3 tonight. Loving what I'm seeing out of the new left fielder against a good pitcher. Lucan Baker looking for his first hit Let's make it a powerful one, or a little grounder to third base on the first pitch. That's out number 3. Over as quickly as it began. Woodruff back out for his 5th inning of work at 66 pitches. Hasn't had good command of the strike zone, but has been able to keep them to just 1 run so far. But he's up against Vladdy Guerrero Jr., the best hitter on their team, who puts it down the right field line. And that slice is foul. For 1 strike. He watches low and inside curveball bouncing in the dirt right in front of him for ball number 1. Another low pitch, this one outside for ball 2. Swings at a low and inside third pitch. That looked fair, but since everyone is frozen, I can only assume that indeed it did go just foul. There's been a lot of close ones. So that'll even up the count. 2-2 now. Ooh, he almost swings at a ball in the dirt, but the umpire says he did not swing, and that'll run the count full. With nobody out, need a challenge pitch here. He'll foul it off into the stands, and we'll do it again. That's high and inside, ball 4. Another walk issued by Woodruff, his 3rd of the game. Trying to nibble at the corners of the strike zone, but missing. And now Dalton Varsho, their center fielder, comes back up, already with 1 hit in the game, but he grounded out last time. That's scooped to deep right field, going all the way back and looking up. It's over the fence, muscled out of here with brute strength. 377 feet, Toronto is up 3-1. Doubters are rejoicing everywhere as Toronto gets to Woodruff. My points! Fire the GM! The slider caught just the edge of the plate, but Varsho was apparently sitting on it because he just saw the first pitch and took Woodruff deep. 74 pitches in. Manager's got to be hoping that we can at least get through the 5th inning before going to the bullpen. But let's see what happens now, because it's a clean inning again. Nobody on base, no outs. Woodruff just needs to calm down, maybe have a little mound visit, talk to his pitcher, get him to calm down and find the strike zone and start attacking it, because he's starting Schneider off with ball 1. Lots of first pitch balls. But he'll get him to swing and miss on the curveball. And that ball looks like it's hooking foul. fair foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That ball, I don't want to call it, because it's getting ridiculous at this point. That was 100 miles an hour off the bat. Just foul. Yeah, I don't have to do anything, Shen. Since I told the AI, like, you can be in charge of that if you'd like. I'm choosing not to. So I have pitching, defensive, and substitutions set to AI, so I don't have to manage it. You can, if you'd like to, disable the warm-up rule, but you'd have to do it before the game starts. So as we've locked it in, we do have to use the they do have to warm up pitchers. So they should be. I assume the AI is doing it. I don't know how to check if anybody's warming up in the bullpen, though. But yeah, they should be handling all of that. Bullpen's here. I guess we just check because they'll magically appear here. One would assume. All right, Schneider, 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
We finally get a much-needed punch-out. They throw it around the diamonds. I love that they actually have that animation, too. Only his 2nd strikeout of the game. Woodruff trying to bounce back after giving up that homer. Now comes Barger. Finds a sign that he likes and fires in a slider for a strike. Kind of a high slider. Gets a swing at a off-speed pitch low in the zone. And that is out of play swinging at the changeup. 2 strikes in the count. Tries to get a swing and miss, doesn't bite, doesn't get the call. That's a ball. Check swing, little excuse me swing, but makes contact and that ball goes foul. We'll do it again.
Strike 3.
There's another strikeout. Woodruff is pissed. He's angry. 2 strikeouts in a row after only having 1 strikeout in the game up till now. He's trying to keep it close for Vegas to hopefully strike back. Let's listen to a different soundtrack. Let's listen to regular Celeste. I don't know. Okay, so Alejandro Kirk up, 2 outs for Toronto, already with 1 hit in the game for his team. Woodruff delivers a low curveball just under the zone. And that is going to be strike 1 at the knees with the fastball. Changing the speed. His curveball is 68 miles an hour. His fastball is 92 miles an hour. That's a slow curveball. Real slow. But he's been relying on it tonight to try to get the swings and misses balancing with his 79 mile an hour changeup, which probably looks like that 4-seam fastball out of the hand until it dives low and away from the bat.
Strike 3.
3 strikeouts in a row after giving up the 2-run bomb to Varsho. Woodruff strikes back and tries to keep it close to give Hamilton, Moore, and Banfield a shot at bringing the stop. I keep wanting to say Vultures, the Invaders, 4 innings to tie it and hopefully bring the opening day game home. All right, David Hamilton, he's got 1 hit already in this game. We're up to bat again. He looks at a low ball for the first pitch. Gossman back out there for a 6th inning of work. So far, I've been doing a phenomenal job to keep the bats cold for the Invaders. But he starts out, okay, I thought that was ball 3, but indeed it was a strike. 2 balls and a strike to David Hamilton, still in a good count. Watches ball 3 away, pretty far outside the zone. And that's ball 4. Leadoff base runner. The tying run is now at the plate in Dylan Moore, with Hamilton threatening to steal. Speed on the base pass always in the back of the pitcher's mind. And he'll start out with a missed fastball inside to Dylan Moore. They'll throw over a check on the runner, make sure that he's not thinking any thoughts about stealing. Gossman up to 88 pitches now. Check swing. He held up, says the umpire. That is ball 2. And he watches a strike right down the middle. Moore is less than impressed with that call. Okay, well, I mean, it was right down the middle, brother. So, I don't know what to tell you. Count is 2-1. Check over at the runner again, anticipating the steal, but he's safe. And that's another strike right down the middle. Moore hasn't taken the bat off of his shoulder, and the count is even 2-2. With that ball low and inside, it runs full count, runner on first, nobody out. Good chance to do damage. Instead, it goes to the shortstop, who cannot turn the double play with the speed at first. And that'll be out number 1, but the runner does advance to second and is in scoring position for Will Banfield. Banfield watches a ball. The runner thought about going to third and moves back. Banfield, bottom of the order, still looking for a hit for the Invaders. He'll take strike 1 on the high sinker. Takes a hack at probably a low sinker. Fouls it off. 3 straight sinkers to Banfield. And he'll watch ball 2 inside. Count is even 2-2. Smacked to pretty deep center field. Somehow not deep enough to advance the runner. Okay. And Hamilton will stay at second, I guess. I'm pretty sure he could have made it. But, okay, all right. And that's out number 2. Blaze Alexander still looking to break out in this game. The fact that there's no... I think the AI doesn't show when anyone's warming up. They'll just make the substitution. Is probably what's happening. But if you play, you can play with warming up or not. I guess. I don't know. Ball 1, check swing. That is ball 2. Trying to get into a hitter's count to at least bring Hamilton home and get a little closer. But he'll watch strike 1 high. Take a hacking swing at the next pitch. Splitter inside fools him. Kevin Gossman up to 102 pitches. They are just letting him go to town, I guess. Manager is like, you know what? You have 60 stamina. Freaking prove it. Okay? They're just going to hang him out to dry out here, but they think he can get out of it. 2-2 is the count to Blaze Alexander. Come on, Blaze.
Strike 3.
Well, that should be the last we see of Gossman, and I think the Invaders will be happy that he's gone, and maybe they'll have better luck with the bullpen, because we'll have Siani, Arenamo, and Mangum due up. 5 hits in the game, only 1 run to show for it, just leaving runners stranded in scoring position. So Woodruff back out for a 6th inning of work at 88 pitches himself, which I'm pretty sure that I put their pitch count to be lower than that. But I am not the manager, I think. That would be really awkward if I'm supposed to switch. There's no way I'm supposed to switch them. I'm not in charge of substitutions. So, Loperfido, Springer, and then back to the top of the order for Toronto. Let's see what Woodruff has got. Bottom of the 6th. Keep it close. Need to fire in some strikes. That's strike 1. And change up on the inside corner is strike 2. Back against the wall for Joey Loperfido. Tries to get him to chase outside, but that'll be ball 1. They're just not taking the bat off their shoulder. A ball low with the changeup. 2-2. Ball low. I think we need to challenge these hitters, Woodruff. You're trying to get him to chase with 4 straight changeups, brother. Gets him to swing pretty deep into left field, going all the way back, almost at the warning track, and that is a loud first out for Pedro Leon, who ranges over to his right. And that'll be the first substitution of the game after getting that out. 5 1/3 innings for Woodruff, who gives up 7 hits and 3 runs, just shy of the quality start, and that'll bring out lefty Andrew Salfrank, making his debut for the Invaders. One of the few lefties in the bullpen. So Salfrank, I need to look at his pitches and what he brings to the table, but he gets a swing and a miss. He is a extreme ground baller. Sinker curveball. That's it. You know what you're going to get. 91 to 93 miles an hour, but he has a nasty curve. And he starts Springer out with a sinker for the swing and miss. Gets him to chase inside, maybe seeing a different arm angle, confusing the players. Strike 2.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. 3 pitch out. Good job by Salfrank to get Springer out, and now he's back to the top of the order with Andres Jimenez. Last at bat, he grounded out to Arenamo. He's 0 for 2 in the game so far, and watches a sinker low. Puts the ball in play to shallow left. It bounces in front of the left fielder, and that is a 2-out single. He thought about going for 2, but they get it back in quickly. And that'll bring up Will Wagner. Jimenez with his first hit of the season. Lefty on lefty now. Well, I guess it was Jimenez was also a lefty. So Salfrank should have a nice matchup here. Gets a check swing, a steal attempt at second, and they overthrow second base, allowing the runner to advance on the miscue. Banfield has an error at catcher in his first game. I'll be honest, I don't think the E overlay is on the camera overlay, Sima, so rip. Minus 250,000 channel points. Got him every time. Works every time. I'll add it for later. Wait, no, it is. I don't know. You can hear it? You shouldn't be able to hear it. Okay. I don't know why you can't hear it, though, because I actually do have the overlay. Look what I have to do now. Now I have to go in and refund channel points. And interrupting the game. For you. Alright, anyways, where was I? Sal Frank trying to get another out. Take it to the top of the 7th. He puts it in play, into the gap, pretty deep. Center fielder Ciani makes a spectacular acrobatic dive. Nearly cartwheels around in the air to make a wonderful catch to pick up his pitcher. That was a 4-star catch on a 106.9 mile an hour line drive into the gap in center left. All right, Ciani, let's go. Get you a hit, baby. And he's looking at a ball, the ump taking his sweet time to decide if that did catch the corner or not, because I thought it was a strike, but I'm waiting to see what you say, ump. We've also got a substitute pitcher now. Well, not a substitute. From the bullpen comes Genesis Cabrera. 40 overall, according to our scout. OSA says the same. And maybe, now that the Toronto starter is out of the game, we might have a shot. Because Kevin Gossman was popping off. Fantastic day for him. 6 innings pitched. Gave up 5 hits, only 1 earned run, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts with 103 pitches. Fantastic start for Gossman. But now that we're into the bullpen, let's see if we can make something happen. They brought in a lefty to face Ciani. Then we have a righty and a switch hitter. Ciani looks at ball 2. Getting ahead in the count. Looking for something to hit. Watches a strike. It's in there. The slider catches the edge. 2-1. Smacked. Past the second baseman's outstretched glove. And Ciani has reached on a single. Bringing the tying run to the plates. For the top of the order, Jader Arenamo. Ciani picking up his first hit in the 9 spot. I'm proud. I'm proud. Woodruff did not get a quality start because he did not finish the 6th inning. So, unfortunate. But Ciani with the hit. He's reached. All right, Arenamo, show us why you're the leadoff. He watches strike 1. Ciani, a huge threat with his speed. Hoping to see a steal to stay out of the double play here. Smashed down the left field line. Somehow the left fielder makes a spectacular gliding catch. His feet seem to carry him effortlessly across the outfield. And he has recorded a 5-star catch on a 104.5 mile an hour line drive. That probably would have been foul. Unfortunate and unlucky for Arenamo. That'll bring up Jake Mangum, who's hitless so far. And he'll watch the first pitch inside. Miss. With a slider for ball 1. He took it out of a fan's lap. Maybe. And that is poked pretty far down the left field line. That looks foul. I keep wanting it to be fair, but everyone keeps pulling the ball so hard foul. That's 108 off the bat for Jake Mangum, and they just can't keep it fair. You have to sit back a little bit. That's strike 1. Mangum watches a fastball miss outside for ball 2. And pokes one up on the infield. Catcher is there, and a lazy infield fly is out number 2. Pedro Leon is our only hope in this inning. Ciani getting the leadoff hit. And he smashes it, but that's right to the shortstop, who runs the ball over to second for the force out himself, and that retires the side. Sal Frank is coming back out after only taking 7 pitches to get out of the last inning for the Invaders. Oh, it's the 7th inning stretch. By the way, Alex Speed, thank you for the sub earlier. Says, I learned more rules today than in several Paradox games combined. Thanks. I appreciate the 9-month sub. Maniog with his 7th inning stretch sub for 82 freaking months. Thanks for the 82 months. And Modified says, baseball for 77 months. Hey, what's up? All right, Vladdy Guerrero Jr. up against Sal Frank. Manager wants to leave him out there for another inning of work. Sal Frank starts him with a sinker low and outside. Ball 1. Tries to get a swing. Guerrero checks his swing. He didn't go around. That misses inside for ball 2. At the knees, that's taken for a strike. 2 and 1. Strike 2 called a sinker. Barely catches the outside corner, says the ump. Sinker is in there at 90 miles an hour. It's kind of a slow sinker. And Vladdy fouls off another one. I have arrived with no knowledge of baseball. Well, then rewind, okay? Because if I had to start explaining baseball from its screws every single time one of you showed up late, then I'd be here all freaking night explaining what a damn strike zone is. Okay, because I already explained all that in the VOD. Two balls, 2 strikes. Put in play to the third baseman, who makes the play nicely, throws across the diamond, and gets out number 1. You're a slow sinker. No, you're a slow sinker. And the lefty Varsho, who hit the 2-run homer earlier in the game, is back up to bat for Toronto. Let's see if Sal Frank fares better than our starter. He gets a called strike on the edge with a sinker. And the next pitch is fouled off behind home plate. 0-2. Gets a swing and miss for the punch out. Varsho goes down swinging on 3 pitches. And that'll bring up Davis Schneider. Like what I'm seeing out of Sal Frank so far, as he's pounding the zone. Starts Schneider off with another strike. The next one is low and inside, taken for a ball. Check swing. The ump signals he held up. That's ball 2. And next pitch is low for ball 3. I shouldn't have said anything nice about you, Sal Frank, until you get us out of this inning. The next pitch goes foul. That runs the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And a walk. I shouldn't have said anything. Ball 4. Lets the runner get the free pass to first base. And he is a 2-out base runner for Toronto. Now Sal Frank up against the lefty Barger, who does not have a hit today. 0 for 2. First sinker is low. That's a ball. Put in play down the first base line. First baseman takes it himself out unassisted to retire the side. Sal Frank through 1 2/3 innings of shutout baseball. He did his job. And now the Invaders have 6 outs left to try and win the game, or at least tie it to take it into extras. And we got the heart of the order up right now with Luke and Baker, who has not been able to connect so far today. But new pitcher is out here. Danny Column. I don't know how to say. I don't know if the E is silent. Or is it column? Why does everyone have such weird last names? But the lefty is here with a 4-pitch mix. Relies on his slider and sinker. And then has a 4-seam fastball, presumably, and a curveball. I guess 2-seamer and 4-seamer is all one stat. Which is kind of weird, but okay. Different types of pitches. Don't mind me. First pitch for the Invaders comes through as a strike. Ump says that it caught a little bit of the corner. Baker probably not too happy about that call. So he thinks about swinging as they go back to back on him. And that is another called strike off the plate. Baker quickly down in the count 0-2 after 2 pitches that look like balls are called strikes by the home plate umpire, who we will not name. And then he watches as strike 3 gets him with the sinker, low, middle of the plate. Out number 1. 5 outs remain. David Hamilton's up. He's 1 for 2 today. With the first hit for the Invaders, that excuse me swing almost goes fair. Check swing somehow pokes it foul down the left field line pretty hard. And that is low for a ball and a strike. That's outside, ball 2. Takes a big swing and a rip at the fastball, which might have caught the corner. Can't catch up to it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. David Hamilton puts a little dribbler down back to the pitcher, who makes the play. Nice little defensive play from the pitcher, getting it over to first in time, and that is out number 2. Dylan Moore is up with 1 hit today. 4 outs remain for the Invaders. Come on, Invaders. Looks at a slider for a ball. Then he looks at a slider for a ball inside. That'll be a strike, catching the middle of the zone. 3 straight sliders in a row from Danny. And the next pitch is put in play to the second baseman. Grounded out. The inning is over. 1-2-3 down for Las Vegas Blue Jays. Still out in front. 3-1. Only 3 outs left. They're sending Sal Frank out for another inning of work. I don't agree with that, Mr. Manager. He's already pitched 1 2/3 innings. Get one of the other relievers out here. Get a fresh arm to keep the game close. I don't know if I would throw the same reliever out again when he's, I guess 30 stamina is 30 stamina, but whatever. Sal Frank's back out for another inning of work. And he starts him low and outside with a ball. In comes the pitch, low and inside for ball 2 against Alejandro Kirk, facing the bottom of the order here against the Blue Jays. The 7, 8, 9 hitters. Gets a swinging miss from the Toronto catcher. And then a fly ball out to shallow left field. And that'll be out number 1. Does your manager have a name? Yeah, but I don't know who the hell he is. You think I know who my manager's name is? I'm the GM. I don't pay attention to that stuff. It's, is it Scott Tyler? It's something Tyler. And now Joey Loperfido. He looks at strike 1 down the middle. Sinker's in there. Puts the next one down the line. That's pretty deep. And apparently it's a foul. They're playing the shift on Joey Loperfido. Nobody was there covering. So if that got down, that could have been a double or a triple, but somehow it's foul. 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
Gets the swing and the miss. That's the Joey Loperfido I remember. 3-pitch strikeout brings up Springer. 2 outs in the inning for the Blue Jays. Steven Tyler. Oh, they go and hit him. Loses control of the pitch, and it runs inside, hits the batter, so the batter will take the open base. Steven Tyler. It's Steven Tyler, no wonder. What's wrong with Steven Tyler? American singer-songwriter Steven Tyler. Not that Steven Tyler. There's a Tyler Stevenson. There is a Tyler Stevenson. All right, Andres Jimenez is up now. They've replaced the lefty with Colin Snyder. Colin Snyder coming out for his first appearance for the Invaders. He is a 94 to 96 mile-an-hour sidearm pitcher. Has a different release point for these batters. Has a fastball, slider, and cutter. And he likes to mix up. Though it's unfortunate that you brought... There's a steal attempt. And the runner is safe, unable to throw out Springer. Stealing second on the cutter. Pitch. Count is 0-1. With that swing and miss, it runs to 0-2. Jimenez with a check swing fouls it off to stay alive. He's lucky he got a piece of that.
Strike 3.
But then, another swing and a miss is out number 3. The steal doesn't matter. Snyder does his job, and that brings up the last hope for the Invaders and the Blue Believers, facing lefty Steven Matz. Trying to close the game out for Toronto today. Pitched for St. Louis last year with a 3.61 ERA, over 94 innings of work. Does occasionally give up a little too many walks. This is a last chance for the Invaders. Unfortunately, it falls to the bottom of the order. Banfield still looking for his first hit, and Blaze Alexander still looking for his first hit to try and tie it up. First pitch he sees, Banfield pops it up to the shortstop. One away. Only 2 chances remain. Blaze Alexander is up. And he puts the first pitch he sees in play. Right fielder barely moves. And that's out number 2. The last hope for the Invaders. Winseal Perez coming in as a pinch hitter, trying to get something going. Taking away the center fielder for Perez. And he looks at ball 1. All right, Winseal. That is a strike, sinker at the knees. The count is 1-1. The last hope for the Invaders. Watches. Ball 2 from the lefty. Ball 3 from the lefty. Good hitter's count here. See what he can do with it. A little more patience at the plate. Takes a swing and a miss, but that's only strike 2. Runs the count full on that sinker. Full count, 2 outs. Takes a swing and a miss. He strikes him out. The game is over. The Believers lose. The Doubters win. Toronto wins 3-1. It was all downhill from there. Not what you want to see. The 2026 season is off to a good start for the Blue Jays. The hometown Jays knocked off the Vegas Invaders 3-1 at Rogers Center. Kevin Gausman paced his team to the win. Dalton Varsho took Vegas hurler Brandon Woodruff deep in the bottom of the 5th. His 2-run home run put the Blue Jays up. In all, Varsho had a single in addition to the homer, going 2 for 4. Hustle and hard work is a big part of our success. Those qualities define a team. First one is in the books. And the Doubters come out on top, taking 2 million channel points away from the Believers. The biggest winner was, we had a 3-way tie for first. Stan Brule, Short and Saucy, and Arialto each bet $250K and doubled their money. Biggest losers on the Believers was No Berserker and Not a Giant, donating $250K apiece to the Doubters, with T and Leadfoot in a distant third. The Doubters were much more confident, with 7 bettors with 100,000. Actually, no, the Believers had 7 bettors that were 100K or over too. But GG's. At least we didn't get shut out in our opening game, and we got some hits. And honestly, the pitching was pretty good. Like 3 runs, you got to be able to score some runs. The offense has to show up, right? Like the pitchers did what they could do. Woodruff, Salfrank, and Snyder, I think, got it done good enough. Woodruff could have done a little better. but the bat's got to show up. Got a couple of stolen bases. Banfield with the error. I don't think the error came back around to bite us though. Liked what I saw from Pedro Leon getting 2 hits in the first game. Just the first game, chat. Just the first game. Do you think they should have pulled Woodruff earlier? No, I don't think so. Woodruff was having trouble finding the zone, but he did give up 7 hits. I do think that he should have been pulled earlier, but he got... I don't think he should have gotten pulled in the 5th. I think he should have gotten pulled after the 5th and not even let him come out for the 6th because his pitch count was pretty up. But I wouldn't have pulled him before the 5th. No way. So I think it is what it is. Here's the thing, even if we pulled him, we didn't score any more runs. So it would have just been tied. So yeah, we can't win in a tie game. We got to score some runs, you know. But first game is in the books. I think it was a GG, could have been worse. We'll get him with the next one. It's a 3-game series against Toronto, so we're gonna see him again. Am I gonna do a full game for the next one? No, we did a full game for that one. So for the next one, we're gonna do an abbreviated game, and we're just gonna skip to true outcomes. So what that means is we're just gonna see the last pitch of each at bat, and just see what happens. It'll be a lot faster. How did Portland do? Well, I guess we can just see everybody. Where's the scores? The Orioles dropped the Red Sox 6-5 in the 11th inning. Chicago defeats Kansas City 5-1. White Sox, sorry. Oh, they're dealt a 5-1 defeat. Sorry, Kansas City beat the White Sox. Tampa beats Los Angeles. Yankees handle Cleveland. Astros win. Tucker goes 3 for 4. after all of that, he could have been with us. He should have been with us. He went 3 for 4 with a homer and 4 RBI. Did he hit a grand? No, he didn't hit a grand slam, did he? Should have been us, man. Seattle beats Minnesota. Butler goes 3 for 4. Aztecs win against Detroit. Okay, that's the former Oakland A's they renamed in our timeline. Marlins pick up a 4-3 win. Portland upended by New York. They lost to the Mets 4-1. There you go. There you go. So the other team that we drafted against also lost. Hey, what's up, Raiders? What is up? Hello, Avic. How are you? How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. Yob God, Long Game Hunter, Radioactive. What's up, T9? Lenny Lotus, Lord Dinu, Miss Lissaday, welcome back. Tanaki, what's up, Kyrian? Morvash, Strong Raid. Strong Raid. How are you? Taking our balls for the archive, are you? Welcome, Raiders. We're playing a baseball game. I know that might not be your first choice of sport, but it's a game similar to Football Manager, but for baseball. And we've just spent the better part of 27 hours, give or take. 26, 27 hours. Assembling a team from scratch. We've made up a fictional team, and we just played our first game all the way through. I commentated it, so you got here right after that. We're about to play another one that's going to go a lot faster and be a little shorter. So we're trying to like figure out how the storylines of these individual players that we've been picking, they're real people. The players are all real. The team is not. The Las Vegas Invaders do not really exist in real life. So we've created a fake team, but we've drafted real players and we're playing against other mostly real teams and doing a simulation in fake 2026. So there's all sorts of storylines. Sometimes players get injured. Sometimes they open car dealerships. Sometimes they run for Congress. It goes pretty wild. Sometimes the teams randomly move to different states. Sometimes they rebrand themselves. Like once you press go, the timelines start to diverge. So we're playing as the Las Vegas Invaders. We got a nice little logo up here made by one of our chatters, quite adept. And we're rocking the neon green and black. So we got green screen, green and black, even though I don't use a green screen. Green screen, black, and white are our colors. We lost our opening game, very predictably. Doubters just got paid like 2 million channel points from the believers, and we're betting on the outcome of games on top of everything else. But if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed our friend Avic, check him out. I don't know how you missed him up until this point, but give him a gander. Been playing some Vintage Story. I believe you've been playing some Community Vintage Story, have you not? Vintage Story was great. Did the first story dungeon, raided the Resonance Archive. I don't know what any of that means, much like some of you will not know what baseball words mean. So we're each in each other's good company. But through the first game, we actually watched a full game, though I sped through it as fast as I could and tried to explain some of the basics of baseball. I think it's a really compelling sport to get interested in if you like averages, numbers, spreadsheets. What I say is if you enjoy Hearts of Iron, you'll enjoy Football Manager or Out of the Park Baseball. It's the same brain that enjoys both games, I think. But there are a lot of spreadsheets, there are a lot of numbers, but there is also a lot, I think if you enjoy games where you play the odds and games where you're trying to sort of tweak the odds in your favor, baseball at its core is a gambling game. The goal is to just hit the ball. If you could hit the ball even 1 in every 3 times, you would be wildly successful and a Hall of Famer. So 33% is considered insanely successful when trying to hit the baseball. And as such, you're trying to pick players who have various stats. And what's fun to think about this game, and probably also Football Manager, even though I haven't played it yet, is that each of these players have different things that they're good at and bad at. And the fun part, I think, is that you have to choose who you want to hire as your personnel. So you actually get to look through a list of personnel. In my case, take my scouting director here. He has various traits and talents that he thinks he's good at and bad at. But what's fun is my scout, my head scout, is the one who is looking at these players and trying to get information on them. So the information he gives me about each player is imperfect because he's an unreliable narrator. Like I have to trust him because he's the guy that I picked for the job, and I think that he's really good at his job. But different scouts can give you different impressions on different players who are better or worse. Players can evolve and change over time. So you might have a player who's like, oh, my scout said that he was like a 30 out of 80. 80 is the top score you can get from baseball scouts. And he sucks. But then maybe he works on it a little bit between seasons. Maybe somehow he's starting to get better and better, and you can have people that break out that you didn't expect. So nothing's taken for granted, nothing's set in stone. You could have a player who sucks this year, but he's only 22 years old, and suddenly he's breaking out and he's becoming a superstar, right? And vice versa. You could have a superstar who ages poorly and he turns 32, gets a bad back, starts getting injured and starts to decline. So players can kind of rise and fall. And I think the fun of these games is seeing that storyline of which players rise and which players fall. So to that end, I actually have a list of players who are kind of my FU list, if you will. It's a list of players that I had the opportunity to get into my organization who I was unable for one reason or another to get into my organization. So I can kind of spy on them and be like, did I miss a trick? Like, oh man, that guy really went crazy. He's a superstar. Man, I could have had him on my team. So I've got like a list of people that I had the opportunity to maybe take that I couldn't. So we're going to watch how they develop over time. And then with our own team, we kind of have a team of nobodies, scraped, no offense to the real life people that I'm talking about. But we have a team who are the worst players on every other team. So the way that the expansion team works, this made-up team, is we took players from all the other teams that they didn't want to make our team. So we're kind of watching to see who rises above those expectations. and who does even worse than we thought that they were going to do, and kind of following that storyline to see if we can make a scrappy team that somehow picks themselves up by the bootstraps and does better than we expect. That's probably not what's going to happen, but it is fun to see like who turns into the hero and, you know, who you need to trade to another team. But again, a shout out for Avic. Check him out if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed him. Hit that link in the chat, toss him a follow, and catch him live for the next one. He's been streaming a lot lately. Always good to see you, Dapperlings. Hopefully I give you a good kind of heads up on what we're doing. There are a lot of numbers, a lot of things, but much like any other strategy game like Hearts of Iron, it's just a game of learning what the acronyms mean, but also figuring out which numbers to pay attention to and which ones you need to avoid at any given time. But we are we're gonna do our best here. I'll try to, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I don't mind explaining. I won't make fun of you too much, and try to catch you up with kind of where we're at. But we're doing good. We got past the like meat and potatoes, the grind of trying to get the team together as far as how our bases and balls are going, and now we're actually just started the regular season. So we have a schedule of games that we're going to be playing, and we are going to simulate some of them, but we're also going to watch some of them. We just watched a full game, like every single pitch of every single at bat, which does take a while because, you know, it's a baseball game. And we're going to watch the next one. We're probably just going to like kind of finish the day now. And sometimes you get emails. Sometimes our owner, kind of the owner of the team, messages us and says what he wants us to do. Different things happen around the league. So random storylines can occur, that kind of thing. But welcome, everybody. Can we take some of those FU players later? Well, if we traded for them, yeah, we could. If we might be able to trade for some of them in the future. Equivalent of checking X's social media. Who's the funny little man in the top right corner? I don't know who you mean, Leafy Pew. I don't see anybody up there. Huh. It's weird. So we're about to play another game. Game 2 against Toronto. We got a different pitcher this time. Starting pitcher, Dustin May. He's getting paid $10 million a year. We have to manage contracts and salaries. We have a full front office that keeps count of our budget. Your owner can give you more or less money every single year. You can make more or less money if your team is popular. You make more sales in tickets, so you actually have gate revenue. You can change the ticket price. It's lemonade stand, but baseball. But we're having to manage how much are we paying each of our players. If you're the kind of person that likes to dig into the weeds of that kind of stuff, you would enjoy this game. Or if you like soccer or football better, check out Football Manager for sure. But you could, either of those two simulation games, you could easily spend 1,000 hours. A lot of people who don't like baseball but just wanted to play a simulation game have learned baseball because of this game. I'm sure Football Manager is the same way. But for soccer, they're very deep simulations. It simulates how much wind is blowing and from what direction and how that affects the baseball. It's simulating which baseball parks are more and less likely for people to get hits in, depending on elevation and altitude and stuff like that. I could go on. It simulates media revenue, so I have a setting where, depending on the market size of the team, since we're in Las Vegas, we're going to get different money from the media, like the sports channels on TV, how much they're paying us to air and broadcast games that we can use and funnel back into salaries for better players, things like that. So there's a lot going on under the hood. So it's a very easy game to get lost in. Not all stadiums are made equal. That's correct. Baseball stadiums are very funky. Like a basketball court is always the same, right? And I believe a soccer pitch is always the same. I think they're the same size. There might be different ones at different like levels of play, but baseball stadiums are all different. They have quirks. They have things that make them unique. Some of them have the walls closer on one side or the other. Some of them have deeper center field. Some of them have, even the roof being open or closed can affect that. Soccer fields do differ slightly. Gotcha. Yeah, like, For example, here is I'm grabbing a picture for you. The picture I was looking at was very small. I think it's a picture made for ants, but you'll still be able to see. Here is an extremely odd high school baseball field. That I am struggling to save. Oh, that's so small. But it doesn't matter if it's blurry, just look at the shape of it. I know it's blurry, but that is a high school baseball field somewhere out there. I don't know why it looks like that, but it does. So they can get really funky. Here's like a Reddit thread of weird baseball fields. This is a really old one. Chad, how do you find an image that's not a WebP? You don't, but I can just do this instead. There's a really old baseball field. Here's home plate. And then it's just a rectangle, I guess. I don't know. The foul line just goes out and stops. I guess. I don't know. Not sure what they were thinking with that one. The polo grounds, kinda. So there are some very weird baseball fields that give character, for sure. Okay, I think we're ready to get into the next game. All I need to do is check on who's going to be pitching. Dustin May, we're paying him $10 million a year for the next 4 years, so hopefully he can do well. Our first starter, Brandon Woodruff, had an okay start. Bullpen arms are fresh. I think I'm going to throw the same lineup. I don't think I want to change anything in the lineup. We don't have enough sample size to know if we need to mess with things. But baseball at its core is a game of just messing with things based on stats, based on trends, based on expectations of average. So you need to build a sample size to make an informed decision about what changes you might need to make. And a lot of my players just came up from what we call the minor league system to the major leagues, so we don't really have much sample size to go off of yet. So I'm just going to let them do their thing. I think we're just ready to go. I think I saved. I guess I need to let chat bet some channel points. The doubters seem to have definite advantage here. Will invaders win or lose this game? You have, let's say, 5 minutes to put your channel points on the line. I think that's a fair amount of time. Now, in this game, you can actually simulate as many games as you want and just have the stats read to you. Like you could, for example, if I wanted to look at the last game, I could click on it. I could read a summary that the game generates for me. I could look at the box score. I could see the WPA graph about who's projected to win or lose at any given point through the game. I can see my players, how they performed, their stats. Obviously, you might need to learn acronyms for that. And there's an accurate summary of what happened during the game here and how our pitchers fared, as well as any notes. For example, the roof was closed, the weather was 29 degrees, and the start time, attendance. Normally it notes the wind as well, that kind of thing. We're playing the Blue Jays 3 times in a row. Same team, different pitchers. So baseball usually plays in a series. So like we have 3 games against the Toronto Blue Jays, then we have 3 games against Kansas City, then we have like 3 games against Houston. Sometimes they're not 3 games, but most of the time they are. Sometimes there's longer or shorter series depending on travel needs. So it's kind of for each team to travel in, spend a few days there, travel out, fly somewhere else. But yes, you can simulate everything, or you can actually go in. You don't have to play at a big scale, macro. You can actually play micro and then hop into the games. Like so. And it has a low fidelity, low graphics rendition of the stats and the code. So the animations and stuff are very simplistic, but they're there so that you can actually watch the games, and you can actually manage the games moment to moment. You can decide your strategy that you want your pitchers to take. You could be the manager on the field. You can decide which strategy you want your hitters to take. You can decide when substitutions occur. You can decide when to replace your pitcher with another pitcher. You can do all of that. So we actually have the option to handle offensive strategy, defensive strategy. I could tell my defenders where I want them to be positioned on the field for every batter. I could handle base running when I want them to steal a base, or I can delegate that to the AI. So I've delegated it to the AI, and I'm letting the managers that I hired make the decisions, and I'm watching them kind of more of a macro scale. But it will actually do kind of every play in the game. But this time, we're not going to watch every single pitch. We're just going to watch every true outcome. What that means is there might be 5 pitches in an at-bat, and we only see the last one, whether it was a strikeout, a hit, a ground out, a fly out, a line out, whatever. And then just kind of see what happened in the game. That way, it might be a little more confusing that way if you don't understand baseball, but it'll let us get through the games faster instead of having to watch every single pitch in the entire game. All right, while you guys are finishing putting your tab in, put your channel points on the line. I snoozed the ads 3 times for the Raiders who came in, but I don't have any more snoozes. So there's going to be 3 quick minutes of ads to keep the pre-rolls dead so that if people do raid, like you, you're not hit smacked with an ad the second that you get here when you're putting your raid message in chat or coming in from the directory or whatever. I need to take a bathroom break anyways and get some more water because I've been talking a lot because I've been announcing and commentating these games. So I'm a little parched. But thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts up to Leafin and Modified for the 77 months. I appreciate the subs, guys. I'm going to hit the ad button now. Turn your volume down if you do get ads. I don't want you to get blasted and surprised by them. And we'll leave it right here. Just be back in less than 3 minutes. Okay? BRB. Thanks. Appreciate you guys. What is this music? Celeste, what are you doing? Chill, man. All right, there we go. BRB. Hello. We're back. And so too are those who were in the ad realm. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I'm back. All right, let's get it started. Second game of the regular season. This one's going to be faster because we're not doing every pitch. We're just doing the last pitch of every batter. So if it looks like everyone is something happening on the first pitch, it's not the first pitch. But we're up to bat first. We're up against the 31-year-old Jose Barrios for Toronto, who has been with Toronto for quite a while, since 2022. Had a little stint with them in 2021 as well. And looks like a solid starter. Lots of stamina, can go deep into games. Has 5 pitches that they like to mix up to keep batters on their toes. And is pretty much a workhorse with a sub-4 ERA. That's good. The lower the ERA, the better. So let's see how our leadoff hitter, Jhonder Arenamo, the 22-year-old, who we're hoping can keep performing, did get a hit in his first game as a major leaguer. And the first game for the Invaders. Let's see what we got. Opening, starting pitch, whatever. Go. Welcome to tonight's game at Rogers Center. Tonight, the Blue Jays and Invaders will duke it out. Toronto has won the first opening game. Game 2 of this 3-game series starts now. On the second pitch, we've got a leadoff single. I'm impressed. I can't believe this dude is hitting the ball. Coming up from Double-A, skipping Triple-A. Arenamo on the second pitch loops one into shallow right field to be a leadoff base runner. I'm impressed with this dude. He's also very fast and can steal. I'm hoping that he does. All right, that brings up Jake Mangum, still looking for his first hit in the season. And I forgot to hit the space bar instead of the 1, so we're not watching every pitch. 2 strikes, and he strikes out. 1 out brings up Pedro Leon, who had 2 hits in yesterday's game. 2 balls and a strike. He puts it in play to shallow center. The center fielder runs in, makes the catch, and that is out number 2. Now the cleanup hitter, Lucan Baker, also looking for his first hit of the season. Runs the count full, scoops it to the third baseman. And that is out number 3 on a sharply hit ground out, 102 miles per hour off the bat to retire the side. And that brings up Toronto to the plate. But for the Invaders, we have right-hander Dustin May on a 4-year deal. Comes over from the Dodgers, who he has played with for the previous 3 years. Had a respectable but average 4.25 earned run average last season. He keeps the runners down. He's looking to keep the home runs down and the walks down this season. But he's got 5 good pitches, leans on the fastball, mixes in the sinker. And looking forward to bringing a win, the first ever win for the Invaders tonight. All right, up is Andres Jimenez with a hit last night. He runs the count full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and he takes the leadoff walk to put a runner on first. They were working him on the corner there. Like 4 of those pitches on the corner. That was a 6 pitch at bat. And he works the walk to bring up Will Wagner. On the second pitch, he sees that goes pretty deep to straightaway right field. But Mangum angles after it and hauls it in for out 1. Now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in real life on like a 10-year contract with the Blue Jays, which is crazy. In this game, I think he's on a 5-year stint. Great hitter in his own right. Hits it between the gap in the shortstop and third baseman. They get the ball in quickly to hold the runner at second. That's a line drive to left field for Vladdy Jr. Now we got runners on first and second with only one out for Dalton Varsho, who took the Invaders deep last night with a home run. Let's see if Dustin May can get it together. Ball, 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And doesn't even take the bat off of his shoulder. Looks at strike 3. May picks up the strikeout to make out number 2. Now up comes Davis Schneider. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And he takes strike 3 looking. 2 back-to-back strikeouts looking. Catch the zone, and the side is retired. Dustin May coming back with vengeance. Now the Invaders are up to bat. David Hamilton leading off. Got, was he 1 for 3 yesterday? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Puts it in play. Slow roller to the first baseman, who takes it to the bag for the out unassisted. Now Dylan Moore. 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And he swings and misses at strike 3. He's out number 2. All right, Will Banfield. Still looking for his first hit with the team. He puts it in play over the second baseman into shallow center field, and he has his first Invaders single. The starting catcher for the Invaders is a 2-out base runner. That's only his 7th ever major league hit. He had 6 last year with Cincinnati. That brings up Blaze Alexander, who's also looking for his first hit with the team. First pitch he sees, puts it in play toward the gap, but the left fielder moves over and makes out number 3 with the catch. 1 hit, but the game stays scoreless. May back out there for another inning. He took 21 pitches to get through the first. Let's see how he does against Joey Loperfido. Joey Loperfido up the middle, and that gets in for a 1-strike, no-out hit. Loperfido has some speed. He's fast. Got to watch out for him. All right, now Alejandro Kirk, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And he punches out, swings over the top of the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. May can pull back and just power 100 miles an hour as a starter. A starter hitting 100 is pretty rare. It's not impossible. There's a number of people who do it, but it's still, that's some speed for a starter. And now Addison Barger. He swings and misses, and a strike him out, throw him out. The steal attempt fails. The batter swings and misses for the strikeout, and the runner tries to steal and fails.
Strike 3.
Ball gets in there way ahead of the runner. Nothing on 1 hit. All right, that brings the Invaders' 9-hole hitter Michael Ciani up to the plate. Had a hit last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. And he pushes one up. Diving is the shortstop. Keeps it on the infield, but can't find the grip. That's an infield hit for Ciani. He's got another hit today in the 9 spot, being very productive so far. And he is a leadoff base runner for Jader Arenamo, who already has 1 hit today. First pitch he sees, there's a steal attempt. Ciani's in there, and he is safe with the steal, taking away the double play, using that speed to advance an extra 90 feet, and he's in scoring position for Arenamo. A single from Arenamo scores Ciani easy. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Smacked to straightaway center field. Tagging up is Ciani after the catch is made, and he advances to third on the flyout. Runner at third, 1 out for Mangum. Another ball deep enough into the outfield will score Ciani from third. First pitch he sees. He takes it to straightaway left field. Loperfido has it, throws it back in. Cameraman lost, can't find the ball. And safe at the plate is Ciani. That is some small ball right there. That is some small ball. So we can see hopefully a different camera angle here. As the pitch rides in. Safe at the plate after the catch is made. And that is 1 run for Las Vegas, who strikes first. Out number 2 is a productive one. That's called small ball, chat. Small ball is when you just do a little bit that's team oriented. The opposite of small ball would be guys who hit home runs all the time. Small ball is like the first guy gets on base, he steals second, we're just chipping away. The next guy at the plate moves the runner over, and then the next guy takes him home. Everybody's kind of working together, passing the baton to the next person. Good job. Well done. That's what we want to see. Pedro Leon up now with 2 outs, 2 strikes, and he's hit with 2 strikes. Clearly not intentional. It hits Leon, and he will take the free base for getting hit with the ball. And that brings up Lucan Baker, 0 for 4 last night. The power hitting cleanup hitter looking for his first hit. Full count. And he takes the walk, looks at ball 4. Well done. Working the count full. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. And that brings up David Hamilton. He was also 1 for 4 last night. I guess he was 1 for 3 last night. On the first pitch he sees. Wait a minute. The ump rules catcher's interference, even though he swung and missed. The glove struck the bat and interfered with the swing. And Hamilton takes first on a rare catcher's interference. The catcher was too close to the batter, and the batter's bat struck the glove, which is catcher's interference, and it's an automatic base. The catcher has to stay far enough back that he does not interfere with the batter. That's very rare. Very rare that happens. Okay, and that brings up Dylan Moore with the bases loaded. 2 outs. Had 1 hit last night. Full count. And he takes the walk. Bases loaded walk. Everyone moves up 90 feet. Good eye, Dylan Moore. And that scores a run. That was a 6-pitch battle. He fell behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes, and then took 3 straight balls. That's that 65 eye that we got him for, to take those walks in high leverage situations like this. So the bases stay loaded for Will Banfield, who had a hit in his first at bat as the catcher. Might be one of the worst hitters on the team, but he was great in spring training. So we're hoping that we can get some production out of him, because he has he was lighting up when he was with Cincinnati and AAA last year. So he might have more potential than our scout thinks. I believe in you, Banfield. 2 balls. Slow grounder to third base. Third baseman fires across the diamond to retire the side. Bases are left loaded, but 2 runs score in the inning for Las Vegas, and they take the lead 2-0. That brings back out Dustin May, 34 pitches in, to face George Springer at the bottom of the Toronto Blue Jays lineup. And on the first pitch he sees, he takes it into shallow right field, and that'll bounce on a single hop to the right fielder. Mangum gets it back in. That's a leadoff single. Andres Jimenez at the top of the order for the Blue Jays. 2-1. Lofts it into left field. Moving a few steps to his left is Pedro Leon, who pulls it in for out number 1. Will Wagner on the first pitch he sees. Puts it in play. But diving is Hamilton, who makes the catch. The runner tries to get back, and Springer is called out on a rare double play. Now I have to explain what tagging up is. That was a 4-star catch. Now I do have to explain what tagging up is. Okay, so uncommon situation here. In baseball, if the ball does not touch the ground, the runners cannot advance yet, or if it's not caught. If it doesn't hit the ground or is caught, the runners cannot advance. If they start advancing and the ball is caught, they have to tag up by going back to the base they were at and touching the base. This is a rule to keep people, again, from running around the bases while a fly ball is in the air. Because if a fly ball is in the air, you could easily make it from first base to second, second to third, third to home before they catch it, right? And everyone would score every time. So the goal of baseball would become, don't hit home runs, don't hit singles, just hit the ball really high, and everyone scores. So to keep that from being the case, you have to stay at the base you're at until the ball is caught. Once it is caught, then you can try to run if you want, or stay where you are. Those are your choices. But if the ball hits the ground, then you run into the forced play situations that we talked about earlier, right? If the ball's not caught, then everybody has to run. So in this case, the first or second baseman, we'll watch it again. The second baseman dove, caught the ball in the air, and then threw it back to first. If he gets the ball back to first before the runner tags up, that guy's out because he's too far off the bag. Like if the runner got back to the base and touched it before the ball got there, he would be safe. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. I did my best to explain. Animations are jank, but I'm genuinely impressed my spreadsheet game can do so well. Bag equals base. Yes. Bag equals base. This terminology to describe a base. All right, well, the inning ends, and we're back up to bat now. After an amazing, spectacular defensive play. A very rare double play. And Blaze Alexander is up. Still trying to get his first hit. 1 ball, 1 strike. And dribbler up the line. He's so fast that he somehow legs it out and collects an infield hit. He's faster than the ball. 65 speed. And that is a leadoff infield single for Blaze Alexander, who's just so freaking fast. To bring up Michael Ciani, who's 1 for 2 in this game so far. Third pitch he sees, puts it in play to the second baseman, who gets the out at second, but they're not able to turn the double play. So out recorded at second as the runner phases off of the plane of existence from the field and teleports to his dugout. And then Ciani now stands at first with 1 out, bringing up top of the order Jader Ariamo. Injury check. What? Can I help you? It said he was hurting. I don't know. They'll do a substitution. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Ariel's up. And first pitch he sees, he lines out in a similar play to the second baseman, but Ciani's able to get back to first without a throw. All right. Jake Mangum is up with 2 outs.
Strike 3.
And he swings and misses at strike 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and miss. Nothing doing. If he dies, he dies. Yeah, if he dies, he dies. Bottom of the 4th. May back out against Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a hit today. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gets him to loft it into shallow foul territory down the third base line. Alexander pulls it down for out number 1. Varsho with 2 strikes against him. Puts it in play to second. Second baseman to first. Hamilton snags it and fires to Moore for the out. 2 outs for Schneider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I like that I'm seeing him getting ahead in the count, even if he is giving up a hit. With 2 outs, that's fine. A better defender might have corralled that ball. It rolls past Hamilton into right field. I mean, it's true, he's not the best defender. We have him there because he has a hopefully good bat. Maybe. I don't know. We could probably do better, but we'll see. All right, Joey Loperfido. I think he struck out his first go-round. No, he had a hit. He had a hit today. But this time he strikes out, looking at a 3-ball, 2-strike. Strike 3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Runner left on. Score remains 2-0 Las Vegas. Taking it to the 5th inning for Pedro Leon, who on 2 strikes watches strike 3 go past him at the bottom of the zone, gets rung up on a fastball at the knees. Baker takes the first pitch he sees down the line, all the way to the wall. Sharply hit, and he slides into second, even though Loperfido is hustling. Baker slides, and he's safe. That's a 2-base hit, and his first hit of the season. There we go. Runner in scoring position now with 1 out for David Hamilton. 0 for 1 today. 3 balls and a strike. He puts it in play. It looks like the pitcher catches it. Barrios catches it. But no out made at second, I'm assuming. Okay, well, that was unfortunate. That'll bring Dylan Moore back up. He has 1 RBI today with a walk. RBI is run batted in. He scored a run. He helped us get a point. This time he will pop it up to the shortstop. Runner left in scoring position. Nothing happening. May is back. 57 pitches in the 5th. He's cruising. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A lazy pop-up to that third base side. And that's out number 1. May to Barger. We don't know. Second pitch he sees. Keeping the hot corner busy. Alexander pulls it across the diamond for out number 2. And bottom of the order, George Springer up for Toronto. Second pitch he sees. Back in play to short. Short makes the throw to first. And that is the side retired in the home 5th. Blue Jays down in order. All right, bottom of the order for the Invaders. Banfield, Alexander, and Ciani. Banfield with 1 hit today. 2 balls and 2 strikes on him now.
Strike 3.
I don't agree with that call, ump. That pitch was framed nicely by Kirk. Sinker way outside. Or inside, I guess. But whatever. All right, Blaze Alexander got another shot. Smacks it. Past the diving shortstop. Wrapped back up the middle. That'll be a single, says the play-by-play. Blaze on the base paths again. Maybe looking to steal another base while Ciani is up.
Strike 3.
Ciani swings over and whiffs for strike 3. Barrios with his 6th strikeout. 2 outs for the top of the order, Jotter Arenamo. Lazy fly ball to right, and that'll do it. Las Vegas 6th is over. Nothing on 1 hit for Las Vegas. May back out there for a 6th inning of work. He's still cruising only 67 pitches. 2 balls to Jimenez. Jimenez, little dribbler, a back up to the mound. Pitcher makes the play at first and records out number 1. He's very efficient right now. Let's see if it continues. Will Wagner up. 2 strikes on him. That's put in play sharply to second base. But Hamilton makes the play for out number 2. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. back up. 1 for 2 today. Full count. And he puts it in a straightaway center. Moving in on it is Ciani. And the side is retired. Well done. Fantastic pitching performance by May. Not sure how long the manager is going to leave him out. I would leave him out there for sure. I don't know what the manager will do, though. We got Mangum, Leon, and Baker up. Full game. All right, Mangum still looking for his first hit on the team. A ball and a strike. And that's a nice liner over the leaping third baseman's glove. He's got his first hit as an invader. Clean single to left field, and a reliever is in. Starter has been pulled. Honestly, had a good game as well. Only gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. And they had a short leash on the 7th. So we've got right-hander Tyler Sear, who had pretty good performance in AAA last season. Didn't get much MLB play time, so he's out here, 32 years old, trying to make it work for Toronto against Pedro Leon, the Invaders' left fielder. The ball gets away, back to the backstop. That'll be a passed ball on the catcher. And with that, Mangum heads to second base, in scoring position with no outs for Pedro Leon. The very next pitch, put into play to shallow, well, I guess it's medium left center field for the first out. Luken Baker up with a double already today. 2 strikes on him. Puts it in play to the second, or shortstop. Shortstop makes the throw to first. Runner advances to third. Mangum at third for Hamilton. He'll take a single to score the run from third now for David Hamilton. The lefty batter takes the walk on ball 4. Now there are runners at the corners for Dylan Moore, who has a chance to do some damage here, but he'll strike out instead and strand 2 base runners in the inning, but the Invaders stay scoreless. 7th inning stretch time at the Rogers Center. Can't seem to get him across. Hits spacebar, sees 2 strikes. May is back out there, up to 79 pitches, facing the heart of the order, Varsho, Schneider, and Loperfido. The third pitch Varsho sees. He had a home run last night. This night, little grounder to second. Play is made. Looked like it was picked out of the dirt there. Out number 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that one slapped, bouncing a couple times in front of the right fielder for a 1-out single. The tying run comes to the plate now in Joey Loperfido, and a substitution has been made. The left-hander Eric Miller goes in to face the lefty Loperfido, but May had himself a day, getting 6 scoreless innings of 5-hit baseball, 6 1/3 scoreless innings of 5-hit baseball, and did a great job. So let's see how the bullpen takes over from here. Left-hander Eric Miller, one of the only lefties in the bullpen, has a nasty changeup, good fastball, and a decent slider. He has really great stuff. Sometimes he struggles with control and issues too many walks. A ball and 2 strikes. They make their own substitution.
Strike 3.
They try to play matchups. They had a left-handed batter against our left-handed pitcher, and they tried to substitute a right-handed batter to get an advantage, but we struck him out anyways. 1 strikeout for Miller. 2 outs in the inning. Runner on first. Ball's put into play toward the gap. Left fielder is over. Makes the out. Second pitch results in out number 3. Miller did his job. And that brings up Banfield, Alexander, and Ciani, bottom of the order for the Vegas Invaders. 2 strikes on Banfield.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. He's 1 for 4 now. Blaze Alexander already with 2 hits today and 3 at-bats, looking for another one with a full count. He'll take the walk. Great day for Blaze Alexander as he moseys on over to first base once again. He is a 1-out base runner for Michael Ciani, who puts the ball in play to second. Second makes the quick play to first. They don't have enough time with the speed of Blaze to make the double play, and that'll be out number 2. But a runner is in scoring position for Jodar Arenamo. But he's 2 strikes back against the wall. And he's a strikeout too. Sear is wheeling and dealing right now. And the Blue Jays have 6 outs try and tie the game. Miller's back out after 7 pitches. They like the lefty matchups with Barger coming out. Springer is a righty, and then Jimenez is also a lefty. So let's see how it goes for him. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Addison Barger.
Strike 3.
That's strike 3. Another strikeout and another pitcher. Okay. I think we're playing matchups a little too aggressively, but Snyder is back after getting 1 out yesterday to pitch to George Springer. So we saw Snyder last night. He has a nasty slider, good fastball, good cutter. Hoping to make short work out of the 9-hole hitter. The Springer's 1 for 2 today. And that'll go back up the middle. His 2 for 3. And that's a 1-out base runner to bring the tying run up to the plate in Andres Jimenez. Second pitch he sees, slapped hard to third, but the third baseman is there, makes the out at second, but apparently there's no relay throw. Jimenez reaches on a fielder's choice. How do you not turn 2 on a 109-mile-an-hour ground ball? Explain. Explain. That was a hot shot, so good job on Blaze Alexander getting the out at all, to be honest. And there's 2 outs. Up comes Will Wagner.
Strike 3.
And he punches out. Snyder does the job, closes out the inning, and that'll bring Mangum, Leon, and Baker back up. Mangum with a hit of his own today, but he's 2 strikes into this count.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. Who's pitching for Toronto? He looks frustrated. This is right-hander Yimi Garcia. Yimi Garcia has been playing with Toronto for years now and has given a solid performance his last 2 years, especially with a 2 ERA in 67 innings. Keeps runners to a .89 whip. He does maybe walk a few more than he should, but he is solid. Leon 2-2, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Puts it into play to straightaway center, and that's out number 2. All right, that brings up Baker with a double today so far. He's 2 balls, 2 strikes in, and he strikes out. So Garcia does his job, keeps it close for his team, and the Blue Jays are down to the final 3 outs. Believers are salivating, but they have to get through. Listen, this is where I disagree with management. Why have we not brought out Suarez to close the game? I think AI managers hate giving pitchers clean innings. Or not clean innings. They hate using them for their assigned job. Like, I have a guy labeled closer who's supposed to be the closer. This is a 2-run game. It is a save opportunity. Why not bring your closer out? Maybe Suarez is still injured? That's actually maybe Suarez is still injured. That might be it. All right, well, the righty matchup works with Snyder anyways. So let's see what we got. But I'm scared of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I'm a little scared of him. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Put in play. Poked past the second baseman for a leadoff base runner. Hamilton with good effort, but it's through for a single. And the tying run comes to the plate in Dalton Varsho, who hit a dinger last night to put Toronto out in front. A ball, 2 strikes on Varsho. He pops it up on the infield. Who wants it? The shortstop, Arenamo, ranges over and gathers it in for out number 1. That up comes Luis Rengifo as a pinch hitter against Snyder, trying to play matchups here. 3 balls and a strike, put in play. Diving is the second baseman, but it's past his glove. The right fielder gets it back in to hold the runners. The tying run is now on first. The go-ahead and winning run is on deck. Well, I guess he's up to the plate now. Don't get walked off, please. Let's not get walked off. I guess I have to explain a walk-off now. No, I don't, because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, so I don't need to explain it. Up comes shortstop, Jack Dunn. Another pinch hitter today. They're working the pinch hitters right now. Snyder needs to get it back together. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Strike three.
Strike 3. Out number 2. And right-hander Ian Hamilton comes in to try to collect the last outs for the Invaders. Substitution here. Right-hander Ian Hamilton has a strong slider, strong fastball, decent sinker. Last season with the Yankees, he was very solid in 45 innings of work with a 2.6 ERA, 1.36 whip, walks too many people, but did not give up a single home run. Making his major league debut. Oh yeah, Dunn is making his major league debut, and we struck him out. Good. Good. Crushed them. All right, Hamilton, let's watch this hole at bat. Each pitch. I want to see what he does. It's put in play immediately down the right field line, and just foul. Twisting foul and out of play to give everyone a heart attack. But instead, it's a long strike 1. Hamilton reaches back, fires in, and that's low. A ball. Third pitch of the at-bat, that's in there. Outside corner, strike 2. Borderline pitch, but framed well by Banfield to pull a strike out for his pitcher. And they're down to their final strike. Fouled off behind home plate. We'll do it again. Strike 3 looking. 2 runners stranded. The first ever shutout in Invaders history as the Las Vegas Invaders go to Toronto and take the second game of this 3-game series, blanking the Blue Jays, keeping them to 8 hits of no-run ball. Cotton candy, the first ever franchise win as well for this brand new franchise. And the Blue Believers everywhere are celebrating. Good job. All right, gonna pay you guys out. Win the game. Boom. A couple million channel points. Changing hands. 2.2 million channel points moving around. Blue Believers were led by Wootonius with 240K on the line. Pulls home 488. Biggest losers were Greensworth and Snow Yeti. GG's. A fantastic outing from May. Dustin May never let Toronto get something going. The Las Vegas right-hander commanded his sinker in pitching the Invaders to a 2-0 win. The Las Vegas team goes to 1-1. Dylan Moore finished second in the American League in stolen bases in 2020. Okay, that's a weird season stat to pull. Had a direct impact on the outcome. Moore contributed to a run-scoring walk in the top of the third to put Vegas up 2-0. It's nice to deliver when your team's counting on you. We pulled down 7 hits of our own. Would like to see more production from the offense, but I'm happy with the small ball. We're not going to win if we only score 2 runs each game, right? Pitching was excellent, so fantastic job. 88 pitches for May. I probably could have let him go a little longer, but I think that they did an okay job managing. Looked solid, dude. The reason why it was 12 stolen bases is because 2020 was an abbreviated season. They didn't play a full-length season. So that's why I said it was a weird stat to pull, because it was COVID. It was the COVID season. So it was like half season or less. Shared shutout. I could save the replay, but you all know we're never going to watch it, so. You know we're not going to watch it. But now we got to see who wins the series. It's tied. The series is tied up 1-1. I guess we can, like, finish today as well. No league news. Can just look at some scores. Maybe we mess... Did we mess with the lineup at this point? Maybe. Might sub someone in. I think is smart. just to get some different people some at-bats. We did the same lineup 2 games in a row. Kind of see what's cooking. How did the Pioneers do? Where are the Pioneers? Where did they had to play today? Where are they? Portland Pioneers, they won against the Mets. They got Hunter Goodman as their catcher. Man, I kind of regret not picking a better catcher. They got Khalil Watson? How did they get Khalil Watson? Anyway, GG's. I'm gonna mess. Next pitcher is Tyler Malley. He had some struggles in spring training. Before you gamba on this one, he had some struggles. Let's take a look at the lineup. I know we don't have much to go on stat-wise, but let's have people with only... Wait, these are... There we go. Let's have only people with at least 7 plate appearances. Plate appearances. There we go. Because these are the people who've been batting. They haven't really pinch hit very much. All right, so just from this, Jake, you know, we've only had 7 to 9 plate appearances. Is not a good sample size at all. But Jake has been the worst performing so far. Banfield kind of expected. I think we give the other... Marchand should start this next game anyways, so we'll have a different catcher out there instead of Banfield. What music is this? It's always Outer Wilds, somehow. Let's do... The Last Spell. The Last Spell. So Dylan Moore has been playing first, right? Let's get a couple of subs in. I just don't like Baker's glove. Do we have anybody else who can play? Do we have anybody else who can play freaking first base? We have no one who can play first base except Dylan Moore. So I don't want to sub that unless I have to. Though Mangum for Winseal Perez just for a game. I'll give them one more start. I think Cal Stevenson should get a start though. Like Siani has been okay. Surprisingly. Also, maybe give Cheng the start today. Let's just do like a daily lineup. Because we can like paste the lineup from here and then I can just sub in like David Hamilton. Why does it show starting pitchers? I don't need to see that. We'll get Cheng to play second. See how he does. Give him some play time. Give him a start. Chat wants a different second baseman anyway. But I think you have to give him some time. I don't think he was playing like bad defense. Dylan Moore did score a run on that walk for us. We really just don't have anybody else at first. I don't like that it shows the pictures on this screen. It bothers me. I want to get Cal Stevenson a start. He's a pinch hitter right now. Which I think is... Yeah, I guess I'll just keep it where it is. We'll just change one. I don't know if I want to move the lineup around. Let's move... Pedro Leon up. Let's swap Mangum. Move Blaze up. And move Siani up. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, we had David Hamilton in because of his batting, but he also hasn't been batting yet. He's been doing okay, but we'll give him a day off, which I think is fine. We need to test everybody on the team is the issue, right? We have to test them all. We got to get everybody in there. Now, Hamilton was 0 for 2 with a walk, and then 1 for 3. He's not a hot bat. Nope. Negative. Our hottest bat right now is Blaze Alexander, Michael Siani, and Pedro Leon, just like we drew it up. Everybody knew that's how it's going to go. But let's mess with the lineup a little bit. Chad, you guys want to gamble on this one too? Gamba. The problem is I have to give you like 5 minutes to Gamba. We're going to do another abbreviated game like the last one. That way it's faster. All right, you got 5 minutes to tab in and put your channel points on the line. Do it. I want to, if I don't see at least 1.5 million channel points, we're not doing Gamba. I'm canceling it. This is what you're dealing with. We have maybe one of our worst pitchers from spring training. Maybe he turns it around. Versus Bowden Francis, who's honestly probably even with our guy. He's a 45 overall. But he has good control, keeps our batting averages down, has 4 decent pitches. Same team. So you've started to see their players, you started to remember their players, you know how it goes. But we'll see who wins. I'll be back. I'm going to go ahead and run the ads, so that way we have an uninterrupted game. Just going to run them a little, like, 8 minutes early. And rebuild my snoozes. So I'm just going to do that and go get a snack while you guys Gamba channel points. So tab in, Gamba your channel points before you miss your shot to win. I will be right back. Thanks for watching. And we're back. Yo. What's up? Did we win our first game? Well, our first season game? No. We won the second one, though. And this is the third one. So if we win this one, we've won the series. In we go. Good luck, AI. Batting first again is Jader Arenamo, but this time up Belden Francis. Been with Toronto for some time now. Gave them a solid performance last year. 3.27 earned run average. Whip down to just 1.11 in 99 innings pitched, so he had himself a good season. Securing some wins for his team. He was 7 wins and 2 losses last season, so let's see if we can make a dent in him this time. I have my doubts. So again, we're just going to do true outcomes. We're not going to watch the whole at bat. I'm just going to push spacebar and see what happens to each pitcher. Good evening, baseball fans. Welcome to Rogers Center. Tonight, the Blue Jays battle the Invaders. So far, the teams have been split 1 win apiece. Arenamo on the second pitch he sees. Grounds to the third baseman, who makes the play across the diamond for out number 1, and we are underway. Pedro Leon, a ball and 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
Swings and misses. And a ball and 2 strikes on Cheng, getting his first at bat as an Invader. And he strikes out as well. 3 up, 3 down, quick inning. 4-pitch strikeout. For the Invaders comes right-hander Tyler Malley. Had a good season for Texas last year. 3.47 earned run average in 171 innings pitched. Hoping he can do something similar for us this year. 12 wins and 5 losses recorded for his team. He's got 4 pitches, fastball, splitter, cutter, and a slider. Let's see what he can do against the Blue Jays lineup. Andres Jimenez up first with a ball and a strike. Sharply ground to the shortstop. Makes the throw, picked out of the dirt. Jimenez out at first after Arenamo fires across to Moore. Cheng playing second today. Trying to remember that he's not in shortstop. Not in shortstop. On the third pitch, Pedro Leon ranges over and snags a line drive for out number 2. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up. He is 3 for 7 so far this season, hitting well. He is a tough out. But on the first pitch this time, he will line out to center field. Siani's speed carries him to the ball, and we're through 1. Now the cleanup hitter, Lucan Baker, our designated hitter. 2 balls and a strike. Fires it back up the middle between the second baseman and the shortstop. He is a leadoff base runner. Single on a nice line drive. 101.9 miles per hour off the bat. Now, Baker, unfortunately, is also the slowest member of the team. He's got 20 speed, so I don't expect him to steal any bases. But that means it's tough for him to stay out of the double play. Blaze Alexander has moved up in the order from the 8th spot to the 5 spot today to see if he can continue his production. And the ball gets away on the first pitch. That looks like a wild pitch, and even with Baker's low speed, he advances to second, which will keep him away from the double play and give Alexander an opportunity to score a runner from second, hopefully on a single, definitely on a double, depending on how well Baker runs. The ball gets away a second time, a wild pitch again, and Baker advances to third on the second consecutive wild pitch. Now runner at third, 2 balls, no strikes to Alexander, nobody out. Puts the ball in play too sharply to score Baker. And the shortstop makes the out to first to retire Alexander. That is the first out. Siani just needs to put a ball deep enough into the outfield to score Baker. But he strikes out on 2 balls and 2 strikes, and after a couple wild pitches, Francis picks up his 3rd strikeout and is starting to get back in the driver's seat. Dylan Moore wanted to do some damage, but he strikes out, stranding the runner at 3rd. Damn, that sucks. Imagine an announcer was just calling a baseball game and was just like, damn, that sucks, man. Shit. You would be fined. You'd be fined and fired. They would fine you and fire you. Well, missed opportunity for the Invaders. Tyler Malley takes the mound again against the center fielder Varsho.
Strike 3.
And comes in and punches him out on 4 pitches. Gets him with the cutter at 93 miles an hour. Up comes Schneider, hitting 3 for 6 so far this season. Doing a great job. And he'll take his free base on a 4-pitch walk. He's a 1-out base runner. None of those could find the zone. Now up comes Joey Loperfido. He smacks it to deep center field, still going back, looking up, and Joey Loperfido has a 2-run homer off of Malley to put the Blue Jays up 2-0 in the 2nd inning. The doubters are celebrating in the streets already. Joey Loperfido with his 1st home run of the season. And his 2nd hit. He takes Malley deep for 2 runs. And we're off to a rough start, Invaders. But we still got to get through this inning. Up comes Alejandro Kirk. Back up the middle. He sends it on the 2nd pitch. And he'll reach first on a sharp line drive. Malley's struggling here. Getting beat up a little bit. Addison Barger, a shortstop, up 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout. Definitely needed that one. Trying to bounce back. But now he's facing Springer, who's also 3 for 6. And smacks it to short, who runs the ball over to 2nd for the force out himself. And the side is retired, but 2 runs score on the deep homer to center field. I didn't even watch the replay of it. Whoops. Bottom of the order for the Invaders is up to bat now. Mangum and Banfield looking for a little more production. I thought that I put the other catcher in. That's pretty deep. Mangum with a drive. That bounces off the top of the wall. The center fielder gets it. That is a loud triple. Just missed a home run by that much. Mangum scampers past 2nd and slides in safe to 3rd with a leadoff triple. Yeah, I thought that I put the other catcher in. I guess my lineup didn't take. But Chang is in, so what happened to the other catcher? You assumed he would play because you had specified every 3rd day. Yeah, but it's the 3rd day. Or does it mean every after 3 days? Oh well. We'll get him in when we get him in. Either way, Banfield is back up now, I guess. Runner on 3rd, nobody out. Strike 3 gets rung up on the inside with a tough call. Splitter catches a little bit of the plate, says the home plate umpire. And that's out number 1. Arenamo smashes this one into the gap. And that's going to bounce against the wall. Scoring from 3rd, putting the Invaders up. Whoa, that's another triple. Back, almost to back triples for the Invaders. 2 triples in the same inning. Arenamo has an RBI triple, scoring Mangum from 3rd easily. That was 106.3 miles per hour off the bat. Had that launch angle been a little higher, that one's out of here. Great job, cameraman. You're doing wonderful. And answering back is the leadoff hitter Arenamo. In scoring position for Pedro Leon. Still only 1 out in the inning. Lots of ways to score here. First pitch. Pokes it to the shortstop. Fast enough to run home is Arenamo. The out is made at 1st, but the run comes across to score, and Las Vegas has tied the game. striking back against Francis. Well done, lads. Well done. And we start the game over. 2-2. Up comes Sung Chae Chang, looking for his first hit on the team with 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
He strikes out for the second time in a row. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Rung up on a splitter outside. And the Invaders tie it. Malley is back up, reinvigorated by his team's
Strike 3.
ability to bounce back, and so he does the same with a strikeout. Andres Jimenez goes down swinging. Now Will Wagner. We've been able to keep the Toronto Blue Jays top of the order quiet so far. Full count. Puts it in play to straightaway center. Moving a couple steps to his left is Ciani. Puts it away for out number 2. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has been a constant threat. Runs the count full. Puts it in play to right. Coming on is Mangum, who makes the third out. 3 up, 3 down. Las Vegas back up to bat with Lucan Baker. 3 balls, 1 strike. Baker looks at the ball high. He'll take his base. Moving over to first. Just like last time. Isn't that his second walk? No, he had a hit. He has a hit and a walk. Solid production. All right, Blaze Alexander in the 5 spot now. Has a chance to do some good. He gets hit with the ball, plunked on a 1-2 count. Loses control of the fastball. And that'll move the runner over from first to second on the free base. Having a little bit of command issues with the wild pitches and now the hit by pitch. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that ran in and hit Blaze Alexander to bring up Michael Ciani. 2 balls and a strike. Puts it in play. The center fielder literally doesn't move. And makes the out to deep center. Out number 1 to bring up Dylan Moore. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Puts it in play, but the second baseman is there and doubles up the runner at second, who can't get back in time. An unfortunate double play that ends the inning. Just unlucky. Hit it directly to the second baseman. And that'll bring back up Dalton Varsho for Toronto. The heart of the order. Pop up on the infield. Third baseman looks very casual about it. And Alexander squeezes out number 1. Schneider puts it in play to second base. Grounds out. Out number 2. Now Loperfido, who hit the home run to make it 2-0 Toronto, is back up with 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And he looks at strike 3 on the outside corner. That'll end it. Toronto goes down in order for Malley. That'll bring up Mangum, Banfield, and Arenamo for the away team. A ball and 2 strikes on Mangum. He had his first triple of the season earlier. He tries to lay down a bunt, or no, it actually hits him. Another hit by pitch, poised to make a early rival of the Toronto Blue Jays if they keep plunking our batters over and over again. We're going to forgive them this time, but if they keep hitting our batters, we might have some bases clearing brawls coming out. Mangum is a leadoff base runner and a threat on the base paths with his speed. Banfield puts it in play, but the third baseman takes some steps back. Makes the out. Canada got the message. And that'll bring back up Arenamo, who has an RBI today.
Strike 3.
But he strikes out. He chased a bad pitch, and he knew it. Went for a splitter outside. 2 outs for Pedro Leon. A ball and a strike. Pops it up to right field. And that's out number 3. Cotton candy. Cotton candy. Still tied at 2. Malley back out for his 5th inning of work. He's at 55 pitches. He's allowed 2 hits so far, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. Runs the count full on Kirk. who puts it in play over the infield and lines a base hit into center. He's a leadoff base runner for Addison Barger, who still is hitless in this season. The count runs full again, and he takes a walk. So the go-ahead run moves to second base. Runners at first and second, and nobody out for George Springer, who's 3 for 7 so far. On the second pitch, he puts it in play deep center field. Center fielder is there, calls off the other fielders, throws it back in. The cutoff man in a very strange spot. Hauls it in for out number 1. So 1 ground ball away from possibly getting out of the inning. 2 strikes on Jimenez. Posted in play to left field, shallow. Pedro Leon on the run, makes the catch for out number 2. Will Wagner, hitless so far, puts it in play to first, who will make out 3 unassisted, stranding 2 runners on. Gives up a couple of hits, but nothing comes of it. Cotton candy. 6th inning time. I want to see Chang actually get a hit. If he strikes out a 3rd time, I swear.
Strike 3.
He's nervous. He's got to be nervous. That's 3 strikeouts in a row for him, bro. That brings Baker back. Full count. Very sharp. Up the middle. Past the shortstop. And he is a 1-out base runner. He's been performing. He's been producing. He is 2 for 2 today with a walk. That's what I want to see out of my DH. I'd love to see more power, but at least you're being productive. And now Blaze Alexander. Blaze Alexander scorches 1 into shallow center field. That's a single on a 2-strike count. On a hanging slider, caught a little too much of the plate. Now we got 2 runners on for Michael Ciani. He is hitless today, 2 for 9 on the season. Pitcher is 91 pitches deep, and they are leaving Francis out there in the 6th to try to get out of his own jam. Michael Ciani on the second pitch he sees, scoops it into shallow right field, where the out is completed. Out number 2. Chased a slider way out of the zone. Dylan Moore trying to get something going this season, but he's got 2 strikes in this count. And he pops it up right on the top of the mound. First baseman comes in, calls off the pitcher, and leaves the runner stranded. Malley back out, 81 pitches in for his 6th inning of work. I can't believe they allowed that pitcher to get out of the inning, as gassed as he was. IMC. Full count, another full count for Guerrero. But he pops up on the infield, finally figuring out how to get Vladdy out. And a new pitcher comes in, Medina. Can't make it 6 innings, but he kept it close. 2 runs. I think Malley did decent. Now it's up to Luis Medina, coming from the former Athletics, now Aztecs. He's struggled a bit, but most of his struggles have been out of starts. So I'm curious how he does out of the bullpen, because he has a nasty fastball and the potential for a nasty slider, but he might need some work. We'll see how he goes. 2 balls, 2 strikes for the righty. And that is a dribbler up to the first baseman, who takes it to the bag himself. Out number 2. Now Davis Schneider, 3 for 7 on the season. 3 balls and a strike. And he'll take the walk. Free pass to first for a 2-out base runner for Joey Loperfido, who's seen this already today. And a steal attempt. He's safe at second, stealing the bag on the pitch, called a strike. Schneider's first steal of the season. They're trying to take the lead any way they can. And Loperfido gets it into center. That steal is going to matter. The ball gets down, and the runner from second should make it into home on the play to take the lead in the 6th. That's trouble right there. That's trouble. Toronto out in front now. 3-2 on an 86.9 mile an hour line drive to center field. Now Kirk is back, 2-2.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout, but the damage is done. Toronto takes the lead in the 6th. Top of the 7th. For the bottom of the order, Jake Mangum, Banfield, then back to the top. 2 strikes on Mangum. He got hit by a pitch, and now he strikes out. Danny Colomb back out for another inning of work. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Sorry if I butchered it. I believe in Banfield. I believe in Banfield. Last time he flied out. This time he strikes out after a full count on 6 pitches, 2 outs for Jader Arenamo. 3rd pitch that he sees. Puts it in play to the second baseman who can't make the play. And it goes straight up the middle, squeaking past Jimenez for a single. He's a 2-out base runner for Pedro Leon, who
Strike 3.
whiffs and strikes out to strand the runner. 7th inning stretch time. Another pitching substitution, lefty Eric Miller, who we saw yesterday throw 13 pitches, is back out in for another inning of relief in the bottom of the 7th. 2nd pitch, Addison Barger into center. Easy play for the center fielder. Out number 1. 2 strikes on Springer.
Strike 3.
Swinging, strike number 3. Well done so far, Miller. And back to Andres Jimenez, who flew out in the 5th. Really scoops this one, lays into it. They're lucky that one stayed in the park all the way back. A laser to the wall. And that'll be in there for a double. That is a 2-out double on a 105-mile-an-hour line drive. That, had it been hit a little higher, would have left this park. Hard contact. Full count on Wagner. And he will watch ball 4. So 2 runners on with 2 outs. Trying to get out of this inning to keep it a 1-run game. And another pitcher will come in, right-hander Ryan Burr. The manager has seen enough from the lefty and wants a righty to face Guerrero Jr. Ryan Burr is a fastball slider primary pitcher who can mix in a splitter, has good stuff. Hoping to play the matchups here. 2 strikes on Guerrero Jr. And he puts it in play, but directly to the shortstop. And that's out number 3. Doing the job. Burr keeps it close. All right. We got 6 outs to work with. Winseal Perez is up as a pinch hitter. Going in the 3 spot for the Invaders. But he's back against the wall. 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And he swings and misses for out number 1. Lucan Baker, hot stick today. Pops it up on the infield. Colum is currently dominating. With 3 strikeouts today so far in 1.1 innings of work. Count runs full on Blaze Alexander. And he puts it in play. Line drive down the left field line. Left fielder studies the ball, looks at it a little bit, turns it over in his glove, and then gets it back in. That's going to be a stand-up double. Blaze Alexander continuing to do pretty well. He's got 2 hits today with a double. You love to see it. Now can Ciani bring him home with 2 balls and 2 strikes?
Strike 3.
No, he'll strike out. And the runner is left stranded. 7 hits for Las Vegas so far. Has only amassed 2 runs. Burr comes out for the 8th against Varsho. Varsho scoops it to straightaway center. And that's out number 1 on 4 pitches. Schneider is back. 3 for 7 so far this season. A tough out. Runs the count full.
Strike 3.
And goes down swinging this time. Out number 2. Loperfido hit a 2-run homer earlier in the game. And he puts it into play down the right field line. Right fielder is there. Makes a great play. And the side is retired. Blue Jays out in front for the final 3 outs. Steven Matz comes in relief. A lefty out of the bullpen. with a fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. Fly ball pitcher, throws around 95 miles an hour, and helped St. Louis. He took 7 losses last season somehow, so he gave up a bunch of runs in clutch situations like this one, right? Dylan Moore, Mangum, and Banfield. 2 balls, 2 strikes. For Moore, who's 0 for 3, and he goes down swinging again. Dylan Moore underperforming. 1 out. Mangum up, first pitch he sees. He tripled earlier. And this time he pops it up on the infield. Only 1 out remains for Toronto to take the first series of the season. It all comes down to catcher Will Banfield. If I'm the manager, I'm making a substitution for the other catcher at this point, right? I don't know. I am, personally, but do your thing. Smashed to the third baseman, who's there. Strong throw across the diamond, and that is the ball game. The close one, 3-2. Toronto takes the series over Las Vegas, and the Believers take another L. Wasn't nervous at all. The Toronto Blue Jays picked up a win at Rogers Center, taking down the Vegas Invaders 3-2. Starting pitcher Bowden Francis was a big reason why. Francis yielded 2 runs over 6.1 innings to notch the win. He scattered 5 hits, walked 1, struck out 9. His record improves to 1-0. Steven Matz was credited with the save for Toronto, 2nd of the season. Joey Loperfido contributed to the Toronto win with a run-scoring single in the bottom of the 6th. Oh wait, he had a homer in the previous game, so Loperfido kind of just like dominated us, basically. I like what I saw out of most of the pitching. Medina gave up the 1 run that obviously did break open the game, but we were tied before that anyway. Medina still needs some practice. Malley giving up only 2 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts is acceptable, if not good. I would say it's good. Like what I saw to Eric Miller and Ryan Burr, but man, we got to get some hits when it matters. Baker 2 for 3 is great. Alexander 2 for 3. I'm going to have to reshuffle the lineup for the next series. We got to shuffle the lineup around. The 3 spot is cursed, maybe. So let's finish today. Mail. Marcelo Perez signs with Seattle. Why is he telling me? Was he like, I don't know. Doesn't matter. It was a historic day in the life of Mike Trout. The 34-year-old LA right fielder recorded the 400th homer of his career in the Angels' 5-3 triumph over Tampa Bay Rays. In the clubhouse after the game, Trout told BNN, "I was just looking for a ball to drive, and I got one." He's hitting .296 in his 1,598 game career. All right, here's what I think. Lineup-wise, let me see what the boys got. What do you got? Obviously, there's still not a huge sample size to go off of, but I think we start Marchand over Banfield right now. We've given him a few at-bats. He got 1 hit. Good job. We'll have to look at some other defensive stats later, but Marchand is a great defensive catcher also. So let's give Marchand a shot. Okay. Hello, GDB. I think Moore has been garbage at first, but again, what are you going to do about it? He might shape up. He's the only first base we got besides Baker, but we could have Baker play a terrible first base. Why does he show his outfield range? Why is it showing his outfield range? He has terrible infield range. Terrible defensive candidate. I guess we give some more chances, but just move him down the order for now. Like, I personally, my own opinion is that a sample size doesn't start to become significant until we're talking like 40 plus at bats or plate appearances, I should say. Like, once we start getting into that like 30 to 40 range, that's when I start to really care. Unless it's made no improvements through like 25. Like, if he's still one hit and 25 at bats, then yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, next game looks like the home opener, I think, which would be cool. Well, let's see. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. The home opener. I need to save the game also. You guys want to bet on the opening home game? You got 5 minutes to put some channel points in on the first home game. Okay, I need to work this a little bit. So Blaze Alexander is definitely moving up the order. He's been performing pretty well. Mangum had that triple. Going 1 for 3. Jotter Arenamo went 2 for 4 in the leadoff. He's doing all right. Okay, so Arenamo, Alexander. By the way, we're playing against Kansas City, who... Oops. Okay, I'm glad that didn't simulate. Who has Bobby Witt Jr. Their pitcher is Alec Marsh versus our... Oh. Alec Marsh versus our Seth Blair. So, I mean, they got Jonathan India, Vinny Pasquantino, Michael Massey, Nick Castellanos. They make us look a little silly, I guess. But pitching-wise, it's pretty even. I don't know how Seth Blair's gonna do. He's a little back and forth. He's 37 years old. We need some help, man. All right, let me fix the lineup. Pedro Leon has been struggling. It's hard to tell if he's gonna pull out of it or not. I'm gonna move Luke and Baker up. And then David Hamilton does have like a 429 OBP. But like, Mangum hitting that triple is kind of just blowing up his stats. We're struggling a bit, I think. Second base and shortstop. Got no heart of the lineup hitters? Yeah, so far. So far. All right, chill, man. Yeah, Michael Ciani got lucky. The bottom of the order is rough, too. How do I get Cal Stevenson in? He goes into left. We got Pedro Leon. Maybe we just give up a little bit of center field. Just to try some stuff out. All right, so let's have Pedro Leon play center. Ciani sit. And then let's get Cal Stevenson a start. Thinking. Who do I want batting cleanup? Like Baker ostensibly, but Baker's just been getting on base. He really hasn't been hitting dingers yet. I think I'm fine with this because I like we have 3 righties or 4 righties in a row, I guess. But then we have 2 lefties, a switch hitter, righty, switch, righty. So it's at least a little mixed up. Anyone on waiver wire? Bro, I forgot about the waiver wire. Thank you for reminding me. Jesus. Yeah, there's 3. How long do they stay on waiver wire for? Ryan O'Hearn. A first baseman? Oh, he sucks at defense too. Damn. $9.7 million salary also. He's kind of he's a DH. He hit 14 homers last year. First base D doesn't really matter. I disagree. That's kind of an opinion thing. That's something people say when they want just to move their catcher over to first or something and not really think too much about it. But the difference in a first baseman who can pick throws out of the dirt when their infielders make a questionable jump throw, that's when it starts to matter. First baseman who can lay out for a line drive up the right field line and stop. I mean, it matters. I don't know. To me, the other thing is like why does third base matter but first base doesn't? There's more righties than lefties, right? But there are lefties. Like the first base is just the hot corner for lefties. Plus saving triples. Yeah, I mean, if you can stop a ball going up the right field line, you could save a triple. It's a lot harder to score a triple out down the left field line. I think sometimes it doesn't matter, but sometimes it does, is what I'm trying to say. Situations, here's why I think it doesn't. I think first base defense doesn't matter if the rest of your team is full of hot hitters, because you're going to be scoring so many runs, you're not going to notice that defense. But when you're the best hitter in the lineup, and everything depends, because he would be like the best hitter in our lineup, and everything depends on you. He can't score 4 runs a game for us. You know what I mean? So we're going to notice when his defense lets more runs go through. That's my opinion. I value a first baseman with some defense. For me, some is 45. It doesn't need, you don't need to be blue, but you need to be like better than making an error every single time and not being able to turn a double play to second base, period. Because at 25, turn double play plus $9 million. He'd be the highest, tied for the highest paid person on the team for the next 4 years. So like you're really locking yourself into a lot just for 150 overall player, I think. So I'm not really interested. I think we could find a better deal. It's the beginning of the season. The number, there's a reason why when we were doing the draft, these types of guys were in the expansion draft because everybody is not protecting their first baseman who's just a DH. There were a ton of these guys out. We just couldn't find one, I guess, that fit what we were doing. So I say meh. But yeah, first baseman wise, there are still other people. Like, I don't really care for John Singleton. But yeah, there's a lot of those like 45 overall type players. First doesn't need to throw to third. That's arm, not defense. Not like the defense stat. That's a different stat. In out of the park, there is range. That's your primary defense skill. Then error, then arm. Arm is exclusive to the others. If you have a third baseman with a great arm and bad other defense, those are just different facets of defense. Arm is just one thing. But I didn't say a first baseman needs to have a great arm. I said he needs to have good defense. For me, you can play differently, right? You're on your team. Play different on your team. We just don't have any money. That would take all my money. 16 mil. I ain't about it. All right, I want to get this lineup going so we can get out of here. But yeah, I'm telling you as an Astros fan that having a bad first baseman defensively it matters. Because that's all they've had for the last few years. And I guess it hurts worse when they can't hit also. The worst of both worlds. But finally have a decent first base from a defensive standpoint in Christian Walker, but he needs to get his hitting together. But you definitely notice the defense when you have it, I will say. Swap Hamilton for Baker? Never. I'm keeping Baker here for sure. He's hitting 3 right now because he's been the most consistent producer on the lineup, and I'm putting him behind Arenamo and Alexander to try and bring them in because they've also been fairly consistent. I'm going to try and bunch up my 3 best hitters and see if that can manufacture some runs. That's what we're going to try. I don't care about lefty-righty shenanigans right now and speed or whatever else. We got speed on leadoff and second. So we're going to try bunching up our 3 top hitters right now, and then maybe Cal Stevenson gets on base with his eye, and then maybe David Hamilton hits him over, and then maybe Mangum. I don't know. We got to have small ball the rest of the way, pretty much. But I need a backup for left field. Perez. And then center field is Siani. All right, for pinch hitting, I don't really want any of these dudes to pinch hit right now, but I guess Sung Che Chang. And why is... Okay, I still have a closer inside my batter stats, which I don't understand why Suarez is showing up here in my lineup. Can I put him in the lineup? Yes, I can make Robert Suarez, my closer, a pinch hitter. So I don't really understand what's going on here. Is he good? No. Not at all. His game strategy might be set to two-way? Where's the two-way setting? I don't even know where to look. It is. What the hell? I didn't do that. Okay, that's very strange. Very strange. Well, at least he's not considered there anymore. Okay. I'm ready. I am ready. Seth Blair, Blaze, Lucan Baker, Cal Stevenson, Hamilton, Mangum, Pedro Leon, Marchand, Dillamore. Just one change. All right. Gnomes are changing my settings. They are, though. All right, the home opener for the Las Vegas Invaders is about to begin. On the mound for your home team is Seth Blair. Coming from an independent league. He was with Lancaster, where he had a 6.07 ERA last season, which is not what you want to see in your starter, believers. But I believe in him. He did well during spring training. I think he can carry over into the regular season. At bat, Jonathan India. Kansas City in the simulation, but with Cincinnati before that in real life. He's been around for a while. He's 29 years old, has a fantastic eye. We're just going to watch true outcomes of this as well, just the final pitch. I'm curious to see how this goes. Let's play ball. Opening day has arrived in Las Vegas. The Invaders will face the Royals at home. They're meeting for the first time. Let's get this game started. And where the hell is the camera? Uh-oh. Well, that is a leadoff single on a full count, and the camera is broken. My pitching camera. There's wide camera, left field, right field, center field, hotel camera. That's not what I want. Oh no. The mod doesn't have custom cameras. Oh no, I can't watch the home games the way that I usually do. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. We have to watch the whole game from the wide camera, I guess. It's fine. Okay, I just need to set pitch camera to wide, I guess. Well, that's a leadoff single for Jonathan India, and that'll bring up Michael Garcia. A ball and a strike. It's a bunt. Gets the bunt to move the runner over, playing a little bit of small ball. India at second in scoring position with 1 out for Vinny Pasquantino, who is 1 for 4 in the season so far. And he puts this ball in play into left field. It bounces down. The throw comes in and holds the runner to third. Runners are on the corners now with only 1 out. Already, look at those shoes. Already threatening to score early in the first inning. And that brings up the dangerous Bobby Witt Jr. Uh-oh. Are we in trouble, chat? This field looks larger than Toronto. It does. I don't know how to do a different camera. I don't think we can, but it is what it is. Smack to third base to second. No double play to prevent the run. Cotton candy. Cotton candy. That was 103 miles per hour off the bat. How do you not turn 2 on 103 off the bat, brother? Witt is a speedy boy. Yeah, it was 103 off the bat. Hamilton doesn't have the highest turn 2 rating. He's got 50. Run comes across for Kansas City. They take a lead in the first inning on the fielder's choice. And that's put into play pretty deep right center field. But Pedro Leon playing center today for the Invaders is there. And the third out is made, but the run comes into cross. Cotton candy. Do we have a cotton candy emote? I don't know what it would be. There is no such thing as cotton candy as an emote. There is candy. Hold on. But I want to find an animated one. There's not really a good one. I guess you guys can have this, even though, but it's not cotton candy. You don't. There you go. All right. Well, the Invaders are up after giving up a run in the first. Jodar Aranama making his home debut for the local Las Vegans. He finds himself in the hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And strikes out. Man, I missed the zoom. That's going to be annoying. Ugh. It is what it is. I like seeing the pitch from the zoom. But the camera's broken. Blaze Alexander batting out of the 2 spot moved up the order today. A ball and 2 strikes. And he strikes out. 2 strikeouts, back-to-back punch-outs. Alec Marsh dealing. Lucan Baker moved up to 3 today. And he puts the ball in play to avoid 3 strikeouts in the inning, but it's a quick out to first to retire the side. And now Kansas City back out to bat at the top of the second.
Strike 3.
He gets a strikeout on Blair with the cutter on 4 pitches for his first strikeout of the game. Trying to bounce back after last inning. Now Nick Castellanos playing right field for Kansas City today. He smashes it pretty deep left field. Trying to learn their home ballpark out there is Stevenson. In it left today, and he makes a 1-pitch loud out at 102 miles an hour off the bat. Make some noise. Make some noise. Look at this beautiful stadium. Kyle Isbell, first pitch he sees, flies up into shallow right field. Mangum on the move, calls off Pedro Leon and makes out number 3 to put the Invaders back up to bat. Now Cal Stevenson, David Hamilton, and Jake Mangum up for you. 2 strikes on Stevenson. Puts it in play sharply to second. They make the out at first, 4-3 for out number 1 on 3 pitches. David Hamilton, the lefty against this righty. Towering fly ball, hanging up there for the shortstop. Bobby Witt Jr. gloves it for out number 2 on 1 pitch. Mangum batting 2-2. Puts it in play. Center fielder shuffles over, and that's out number 3. 3 quick outs. 3 up, 3 down. What would you name the stadium food in the Las Vegas Invaders Stadium? Well, it'd have to be like alien themed, so it'd probably be like... There would have to be like a UAP like special treat, you know what I mean? That had like a souvenir cup with like a flying saucer going around it, like a silly straw. You know what I mean? Like a huge green translucent silly straw going all the way up around it with like a little UFO at the top of the straw, kind of, that you could still somehow drink through. Alien head ice cream popsicles. All right, and we're back up to pitch. Seth Blair for inning number 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball put in play pretty deep into the gap. It's still going toward the pool, and that is the first home run ever hit in this ballpark, and it belongs to the Kansas City Royals all the way into the pool. Kansas City takes the lead now 2-0 as Josh Palacios hits his first homer of the season, 405 feet to the deepest part of the ballpark. That is the exact distance that the outfield wall is from home plate. 99.4. It barely squeaked over that wall. I think the wall itself is 405 feet out. And he puts Kansas City up 2-0. Blair struggling a little bit early. With a 2-strike count, he gives up a single into shallow left field. It bounces in for a base hit. We got to get it together, Blair. Another ball slapped, kept on the infield by the second baseman. Hamilton can't get a grip on it. Garcia has an infield hit. I love the clown shoes that our pitcher is wearing. Those like red New Balances or something with our green socks. Looks great. And that's going to be a single. Runner on first and second. Nobody out. Vinny Pasquantino is back with a hit today already. And on the first pitch he sees, the ball gets away. It's a wild pitch all the way to the backstop, and runners advance 90 feet. The force out is no longer in order. Nobody out. Runners at second and third. It's looking bad. Next pitch he sees, he drives it deep to left field. Left fielder is there, makes the play, throws it back in. The runner should be tagging up from third, and that will be a sacrifice fly to score the 3rd run of the game. Cotton candy. The stadium looks beautiful, but yeah, that throw was not getting in anywhere close to in time. 102 off the bat. Runner at second, 1 out for Bobby Witt Jr. on the first pitch he sees. He is hit by a pitch. He jackknifes out of here, but he gets hit. He will take his base. Don't hit Bobby Witt Jr., please. 2 on, 1 out. Blair struggling early. 2 pitches in. Another one looped into shallow center field. That is down for a hit. Should score another run. It's starting to get away from them now. But I don't know if the runner ran because cameraman. Camera? The run did not score. They decide not to test Pedro Leon's cannon of an arm. He has a 70 outfield arm. And hold the runner at third. So the run does not come across yet, but the bases are loaded. With only 1 out for Carter Jensen. A lot of hard contacts on Blair early. 40 pitches in. Big hard contact into the gap. That's going to be down for extra bases. A potential bases clearing double. And that's going to put the Invaders down by even more. I can't tell how many score because the cameraman can't find the ball. The Royals add to their lead. It's 5-0. He brings home 2 with the double. They hold Massey at third. And still only 1 out in the inning. 4 runs have come across so far in the third. Blair getting blown up early. All right, Blair. Get Castellanos. Castellanos, a dribbler to home plate. That'll hold the runner at third. Make the throw to first. He snags it. That's out number 2 on Castellanos. How do you see how many pitches in the inning? Like, I can see that he's at 48 total. I don't know how to tell how many pitches he's thrown just in this inning. Kyle Isbell up. He has over 1,000 career at-bats. He's a .230 career hitter with 19 homers and 111 RBI. Against Blair, the righty. Second pitch he sees, smashes it deep left field, still going back. That could be. That's a home run for Kansas City. A 3-run shot into the pool on the home opener. It is 8-0 Kansas City. A 7-run inning. The home fans are probably thinking about booing at this point. After 7 runs come across in the third, Blair left out to dry. Not sure if they're warming anyone up in the bullpen for this guy, but I would be. Another ball slapped down the left field line, but finally the third out is made after a devastating 7-run affair. As the Royals open up, it's 8-0, and we still got 7 innings of baseball left. It's going to take a small miracle. At the plate, Pedro Leon, and he's down on strikes. Dylan Moore, 3 balls and a strike. Puts it in play into shallow center field, and that is a 1-out hit. He will take his base at first on a 5-pitch at bat. Now, Rafael Marchand getting his first at bat of the year as the catcher for the Las Vegas Invaders, just trying to salvage this game. He gets hit by the 4th pitch he sees. Moore goes to second. We got runners at first and second for the top of the order. Jadier Arenamo, who is 4 for 14 so far in his debut with the Invaders. Second pitch he sees. Double steal attempt. Moore is out. Going to second is Marchand. A ballsy play trying to steal third right there, especially with how poorly Marchand runs. And they get the out at third. I don't know what I'm seeing right now. And that's a ball slapped into shallow left field. That's down for a single, and the runner from second is safe at the plate. On the board is Las Vegas, avoiding the 8-0 shutout at least. That's an RBI single for Arenamo. If not for the double steal, that would score 1 and move the runner probably over to second or third at least. So I kind of wish you guys hadn't done that, but okay. And Arenamo stands at first. Potential threat to steal. We got to start clawing back, chat. If we just score 1 run per inning from this point on, we need to score 2 runs in one of the innings. Okay. First pitch he sees, and Blaze Alexander lines out to Bobby Witt Jr. at shortstop. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on. Blair is back out. You know what? At this point, you have to let him stew in it. He's only at 53 pitches. I think when you're down 8-1, you just stay out there. It's like, I'm not going to waste the bullpen when you aren't tired yet. I think he would be tired, though. 53 pitches through 3 innings, but he can handle a little more. And that's another pitch slapped into left. I would probably pull him at this point. If not this point, I would pull him for a long inning eater after 1 more hit at most. Because this is getting silly. India with another hit. The 9th hit of the game for Kansas City. And that ball's pretty deep to right, but Mangum is hustling, pulls it in for out number 1. Pasquantino back. He's 1 for 1 today with an RBI. And continues to put hard contact on Blair. That is a single into shallow center field. The runner moves up to second. And finally, a substitute in the form of Luis Gil. With 50 stamina, he is your long reliever. I'm going to have to put Luis Gil back at a starter position if he does well here over Blair. This guy is getting hit like a pitching machine. Luis Gil has a solid fastball, solid slider, decent changeup, but with only 3 pitches, it's hard to keep the batters guessing. But he'll face Bobby Witt Jr. now with a ball and 2 strikes. Let's see if he can get the strikeout on Bobby Witt Jr. Reaches back and throws the 95-mile-an-hour heat past him for strike 3. Gil sees the next pitch he throws put in play for a single. Ball gets back in. Can't tell if the run is going to score as the pitch is in, and that is a run-scoring single to put Kansas City up 9-1. That earned run will go to Blair. Even though Gil is the one that gave up the hit, Blair's the one that let that guy who scored get on base. And that's a 2-out RBI single. Another ball smashed between the gap. It just keeps going. Umpire says safe. Double digits for Kansas City. It is 10-1 now. The home opener starting to devolve into circus instead of the invaders. It looks like we're being invaded because they're going to run out of room on the scoreboard at this point. We are so cooked. Nick Castellanos up. And that's hard contact into the gap all the way back to the wall. It bounces off the wall. That's going to be a double off of Luis Gil. 2 more runs are coming across to score. Wait, it's a triple. I don't watch baseball. Is there a mercy rule? Nope. There is no mercy rule. If this were real life, you might see a position player come out to pitch for the rest of the damn game soon. On the home opener, for the franchise home opener. You might have someone from outfield come and pitch for you. There is no mercy rule. How did he let him get to third? Brother, I don't know. 108.8 miles into the gap. Castellanos leveraging the large gaps in the field here at this park. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wow, a strikeout. Everybody act excited. The terrible inning is over. 4 more runs as the Royals build on their lead. It is now 12-1. Now the only thing that we can hope for is that a few hitters are able to shine, because we still have to watch and see who's good and who's just terrible. Cal Stevenson lines out to, or grounds out to third base for out number 2. David Hamilton 0 for 1 today. And he'll take a walk. Full count turns into a walk. Imagine, here's the thing that sucks. If you were an announcer, you just have to keep watching the whole game and talking about it. You know what I mean? You have to keep watching. Where is this ballpark located? Like in Vegas? Yes, like in Vegas. Correct.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Side retired in the home 4th. All right, Gil, you've already given up 2 earned. It's embarrassing. This is when the announcers start talking about random stuff, correct? Okay, if you want, we can fast forward to the end. I went away for a sec, and this is the score. Yeah, this is the score. Should I just fast forward to the end of this game? Too many fans still in the stadium. If I bought opening day tickets, you better believe I'm going to explore the brand new stadium too. I'm not leaving. What if there's a comeback? How about we just skip until the next inning? And then the next inning, we scored a run. One whole run, brothers. Arenamo had a fly out. Blaze Alexander strikes out looking. Lucan Baker hits a double. Cal Stevenson gets a single to score Lucan Baker. Wait, no. Lucan Baker to third. Runner from third tries for home. Safe. Throw by right fielder to home. Okay, so he did score on the single. So it was Lucan Baker and Cal Stevenson. And then next inning, 0-0. So who's pitching? Medina? All right, ads are about to start. I'm going to try and like finish this before they do. We scored 3 runs. Holy. Chat, see, this is why, I mean, we're still going to lose, but at least we scored 3. I'll read the box when we come back from this quick 3-minute ad, okay? So just turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher so you don't get blasted out. Only down by 7. What's up, Burrito Salad? How you doing, dude? 21 runs is the most in for a team in a home opener. Cleveland against St. Louis in 1925. 100-year anniversary to beat it. That would be really embarrassing. This is not just a home opener. This is a franchise opener. What's the most against a franchise home opener? Like, it's the first game of the franchise at home. Valkyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Charles Sparkley, by the way. I appreciate the gift sub. But yeah, if I went to the home opener, I would stay. I would sit in the seats. I don't care, man. It's the first game ever. I would want to remember it, especially for a brand new team. The moral of this story is just that dude can't be the next starting pitcher. I mean, he can be, but only if the other guy that we sub in for him gets blown up too. You know what I mean? Because I think. Well, let me look. I'll look at this stuff in a sec. But our starting rotation does need some work. That's the problem with needing 5 pitchers for a starting rotation, is you still have a 4th and a 5th pitcher that you need to have. Right? And we don't. We have the first 3 pitchers. We need a 4 and a 5. Do you have a list of fields you'd like to see a game at? All of them. My bucket list is to make it around to every single field and presumably watch an Astros game at every single field. That's what I'd like to do. And then also just kind of visit whatever city or town that ballpark is in simultaneously as part of the little trip vacation. But that would be a long-term bucket list. I haven't even started yet. There's a lot of really neat stadiums. I would really like to go to Fenway, I think. I have not much interest in going to Yankees Park. It's okay. I think Fenway's cooler. When you have a bunch of average pitchers, is it worthwhile to have a 6-man rotation? But the 6th man will be also average, right? I think a 6-man is only worth it if you have 6 good pitchers to give your good pitchers more rest. But I think I want the good pitchers to pitch more because they're the good ones. So a 6th pitcher makes it longer before the good pitchers pitch. In my opinion. All right, a few more seconds and then they'll be back from the ads. Man, struggling here. If you don't have 5 good starters, you also don't have 6. Correct. Welcome back from the ads, gamers. I want to see the game log now. Pitching for Las Vegas, Luis Gil. So he gave up 2 earned, but he just kind of like stayed out there just to carry it out. So I approve of that. Okay, I approve of this because it was like top of the 5th, top of the 6th, top of the 7th. They're just letting him go. Top of the 8th. They just let Luis Gil go. So I respect it. Try and get some clean innings. And then in our case, Rafael Marchand, the catcher, hit a solo homer, 417 feet. The first home run ever in this ballpark. Arenamo singled on a line drive. Blaze Alexander struck out swinging. Lucan Baker hit a 2-run homer, 410 feet. Good for both of you. So we had a nice 8th inning to give the home fans something to cheer about, at least, on a couple of homers. And now, let's just watch Medina walk the first batter he sees. He's 20 pitches deep now. And then, okay, we should stop watching. Medina gives up. Line drive all the way back to the right field wall. Trying to get the ball back in. Cameraman can't find the action. There was a play at the plate. And that'll score the 13th run of the game in the 9th for Marcell Ozuna. Should not have kept watching. And we hit the next batter. India is hit by the pitch and will take his base. Oh, that's getting bad. Pull him, man. He's tired. Next ball to third, third to second, second to first. Gets a double play to clear a little bit of the bases. They will absolutely take that. Try to stop the bleeding. They're just leaving Luis Medina out here to dry, man. 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout on Pasquantino, but 1 run comes in to score. And we've got 3 outs to get 9 runs. 9 runs. Are you sure you didn't make a minor league team? Who do you think our players are? Johnny Guitar Hand? Do you think they're superstars? That's exactly who's on the team. What do you mean? 3 balls, 2 strikes for Mangum. They make a pitching substitution with Eric Swanson. Ball put in play to first. Takes it for out 1 unassisted. Pedro Leon. 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And he watches strike 3 at the slider, catches the corner. Final out for Dylan Moore. 2 strikes. Puts it in play to deep right field. And that's all the way back to the wall. Looks like a nice double for Dylan Moore. We are so freaking back. I don't know how baseball works. So because this is a expansion team that we created that's fictional, we drafted the players that all the other teams didn't want. Many of them minor league players from other teams. So I'm saying we do have a minor league team, effectively. All right, Marchand has a homer in this game. First pitch he sees. Puts it in play into shallow right. That is down for a hit. Marchand, 2 hits in this game. That's going to play to run. A little bit of late life with 2 outs is not going to play to run because the runner did not run from third to home. Bro, was Moore not in second? He was in second with a double. How does it do with 55 speed and 50 base running not go home on a single from second? That's called scoring position, man. That's because it's called scoring position because you score from that position. All right, well, I thought we should have scored a run there. I don't know what happened. But now there's runners on the corners for Jada Aranamo, who's 2 for 4 today. Honestly, he's doing fantastic. He's hitting 6 for 17 on the season with 353 as a batting average, 824 OPS. If nobody can do it, he can do it. 2 and 2. Puts the ball in play, chips it into right field. Right fielder moves over. He's there. That's out. Number 3. The Royals put a whooping on Los Angeles, 13-5 with 18 hits in the home opener. The first ever game in franchise history at home, and it was a nuke that went off in the stadium. Las Vegas offense did respectable with 10 hits and 5 runs, but pitching just wasn't there. The Chicago White Sox have the record for most runs scored in a home opener where they outscored Louisville 4-0. In Louisville ballpark, the Grays folded the next year. We built the stadium. We're not folding next year. I wish I could do the camera, but I guess it's the mod. The modded camera doesn't work. It is what it is. Well, Kansas City Royals topped the Las Vegas Invaders 13-5 in the American League action at Omnibus Park. Game was highlighted by the performance of Kansas City pitcher Alec Marsh. The Royals have played well so far this year. Center fielder Kyle Isbell contribute. Yeah, we know what happened. So the take home from this, at least, is that Marshawn, our other catcher, hit a homer. Good for you. And is 2 for 3. Good for you. Then also Baker hit his first homer of the season. Good for you. Baker also with a double. Moore with his first double of the season. We did get 10 hits. Arenamo continues to hit extremely well. Baker also. Stevenson picked up a hit. Pedro Leon a hit. Bottom of the order got some hits. They desperately needed them. But Marshawn looking good. Pitching, no comments. No comment on pitching. 3.1 innings, 3 1/3 innings with 10 earned runs. That's a 27 ERA, brother. That is 27 ERA. Yes, it is. Luis Gil pitched a little better, 2 earned on 3 2/3. Gil came in and tried to grind it. Medina gave up a run on 2 innings. Yeah, it wasn't our best pitching performance. Blair never heard from again. So sad. So sad. All right, let's do a simulated game. I gotta pay the doubters their hard-earned channel points. I'm sorry for the believers who believed. I think you're learning a valuable lesson. All right, so definitely gonna move Marshawn up a bit. Bro, bottom of the order. What are you guys doing, man? Shift those dudes around. I'm gonna give Pedro Leon a swap with Ciani. I had high hopes. Let's go Chang at second again. And just kind of sub some people in. Winseal Perez hasn't had much. He's only had 2 at-bats. All right, he deserves at least a chance, right? In either left or right. Let's get him in for Mangum. Okay. I don't know about this. All right. Who's pitching? Bobby Miller. 26-year-old, has a 60 potential, according to our head scout, but hasn't realized it yet. Really struggled in the spring training. He's supposed to be highly adaptable, but he just couldn't find it. So he looks like he's a guy that has a lot of potential, but just can't quite find it yet. So we're just gonna sim this game and see what he does, because that one was bad. That one was bad. All right, I like to go to daily lineups. We have an off day. I've got mail. Ross Carver. Why am I getting informed of these guys signing with Cleveland or whatever? I don't know what that comes from. Fans in Cincinnati woke up this morning to learn their team had traded 23-year-old minor league right-hander Sean Williams and 22-year-old Mauricio Colmenares to the Nats for Philip Glasser. I'd say let's finish the series and then maybe we look for a trade at some point after this series. Just kind of see what everybody's doing. Okay, for the lineup. All right, so it's... Dude, look at Jadier Arenamos so far. He's got 18 at-bats, hitting .333 so far this season. No walks taken, but he's slugging .444 with a .778 OPS. He's got 6 hits and 18 at-bats. You love to see it. Blaze Alexander has 4 hits and 14 at-bats, but has a couple more doubles, like a double or more. And then Lucan Baker hitting .357 with a 1.185 OPS. Let's go, Baker. Let's freaking go. There is some light at the end of the tunnel, but simulation time. Good luck. Win 5-2 versus Kansas City. Our second win, the first home win. The first ever home dub. Bobby Miller turned in a top-notch performance against the Royals at Omnibus Park. The result was a win for the Invaders, 5-2. Picking up the save was fireballing right-hander Robert Suarez is back. He's freaking back. 1 inning, 1 strikeout, 12 pitches. He picks up his first save with the team, getting paid $8 million. Coming over from San Diego. Throws about 100 miles an hour on the top end. We got him on the expansion draft. Okay, chat. For pitchers, what is GBFBBF? What are those? I don't know what this music is, so I apologize. That was supposed to be the Last Spell original game soundtrack, but I hope that we're not muted. We might, I don't know. At this point, I don't know about the VOD watchers. They're stinky. Nobody knows what they're doing at any given time. Ground ball, fly ball, batters faced. Thank you. Useful. Good for him. Good for him. In the bottom of the 3rd inning of a 1-1 tie, Las Vegas catcher Rafael Marchand reached on an error by their first base, driving in a run. It broke the deadlock and put Vegas on top 2-1. Good effort all around, said Miller. Las Vegas turned in 7 hits. Arenamo picks up another hit and a run batted in. Baker with 2 walks. That eye with that power is deadly. Stevenson with a hit, a run bat, so that hit got a run to score, the RBI, and took a walk. Well, presumably it was the hit, I guess. Could have been the walk. Chang went 2 for 3. That's what I'm talking about, Chang. That's what I'm talking about. I knew you had it in you. You just need to keep doing that. Keep doing that. If you keep hitting, you keep starting. That's how it works. Winseal Perez picked up his maybe first hit of the season. Ciani, another hit. Moore, another hit. Moore with a triple. Just a random triple. What a goober. Alexander hit into a double play. That'll happen. Arenama with a sac fly. Alexander to Chang. To Moore. Turned in a double play. Dude. Bobby Miller, 2 earned in 5 1/3 innings. I'll take it, man. You keep doing that. He had 85 pitches, and he is exhausted. That's what I thought. Ian Hamilton got 2 outs. And the bullpen closed it down. Eric Miller, Colin Snyder, Andrew Salfrank, and Robert Suarez. I don't love this style of management, though. Is it because we're playing pitching matchups? Or did Snyder get injured? Can anyone explain? Hold on. I'm gonna Google something myself. Never mind. I'm good. But I don't know. Why don't you just leave Snyder out to finish the, because he's tired? I guess he's just pitching tired. I don't know. Managers doing manager things. They were a little funky with the bullpen. Dude, 2 guys got injured on the Royals. Cobb is out with back spasms. Liam Hendricks is out with an unknown elbow injury. Good game, boys. Good game. I like what I'm seeing out of Miller. Okay. So for the lineup, for the 3rd game, but let's see if we can win our first series, I should say. Blaze is down to kind of more where he is expected to be. Cal Stevenson is reasonably fast. I might move Cal and Blaze, and then Raphael and Blaze. If we want to play, if we care about matchups, this is actually pretty balanced because we've got righty, lefty, righty, switch, righty, lefty, switch, lefty, righty. So that's pretty balanced and kind of where I want it to be anyway. But I just wanted to move Blaze down a little bit. I like messing with the order. And Marshawn's been hitting well. Trying to find, like, Cal has the eye. Give him a couple starts, maybe. See what he can do. Because I think it was Pedro Leon. He's only got 16 at-bats so far. We'll give him a couple starts. Okay. Daily, boom, paste the lineup. And who's pitching today? Brandon Woodruff. I think I'll up his pitch count to 95. I gotta remember to replace Seth Blair with somebody. But who? Do we just give Seth Blair another outing to try to get justice, and if he screws up again, we look for a trade? I think that's, or someone from AAA. All right, here comes the sim. Boop. Win at Kansas City. 3-2, our first series win. In a tight tilt between the Las Vegas Invaders and the Kansas City Royals, Brandon Woodruff was the deciding factor. The Las Vegas right-hander spearheaded the 3-2 win. Woodruff got the win, improving to 1-1. He gave up 4 hits and walked 2 over 6 innings. He allowed no runs. Ian Hamilton closed the door for Las Vegas, picking up his 2nd save of the year. Blaze Alexander helped out the Las Vegas cause in the bottom of the 8th with a run-scoring sacrifice fly. For the game, the 3rd baseman drove in 1 run. Wait, did Ian Hamilton allow 2 runs? Is that why they scored 2 in the 9th and almost tied it up? We just didn't score enough runs to win, said Kansas City manager Matt Quatraro. Quatraro? That improves our record to 3-3, 500 baseball. Hell yeah, let's go, boys. Woodruff, 6 innings of shutout baseball, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed. Sal Frank came in for 1 2/3 innings, gave up a hit, a walk, 2 strikeouts, no runs. Love it. Sal Frank, a god? Sal Frank, lefty god? And then Ryan Burr for a single out. And then, wait, did they pull Suarez? Bro. I guess he was exhausted, but like pulling your closer when he gives up 2 runs is not how you do it. Maybe we should have to do a personal strategy that's like override and just be like hook as reliever very slow. Do I need to change? I wish I could just change one thing. I don't want to change all of these for him. Good enough. But yeah, I would say like he's the closer. If he can't do it, you don't pull him. You know what I mean? Like he gives up the game. He gives up the game. Though you could argue that the manager did well because he pulled Suarez and then Hamilton came in and got the remaining 2 outs. I don't know. Maybe Hamilton is the better closer, but we got Suarez specifically because he's supposed to be a closer. But maybe we're overpaying for him. His stats last year and the year before were also goated. Anyway. Arenamo, 0 for 4. He's cooling off a little bit. Stevenson, 2 for 4. Good job, Cal. That's why I moved you up, buddy. Baker, 1 for 4. Marchand, 1 for 3 with a walk. And looking pretty solid still. Alexander had an RBI. Sacrifice fly. I still like it. Chang, 2 for 4. Perez, 0 for 2 and a walk. Ciani, 1 for 3. Moore, 1 for 2. Chang had a double. Baker had a double. Moore had another triple. Bro. You've got 1 triple in the last 2 games, bro. Okay, I think he's earned... I think he's earned a little swapperoo. Okay, Perez. Coming back out from Mangum. I like what everybody else is doing. Though I might move Blaze down again. Get Chang up a little higher. Not trying to mess with Blaze's confidence, but he needs to improve anyway. Alright, that looks pretty good. Copy. Copy. Paste. Paste. Look at this. Standings. The Rangers are in last. The Oakland Aztecs are currently first in our division, 6-0. They've got Lawrence Butler, Alec Baum, Jacob Wilson, all hitting over 300 at the start of the season. Brent Rooker, Tyler Soderstrom, Asturi Ruiz, Taylor Trammell, Shea Langoliers, and Gleyber Torres. Dude, we got to get the... Oakland is in front, man? Bro, Kyle Tucker, man. He could have been the guy. He's 11 for 24 with 2 homers, 5 runs batted in, 1.2 OPS, hitting 458 on the season. He's already got 0.5 WAR. We're only 6 games in. We would have lost 12-7 if we had Kyle. Man. I can't believe they signed him again to a 9-year deal. They're going to pay him $61 million in 2034. They're getting him for cheap this year. Didn't we have a chance to get Zach Gallen? He wanted like 18 mil. Lance McCullers dominating. Psh, psh. Nothing. He got nothing on us. Nothing on us. We got May pitching. We got Woodruff May pitching tomorrow, okay? Also, is it just me or does the bullpen look real tired right now? Why are there only 3 relievers that aren't tired? I guess Ian Hamilton and Luis Gill could throw a little bit, but as a reliever, he could throw. Like the bullpen management, I'm not sure about. No time for rest. All right. Oh, chat. You got to remind me every couple days. How often do I need to check the waiver wire? Do you have to check it every day? How long do people stay on the waiver wire? I remembered, but I almost forgot. Tyler Freeman is a steal, man. 770,000 for this second base center fielder. Spark plug personality. That's good. We take this. No doubt. No doubt we let this. So if you don't know what the waiver wire is, basically teams throughout the season who are trying to put players that they don't have a spot for down into their organization, who in this case is 26 years old and somehow already out of option years. So that means they've been putting him up into the majors, back into the minor leagues, up into the majors, back into the minor leagues. He's out of option years. So if they want to put him back into the minor league because they don't have a spot for him on the Rockies starting lineup, because he's out of option years, he has to clear waivers, which means every single team gets an option in order to be like, I want that guy. He's mine now. I just take him from your team now. He's mine. And if they go through every single team and nobody claims him, then he stays in the original organization and goes into the minor league, which is what they want him to do. So he has to clear waivers. So I can just be like, yep, he's mine. I grab him. 26-year-old. His contract's going to expire. He'll be arbitration eligible. But he's duh, you take this dude. Right? I mean, you take this guy. That speed, he matches our speed. He's got the defense. I don't know what, we don't have much scouting on him though. That's the problem. But we could always release him ourselves if we don't want him. Or if our scout, like I obviously need to claim him, but I want a scouting report on him. Anyway, does anybody in chat know how long players have to be claimed by waivers before they disappear? And also, how do you know what order can teams claim a player? Like, where am I in the list? I should be at the top. We should be at the top, right? This dude is 19 years old. We might just grab both. How is he up for waivers already? He's got one option year left. They just didn't want him? Any injury history? I mean, back stiffness, nothing. And then stat-wise, bro, they played him last year as an everyday starter. He had 259 plate appearances, was hitting 282 with a 759 OPS? Yeah, we take that. It's okay. Yeah, I'll take that all day. Holy moly. Our head scout thinks he's better than he is. We'll see if he adjusts his rating. This guy's 26, but still. Did it say when he cleared waivers on the contract tab? Clears waivers tomorrow. Irrevocable. But how do the other... When do the other players get or teams get a chance? I guess it just simulates all that. All right, claim this bro. However, the player will remain on waivers until the end of his period, during which time the waiving team might pull him back, or another team might claim him. If your claim is approved by the commissioner's office, you'll receive a notification. Okay, that answers my question. This dude's 19 years old. He still has an option year, so I don't understand why they're trying to get rid of him. Like, I think we just take him... and we can always just release him. Or just keep him on the minor league. Or should I just save my money? I don't know if he's worth 700K. Like, OSA thinks he's a 50 potential. My scout doesn't have any info. Why don't we just wait until the scout comes up with a report, since this guy's on waivers for 3 days anyways? Okay. Anyway. Sorry, got distracted. I need to remember to do that, though. Now we're playing against Houston. Right-hander Zach Gallen. I'll simulate this one, but I want to bet on one of the Houston games, but we may or may not do that tonight, probably. So, because it's getting late. So I don't know where the time goes. And we're pitching Dustin May, I believe. I'm just going to sim this one. Loss at Houston. Tough. Lost 5-6. The office of the commissioner has informed you that your claim of Tyler Freeman from the Colorado Rockies has been approved. He is now a member of your organization and designated for assignment. My scout doesn't have good scouting accuracy on him yet. But this dude just looks, to me, he looks solid, and he's got the stats to back it up. So we'll see. We've got an assessment on Jesus Rodriguez. So we don't think he's a 50 potential. We think he's a 45 potential with still good defense and range. He's also 19 years old. How much money do we have? We're gonna run out of money real fast, though. We have 16 mil. The owner could still give us more. I say we take it and just put him in the organization, because he's got an option year. We just option him, let him develop for a bit. Oh wait, he's gone. Someone else claimed him first. Oh well, that's fine. I think Kraus was going to go to AAA. Chat, there's still 113 players on the Nashville High Notes. How is that allowed? I told them to organize it, and they just aren't cutting anybody. What is our minor league team in? The PCL? The Pacific League? They haven't started playing yet. When's their schedule? Maybe they'll cut them on the 3rd when they actually start playing. Houston announces that reliever Tommy Canley will retire at the end of the season. According to reports out of Team HQ, he's been considering retirement since last season. He's declined to speak publicly. He still likes baseball, a source said. He wants to play, but he also knows he's getting up in age and his skills are not what he used to be. He says it's physically getting harder to go out there every day. He has a career 3.42 ERA with a 12-15 win-loss record, recording 9 saves with 508 strikeouts. Respectable. Big dugout. Team power rankings. Where are we on the power rankings? Why are we 11th on the power rankings? What? No shot. Why are we 11th on the power rankings, bro? That 27 ERA Seth Blair really pushing us up. Carrying us on his back. But we lost to Houston 5-6. Oh my God. The bullpen lost the game for us, brothers. Christian Walker, of all people, powered the Houston Astros to a win over the Las Vegas Invaders. The score was 6-5. The Houston DH, who finished 5th in the American League in home runs with 33 last year. All right, Christian Walker, I'm watching you, bro. It's 2025 right now in real life. If you don't have 33 dingers by the end of this real life season, I'm going to be pissed because that's what Out of the Park told me you were going to do. He banged out 2 extra base hits, including 1 home run and a double. Ronel Blanco picked up the win in relief. His record improves to 1-0. Ryan Bird took the loss. Walker had a game-changing homer in the bottom of the 7th. On a full-count fastball from Burr, he banged a 2-run homer to left field, giving a 6-5 lead to the Astros. His 3rd homer of the year. We had 9 hits. So Miller gave up 2 runs, and then Burr came out and gave up a run. Bad day for the bullpen because they were all tired, I think. But, you know, May got pulled a little early, I think. But he has 95 pitches. Whew, never mind. How you only give up 5 hits on 95 pitches and 3 earned runs? Every at-bat was a full count, apparently, because he got pulled after 4 innings. Pitch count go crazy. Meanwhile, for our side, Chang got another double. Good for him. That's pretty much the only exciting thing. Sack fly for Arenamo, 2 stolen bases, 2 errors, bro. 2 pitcher errors. Wait, no. 1 pitcher error. And then Chang, literally, brother, you're only here because of your glove, dude. I feel like the dudes with the best gloves always make the errors first. But it looks like it didn't matter. Arenamo 0 for 4. Stevenson 0 for 2 with a pinch hit from Leon to score a run. Good for you. Hamilton with a pinch hit. Nice pinch hit RBI opportunities. Good pinch hits, brother. Marchand 0 for 3. Chang 1 for 4. He's doing pretty good. Moore doing pretty good. Alexander doing pretty good. Perez got a couple hits. Another 2 more pinch hits. That's crazy. That's so consistent. We had 4 hits from pinch hitters. That's crazy. A pinch hit is a substitution, by the way, chat. I didn't mention that earlier. It's someone who hits for you in a pinch. But like, the Invaders did try and come back. We scored 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 7th, and then they just scored 3 more in the 7th. Damn. All right, well, the question is, do I leave the lineup the way it is for another game? I think we let Perez play. And also Pedro Leon. Ciani has got not much going on right now. So let's get Leon back in center. Stevenson, still kind of fresh. I like that Perez got a couple hits this game, so I'm going to play him in right. Leave everything else mostly the same. Blaze is cooling off, man. He's turning into ice. So is Jotter. From the leadoff spot. I'm going to give him another game to work it out. Let's see. I'm going to sim this one too. Oh. Did I already check the waivers? Wait, isn't this the guy that we scouted? Jesus Rodriguez. So he is here. You know what I forgot? I wasn't even looking at all players. I was just looking at batters. Whoops. Acquired minor league signing. I think we could do better than a 40 who's a 45 potential. I know he's 19 though, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Trust the scout. All right, set the lineup. Boop, boop. Actually, I didn't copy this and paste it to lefties. There's got to be an easier way for me to do this, but it's fine. Who's pitching for us today? Tyler Malley. I feel like our bullpen is not so good. Everyone's tired all the time. Saving and win 4-0. Wilmer Flores has come off of the IL as well. Shut them out. Las Vegas got a strong outing from Tyler Malley as the Invaders defeated the Houston Astros 4-0 at Daikin Park. The loss drops Houston to 6-2. We're only the second time that they've been beaten so far this season. Dylan Moore, who finished, okay, it's going to be the 2020 stat for some reason. He got 12 stolen bases in 2020. That's his claim to fame. Moore contributed a run-scoring triple. Bro, he's broken. That's his third triple in 4 games. He's broken. His OPS is off the charts because of these triples. And they're all RBI triples. What the hell? What's he doing? Puts Vegas up 2-0 with the run-scoring triple. Not too many highlights on our side, said losing manager Joe Espada. Yeah, that's true in real life too, Joe. Why don't you figure it out a little bit, okay? The Vegas Invaders aren't even real, and they're beating you guys too. Winseal Perez continues his hot bat. He had 2 hits yesterday, 3 more hits today out of the 8 spot. What a gamer. And had 2 doubles in the game. That's why I like when I see somebody bunching hits. I want them to play. I don't want to ice their bat because they might come in the next day and boom, go 3 for 4. Moore got a triple. Chang, Moore, and Alexander got a stolen base. 3 stolen bases. Malley went 6 clean innings, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, no earned runs. What a gamer. Luis Medina, 2 clean innings, and then Snyder picked up the final inning for us. Good job, boys. Good freaking job. Okay. I'm proud. You got to Luis Garcia for 3 runs. We scored 4-4-0. I don't know who Adbert Alzale is. These Invaders are turning heads 4-4 so far. It's kind of crazy, actually. Player development update. Okay. That's a big update. Yo, dude. Yes, the guy that we just picked up on waivers, my scout confirmed he thinks that he is a potential 50. With more room for contact. He's also got high leadership, high adaptability, high work ethic, and high baseball IQ. Colorado just dropped him like a sack of rocks for some reason. So we need to do something with him. I gotta get this bro in the lineup. Yeah, I know. Okay, and then player update. Good morning, Etal. I've compiled a scouting report for you. Check notable changes for a complete list. Okay, complete list. We think Tyler Malley, potential control drops to 50, but his stamina improves to 50. We think Michael Ciani, maybe a little more powerful, not much. Potential power up. I rating, current I rating drops to 50, potential drops to 55. Speed rating improves, defensive down. So Ciani lost a little bit. He lost a little bit. Abner Uribe, potential control drops to 35 and his velo is down. That's not good. Caratini is worse. These are people from the other part of our organization. We think Drew Ellis is slow and bad at third base. Oh no. We think Bobby Miller actually improves from a potential rating of 55 to freaking 60. What a hero. We think Bobby Miller might be a GOAT. Dion Santos, we think he has improved his potential stuff and his potential stamina, so his potential rating goes up to 45. We think, I don't know who that is, so I'm not going to read it. Luis Medina, potential stuff up to 60. Movement drops, control drops, overall rating drops, and potential drops. Oh, well, that's not what I want to see. Eric Miller's stuff improves, but control, stamina, and rating drops. Man, you're harsh. Harsh, man. We think Eric Miller's stuff improves, but his potential rating drops. Sal Frank, potential control drops, and his rating drops. Oh, man, he just thinks everybody sucks. These are old reviews, right? These are all old. I'm looking at the past 3 months. Where are the new ones? I guess these are the most important ones. We think Sal Frank sucks. Miller's worse. Luis Medina is worse. Tyler Malley. Side grade. Ciani is worse. Yeah, okay, so I already read all of them. Bad news. Why you gotta hit me with the bad news, though? All right, chat. I think future me has to figure out how the lineup is gonna shift because we have to work in our new guy. We have multiple people DFA'd that I don't really care about. The only one I care about is Tyler Freeman. I need to get him on the secondary roster. Actually, I should figure out who we have to cut someone is the problem. It's got to be Brandon Lockridge. I wanted Lockridge to be good, but it's not Lockridge. So Lockridge. I have to put him on waivers. Okay, sorry. Irrevocable waivers. Goodbye, Brandon. And designate him for assignment. Wait. Designated for assignment. Frees up a spot. So that means Freeman can hit the secondary roster. And we need to move someone off. Who are we demoting? He's got good infield, good outfield. He's good in the infield and the outfield. This is kind of a noodle arm, but he doesn't play third, so it's fine. He's a second baseman. Wait, no, he's not. That's Brandon Lockridge. Yeah, he's a second baseman, and he can play center field, which is strange. Do we just want him in center? It's weird that he has a 50 infield arm And a 60 outfield arm. Maybe one of the outfielders then. But I don't understand how that works at all. Like, I'm looking at Michael Ciani. He's had 20 at-bats. He seems like a defensive sub at this point. Pedro Leon, also, I want him to be good, but he's just not right now. All of our outfitters suck, so it's kind of just which one do you want to get rid of? You might keep Ciani just as a defensive substitution. But he's definitely... Does he have any, like, option? He has 2 option years left. Mangum's my least favorite? Really? Mangum is... got more on-base percentage, more OPS. When he does hit the ball, it falls in for a hit a third of the time. He has gap power. Ciani doesn't really even have the gap power. He just has the defense. Like, Ciani is 4 for 20, which is, you know, it's fine. Mangum is 4 for 19. They're about the same. Mangum's 60-60 on speed. I guess Ciani's faster. Mangum has 2 option years left, and Ciani has 2 option years left. So whichever one we activate. I think Ciani needs at bats. Mangum is what he is. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just looking at his AAA numbers last year, and I'm wishing he could be a 321 hitter, 894 OPS for us this year. He's also a switch batter. Whereas Ciani had 243 at bats last year and was a 230 hitter with a 601 OPS. So that's kind of what I expect from him. But he is 26 and he might get better. How do you look at the clubhouse relationships with each other? You know, like the page that says like who's the club leader and who's this and who's that? Where is that page? Or did they move it? Meet the team. This is a cool page. Brandon Woodruff, 12th in the league right now. Not what I was looking for, though. Team chemistry. There it is. Ian Hamilton, bad relationship. Huh. Team chemistry is largely happy. Jake Mangum is the only dude in leader position right now. We got no team captain, no spark plug, no prankster. Mangum is actually in leadership position somehow. So it kind of feels weird to take that away. Ciani's going to get at bats in AAA, is all I'm saying. Like, he'll still get them. I'm just making the call. Sorry, Ciani, you're getting sent down, brother. I'm going to make sure you don't get traded or, like, cut. All right, welcome Tyler Freeman. Maybe that's a bad move. I don't know, man. So, I think I want to start Freeman in center because he actually is a leader. So I guess I could have just taken him instead. We're probably going to need to replace both of them, Mangum and Freeman, and just get different outfielders. That he has leader adaptability, work ethic, and baseball IQ. We also have Wilmer Flores back. Oh, why did you remind me? Where is Flores? First baseman? Who is our first baseman? It's Dylan Moore's been hitting random triples lately, so like he's been scoring runs. He's got an RBI in 3 of the last 4 games. But yeah, we do have Wilmer Flores back now. That's tough. Where do they go, dude? I kind of have to do this because future me's not going to remember. Because, like, Luke and Baker, I guess we send Luke and Baker down. He's the only guy with power on the team. He hit a homer, but it was like 5 games ago. He's still got 762 OPS because he takes a lot of walks. So his OBP's 333, which I like, and he has power. So, I mean, he has potential as a perma DH, but I could keep him around as a perma DH, but I have to get rid of Dylan Moore. If I even want, do I even want Wilmer Flores? We were kind of like putting him on the list because we didn't know what to do with him. Where's injured list? I know he's supposed to be a DH, but it's either him or Luke and Baker. I think he's probably better than Luke and Baker. I just really want to like Luke and Baker. He's got 1 option year left. Okay. I say set his position to designated hitter. Send him down to AAA. God, this list is abysmal. Protect him. And then bring Bro back from the injured list. I feel like Lucan just has a cold bat right now. Maybe, but I mean, I'm looking at Wilmer Flores, and he's kind of like Lucan Baker, but maybe stronger, you know what I mean? Because if you just compare them as a DH, Baker just has more power. And a better eye, but Flores is going to put the ball in play a lot more, and he has more gap power. I guess the BABIP is down, but he still has a pretty good eye too. We're going to try both of them probably. If Flores doesn't work out, we release him or put him on waivers or whatever, and then take Baker back, basically. So it's kind of like Flores, he either rides or dies. You know what I mean? He's either in or he ain't. All right, I'm just going to leave this like it is, and future me can solve the puzzle. I just had to get them off the injured list because you're right. I would have forgotten that. And then get the new guy in the lineup. Future me can sort the lineup. Hey, we're breaking even. That's as good as I could expect. So I'm down with that. Got one more game against Houston. Might be able to win a series against our division rival. And #1 division team, Astros and Aztecs. It's so funny, it's the Aztecs. But hey, I'm happy with 4-4, man. I'm happy with it. That sounds good to me. Chicago White Sox owner Jerry Reinsdorf dies. He succumbed to a long-time illness yesterday. The sad news was announced today at a press conference in Chicago. His son, DJ Reinsdorf, will take over ownership of the team. He's said to be an unmerciful character with a fiscal personality of charitable. That's kind of crazy. All right. Well, I mean, hey, I'm happy with this, brother. We're in there for the wild card. GG's. All right, I'll probably see you guys again in a couple days. Probably won't see me on Sunday. We've been grinding some 12-hour and 10-hour days. GG's, everybody. I hope you had fun. Got some good games in. The regular season has begun, and things are looking... I don't think they'll continue like this, but they're currently looking good. Currently. All right, I'm going to send you all off on an in-stream raid. Let's go say what's up to Simcopter. I'm trying to get you out of here before the ads start, but I hope you enjoyed the streams. Sim might have a follower-only mode on, but give him a message if you can. Give him some love. Check him out. I'll see you guys again soon. Good night. Johnny Guitar Hand, Chill, Sicilian, Mad Dog, Mac, Robot, Mystic, Lonely Slide, Sax, Sideways, Episodes, Hackish Me, and get out of here.